Chapter 16 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 16, Milly's Story. Nina spent the evening in the drawing-room, and her brother, in the animation of a new pursuit, forgetful of the difference of the morning, exerted himself to be agreeable, and treated her with more consideration and kindness than he had done any time since his arrival. He even made some off-hand advances towards Clayton, which the latter received with good humor, and which went further than she supposed to raise the spirits of Nina. And so, on the whole, she passed a more than usually agreeable evening. On retiring to her room, she found Milly, who had been for some time patiently waiting for her, having dispatched her mistress to bed some time since. "Well, Nina, I am going on my travels in the morning. Thought I must have a little time to see you, lamb, before I goes." "I can't bear to have you go, Milly. I don't like that man you're going with." "I s'pects he's a nice man," said Milly. "Of course he'll look me out a nice place, because he's always took good care of Miss Lou's affairs, so you never trouble yourself about me. I tell you, child, I never gets where I can't find the Lord, and when I finds him, I gets along. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." "But you have never been used to living except in our family," said Nina, "and somehow I feel afraid. If they don't treat you well, come back, Milly, will you?" "Laws, child, I isn't much feared but what I'll get along well enough. When people keep about their business, doing the best they can, folks doesn't often trouble them. I never yet seed the folks I couldn't suit," she added with a glow of honest pride. "No, child, it isn't for myself I's a-fearing. It's just for you, child. Child, you don't know what it is to live in this here world, and I wants you to get the best friend to go with you. Why, dear lamb, you want somebody to go to and open your heart, somebody that'll love you and always stand by you, somebody that'll always lead you right, you know. You has more cares than such a young thing ought for to have, great many looking to you and depending on you. Now, if your ma was alive, it would be different, but just now I see how 'tis. There'll be 100 things you'll be thinking and feeling, and nobody to say 'em to. And now, child, you must learn to go to the Lord. Why, child, he loves you. Child, he loves you just as you be. If you only saw how much, it would melt your heart right down. I told you I was going sometime for to tell you my experiences, how I first found Jesus. Oh, Lord, Lord, but it's a long story." Nina, whose quick sympathies were touched by the earnestness of her old friend, and still more aroused by the allusion to her mother, answered, "Oh, yes, come, tell me about it." And drawing a low ottoman, she sat down and laid her head on the lap of her humble friend. "Well, well, you see, child," said Milly, her large dark eyes fixing themselves on vacancy, and speaking in a low and dreamy voice, "a body's life in this here world is a mighty strange thing. You see, child, my mother, well, they brought her from Africa. My father, too. Heaps and heaps my mother told me about that dar. That there was a mighty fine country where they had gold in the rivers, and such great big tall trees with the strangest beautiful flowers on 'em you ever did see. Laws, laws! Well, they brought my mother and my father into Charleston, and there Mr. Campbell, that was your ma's father, honey, he bought them right out of the ship. But they had 5 children, and they was all sold, and they never knowed where they went to. Father and mother couldn't speak a word of English when they come ashore, and she told me how often she couldn't speak a word to nobody to tell 'em how it hurt her. Laws, when I was a child, I remember how often, when the day's work was done, she used to come out and sit and look up at the stars and groan, groan, and groan. I was a little thing, playing round, and I used to come up to her, dancing, and saying, 'Mammy, what makes you groan so? What's the matter of you?' 'Matter enough, child,' she used to say. 'I's a-thinking of my poor chillens. I like to look at the stars, because they sees the same stars that I do. 'Pears like we all was in one room, but I don't know where they is. They don't know where I be.' Then she'd say to me, 'Now, child, you may be sold away from your mammy. There's no knowing what may happen to you, child. But if you gets into any trouble, as I does, you mind, child, you ask God to help you.' 'Who is God, mammy?' says I, anyhow. 'Why, child,' she says, 'He made these here stars.' And then I wanted mammy to tell me more about it, only she says, 'He can do anything he likes, and if ye are in any kind of trouble, he can help you.' Well, to be sure, I didn't mind much about it, all dancing round, because pretty well don't need much help. But she said that there to me so many times, I couldn't help remember it. 'Child, troubles will come, and when they does come, you ask God, and he will help you.' Well, sure enough, I wasn't sold from her, but she was took from me, because Mr. Campbell's brother went off to live in Orleans and parted the hands. My father and mother was took to Orleans, and I was took to Virginia. Well, you see, I growed up along with these young ladies, your ma, Miss Harriet, Miss Lou, and the rest on 'em, and I had heaps of fun. They all liked Millie. They couldn't nobody run, nor jump, nor ride a horse, nor row a boat like Millie, and so it was Millie here and Millie there, and whatever the young ladies wanted, it was Millie made the way for it. Well, there was a great difference among them young ladies. There was Miss Lou. She was the prettiest, and she had a great many beaux. But then there was your ma. Everybody loved her. And then there was Miss Harriet. She had right smart of life in her, and was always for doing something. Always right busy, tending to something or other. And she liked me because I'd always go in with her. Well, them there was pleasant times enough. But when I got to be about 14 or 15, I began to feel kind of bad, sort of strange and heavy. I really didn't know why, but 'peared like when I got older, I felt I was in bondage. Remember one day your ma came in and sees me looking out the window, and she says to me, 'Millie, what makes you so dull lately?' 'Oh,' says I don't have good times.' 'Why,' says she, 'why not? Don't everybody make much of you, and don't you have everything that you want?' 'Oh, well,' says I, 'Missus, I's a poor slave girl for all that.' Child, your ma was a weedy thing like you. I remember just how she looked that minute. I felt sorry, 'cause I thought I'd hurt her feelings. But, says she, 'Millie, I don't wonder you feel so. I know I should feel so myself if I was in your place.' Afterwards she told Miss Lou and Miss Harriet, but they laughed and said they guessed there wasn't many girls who were as well off as Millie. Well, then, Miss Harriet, she was married the first. She married Mr. Charles Blair, and when she was married, nothing was to do but she must have me to go with her. I liked Miss Harriet, but then, honey, I'd liked it much better if it had been your ma. I'd always counted that I wanted to belong to your ma, and I think your ma wanted me, but then she was still, and Miss Harriet, she was one of the sort that never lost nothing by not asking for it. She was one of the sort that always got things by hook or by crook. She always had more clothes and more money and more everything than the rest of 'em, because she was always wide awake and looking out for herself. Well, Mr. Blair's place was away off in another part of Virginia, and I went there with her. Well, she wasn't very happy, no ways she wain't, because Mr. Blair, he was a high feller. Laws, Miss Nina, when I tells you this year when you got here is a good un, and I advise you to take him, it's 'cause I knows what comes of girls marrying high fellers. Don't care how good-looking they is, nor what their manners is, it's just the ruin of girls that has 'em. Laws, when he was a-courting Miss Harriet, it was all nobody but her. she was going to be his angel, and he was going to give up all sorts of bad ways and live such a good life. She married him, and it all went up to smoke. Before the month was well over, he got to going in his old ways, and then it was go all the time, carousing and drinking, parties at home, parties abroad, money flying like the water. Well, this made a great change in Miss Harriet. She didn't laugh no more. She got sharp and cross, and she wasn't good to me like what she used to be. She took to be jealous of me and her husband. She might have saved herself the trouble. I shouldn't have touched him with a pair of tongs. But he was always running after everything that came in his way, so no wonder. But between them both, I led a bad life of it. Well, things dragged kind of along in this way. She had 3 children, and at last he was killed one day, falling off his horse when he was too drunk to hold the bridle. Good riddance, too, I thought. And then, after he's dead, Miss Harriet, she seems to grow more quiet-like, and setting herself picking up what pieces and crumbs was left for her and the children. And I remember she had one of her uncles there a good many days, helping her in counting up the debts. Well, they was talking one day in Mrs. room, and there was a little light closet on one side where I got set down to do some fine stitching, but they was too busy in their accounts to think anything about me. It seemed that the place and the people was all to be sold off to pay the debts, all except a few of us who were to go off with Mrs. and begin again on a small place, and I heard him telling her about it. While your children are small, he says, you can live small and keep things close and raise enough on the place for ye all, and then you can be making the most of your property. Niggers is rising in the market. Since Missouri came in, they's worth double, and so you can just sell the increase of 'em for a good sum. Now there's that black girl Millie of yourn. You may be sure now I pricked up my ears, Miss Nina. I don't often see a girl a finer breed than she is, says he, just as if I'd been a cow, you know. Have you got her a husband? No, said Miss Harriet, and then says she, I believe Millie is something of a coquette among the young men. She's never settled on anybody yet, says she. Well, says he, that must be attended to, 'cause that girl's children will be an estate of themselves. Why, I've known women to have 20, and her children wouldn't any of them be worth less than $800. There's a fortune at once. If they's like her, they'll be as good as cash in the market any day. You can send out and sell one, if you happen to be in any straits, just as soon as you can draw a note on the bank. Oh, laws, Miss Nina, I tell you this year fell on me like so much lead. 'Cause, you see, I'd been keeping company with a very nice young man, and I was going to ask Miss Harriet about it that very day. But there, I laid down my work that minute, I thinks, and says, true as the Lord's in heaven, I won't never be married in this world. And I cried about it off and on all day, and at night I told Paul about it. He was the one, you know. But Paul, he tried to make it all smooth. He guessed it wouldn't happen. He guessed Mrs. would think better on it. At any rate, we loved each other, and why shouldn't we take as much comfort as we could? Well, I went to Miss Harriet and told her just what I thought about it. Allers had spoke my mind to Miss Harriet about everything, and I wasn't going to stop then. And she laughed at me and told me not to cry for I was hurt. Well, things went on so 2-3 weeks, and finally Paul, he persuaded me, and so we was married. When our first child was born, Paul was so pleased, he thought strange that I went. Paul, says I, this year child ain't ourn. It may be took from us and sold any day. Well, says he, Millie, it may be God's child anyway, even if it ain't ourn. 'Cause, you see, Miss Nina, Paul, he was a Christian. Well, honey, I can't tell you. After that, I had a great many children, girls and boys growing up around me. Well, I's had 14 children, dear, and they's all been sold from me, every single one of 'em. Lord, it's a heavy cross. Heavy, heavy. None knows but them that bears it." "What a shame," said Nina. "How could Aunt Harriet be such a wicked woman? An aunt of mine do so?" Child, said Milly. "We doesn't none of us know what's in us. When Miss Harriet and I was gals together, hunting hens' eggs and rowing the boat in the river, I wouldn't have thought it would have been so, and she wouldn't have thought so neither. But then, what little's bad in girls when they's young and handsome and all the world smiling on 'em? Oh, honey, it gets dreadful strong when they gets grown women, and the wrinkles comes in their faces. Always when she was a girl, whether it was eggs or berries or chinkapins or what, it was Miss Harriet's nature to get and to keep, and when she got old, that all turned to money." "Oh," said Nina, "but it does seem impossible that a woman, a lady born too, and my aunt, could do such a thing." Ah, honey, ladies born have some bad stuff in 'em sometimes, like the rest of us. But then, honey, it was the most natural thing in the world, come to look on it. For now, see here, honey, there was your aunt. She was poor, and she was pestered for money. There was Master George's bills and Peter's bills to pay, and Miss Susie's, and every one of 'em must have everything, and they was all calling for money, money. And there has been times she didn't know which way to turn. Now you see, when a woman is pestered to pay 200 here and 300 there, and when she's got more niggers on her place than she can keep, and then a man calls in and lays down $800 in gold and bills before her, and she says, 'I want that there Lucy or George of yourn,' why, don't you see? These here soul drivers is always round, tempting folk they know is poor, and they always have their money as handy as the devil has his. But then I oughtn't for to be hard upon them poor soul drivers neither, 'cause they ain't taught no better. It's these here Christians that profess Christ, that makes great talks about religion, that has their Bibles, and turns their backs upon swearing soul drivers, and thinks they ain't fit to speak on. It's them, honey, that's the root of the whole business. Now there was that uncle of hern, mighty great Christian he was, with his prayer meetings and all that. He was always a-putting her up to it. Oh, there's been times. There was times long first, Miss Nina, when my first children was sold, that I tell you I poured out my soul to Miss Harriet, and I've seen that there woman cry so that I was sorry for her. And she said to me, 'Milly, I'll never do it again.' But, Lord, I didn't trust her, not a word on it, 'cause I knowed she would. I knowed there was that in her heart that the devil wouldn't let go of. I know he'd no kind of objection to her musing herself with meetings and prayers and all that, but he'd no notion to let go his grip on her heart. But, Lord, she wasn't quite a bad woman, poor Miss Harriet wasn't, and she wouldn't have done so bad if it hadn't been for him. But he'd come and have prayers and exhort, and then come prowling round my place like a wolf, looking at my chillin'. And Milly, he'd say, 'How do you do now? Lucy's getting to be a right smart girl, Milly. How old is she? There's a lady in Washington has advertised for a maid, a nice woman, a pious lady. I suppose you wouldn't object, Milly. Your poor mistress is in great trouble for money.' I never said nothing to that man, only once when he asked me what I thought my Lucy would be worth when she was 15 years old, says I to him, 'Sir, she is worth to me just what your daughter's worth to you.' Then I went in and shut the door. I didn't stay to see how he took it. Then he'd go up to the house and talk to Miss Harriet. 'Twas her duty, he'd tell her, to take proper care of her goods, and that there meant selling my chillun. I remember when Miss Susie came home from boarding school, she was a pretty girl, but I didn't look on her very kind, I tell you, 'cause 3 of my children had been sold to keep her at school. My Lucy, honey, she went for a lady's maid. I knowed what that there meant well enough. The lady had a son grown, and he took Lucy with him to Orleans, and there was an end to that. There don't no letters go 'tween us. One's gone. We can't write, and it's as good as being dead." "I know, child, not so good. Paul used to teach Lucy little hymns nights before she went to sleep, and if she'd a died right off after one of them, it would have been better for her. Oh, honey, long them times I used to rave and toss like a bull in a net. I did so. Well, honey, I wasn't what I was. I got cross and ugly. Miss Harriet, she grew a great Christian and joined the church and used to have heaps of ministers and elders at her house, and some on 'em used to try and talk to me. I told 'em I'd seen enough of their old religion, and I didn't want to hear no more. But Paul, he was a Christian, and when he talked to me, I was quiet like, though I couldn't be like what he was. Well, last, my missus promised me one. She'd give me my youngest child, sure and certain. His name was Alfred. Well, that boy, I loved that child better than any of the rest of 'em. He was all I'd got left to love. For when he was a year old, Paul's master moved away down to Louisiana and took him off, and I never heard no more of him. So it 'peared as if this year child was all I had left. Well, he was a bright boy. Oh, he was most uncommon. He was so handy to anything and saved me so many steps. Oh, honey, he had such ways with him, that boy. Would always make me laugh. He took after learning mighty, and he learned himself to read, and he read the Bible to me sometimes. I just brought him up and teached him the best way I could. All that made me afraid for him was that he was so spirity. I was afraid 'twould get him into trouble. He ain't no more spirity than white folks would like their children for it to be. When white children holds up their heads and answers back, then the parents laugh and say, "He's got it in him. He's a bright one." But if one of ourn does so, it's a dreadful thing. I was allers talking to Alfred about it and telling him to keep humble. It 'pears like there was so much in him he couldn't keep it down. Laws, Miss Nina, folks may say what they like about the black folks, they'll never beat it out of my head. There's some on 'em can be as smart as any white folks, if they could have the same chance. How many white boys did you ever see would take the trouble for to teach theirselves to read? And that's what my Alfred did. Laws, I had a mighty heap of comfort in him, 'cause I was thinking to get my missus to let me hire my time. Then I was going to work over hours and to get money and buy him, because, you see, child, I knowed he was too spirity for a slave. You see, he couldn't learn to stoop. He wouldn't let nobody impose on him, and he always had a word back again to give anybody as good as they sent. Yet for all that, he was a dear good boy to me, and when I used to talk to him and tell him these things was dangerous, he'd always promise for to be careful. Well, things went on pretty well while he was little, and I kept him with me till he got to be about 12 or 13 years old. He used to wipe the dishes and scour the knives and black the shoes and such like work. But by and by they said it was time that he should go to the regular work, and that there was the time I felt feared. Missus had an overseer, and he was real aggravating, and I felt feared there'd be trouble. And sure enough, there was, too. There was always something brewing between him and Alfred, and he was always running to missus with tales, and I was talking to Alfred. But it appeared like he aggravated the boy so that he couldn't do right. Well, one day when I had been up to town for an errand, I came home at night, and I wondered Alfred didn't come home to his supper. I thought something was wrong, and I went to the house, and there sat Miss Harriet by a table covered with rolls of money, and there she was a-counting it. "Miss Harriet," says I can't find Alfred. "Ain't you seen him?" says I. At first she didn't answer, but went on counting. 51, 52, 53. Finally I spoke again. "I hope there ain't nothing happened to Alfred, Miss Harriet." She looked up and she says to me, "Millie," she says, "the fact is, Alfred has got too much for me to manage, and I had a great deal of money offered for him, and I sold him." I felt something strong coming up in my throat, and I just went up and took hold of her shoulders, and said "Miss Harriet, you took the money for 13 of my children, and you promised me sure enough I should have this year one. You call that being a Christian?" says I. "Why," says she, "Millie, he ain't a great way off, and you can see him about as much. It's only over to Mr. Jones's plantation. You can go and see him, and he can come and see you. And I know you didn't like the man who had care of him here, and thought he was always getting him into trouble." "Miss Harriet," says I, "you may cheat yourself saying them things, but you don't cheat me, nor the Lord neither. You folks have to say all on your side, with your ministers preaching us down out of the Bible. You won't teach us to read, but I'm going straight to the Lord with this year case. I tell you, if the Lord is to be found, I'll find him, and I'll ask him to look on it. The way you've been treating me, selling my children all the way long to pay for your children, and now breaking your word to me and taking this year boy, the last drop of blood in my heart. I'll pray the Lord to curse every cent of that there money to you and your children." That there was the way I spoke to her, child. I was a poor, ignorant creature, and didn't know God, and my heart was like a red-hot coal. I turned and walked right straight out from her. I didn't speak no more to her, and she didn't speak no more to me. And when I went to bed at night, there, sure enough, was Alfred's bed in the corner, and his Sunday coat hanging up over it, and his Sunday shoes I had bought him with my own money, 'cause he was a handsome boy, and I wanted him always to look nice. Well, so come Sunday morning, I took his coat and his shoes and made a bundle of 'em, and I took my stick, and says I'll just go over to Jones's place and see what has come of Alfred. All the time I hadn't said a word to Missus, nor she to me. Well, I got about halfway over to the place, and there I stopped under a big hickory tree to rest me a bit, and I looked along and seed someone a-coming, and pretty soon I knowed it was Huldah. She was one that married Paul's cousin, and she lived on Jones's place. And so I got up and went to meet her and told her I was going over to see about Alfred. "Lord," says she, "Millie, haven't you heard that Alfred's dead?" Well, Miss Nina, it seemed as if my heart and everything in it stopped still. And said I, "Huldah, has they killed him?" And she said, "Yes." And she told me it was this year way. That Styles, he that was Jones's overseer, had heard that Alfred was dreadful spirity, and when boys is so, sometimes they aggravates 'em to get 'em riled, and then they whips 'em to break 'em in. So Styles, when he was laying off Alfred's task, was real aggravating to him, and that boy, well, he answered back, just as he allers would be doing, 'cause he was smart, and it 'peared like he just couldn't keep it in. And then they all laughed round there, and then Styles was mad and swore he'd whip him, and then Alfred, he cut and run. And then Styles, he swore awful at him, and he told him to come here, and he'd give him hell and pay him the cash. Them is the very words he said to my boy. And Alfred said he wouldn't come back. He wasn't going to be whipped. And just then young Master Bill come along and wanted to know what was the matter. So Styles told him, and he took out his pistol and said, "Here, young dog, if you don't come back before I count 5, I'll fire." "Fire ahead," says Alfred, 'cause you see, that boy never knowed what fear was. And so he fired. And Huldah said he just jumped up and give one scream and fell flat. And they run up to him, and he was dead. 'Cause you see, the bullet went right through his heart. Well, they took off his jacket and looked, but it wasn't of no use. His face settled down still. And Huldah said that they just dug a hole and put him in. Nothing on him, nothing around him. No coffin, like he'd been a dog. Huldah showed me the jacket. There was the hole, cut right round in it, like it was stamped, and his blood running out on it. I didn't say a word. I took up the jacket and wrapped it up with his Sunday clothes, and I walked straight home. I walked up into Mrs. room, and she was dressed for church, sure enough, and sat there reading her Bible. I laid it right down under her face, that jacket. You see that hole, said I? You see that blood? Alfred's killed. You killed him. His blood be on you and your children. O Lord God in heaven, hear me and render unto her double. Nina drew in her breath hard with an instinctive shudder. Milly had drawn herself up in the vehemence of her narration and sat leaning forward, her black eyes dilated, her strong arms clenched before her, and her powerful frame expanding and working with the violence of her emotion. She might have looked to one with mythological associations, like the figure of a black marble nemesis in a trance of wrath. She sat so for a few minutes, and then her muscles relaxed, her eyes gradually softened. She looked tenderly but solemnly down on Nina. Dem was awful words, child, but I was in Egypt then. I was wandering in the wilderness of Sinai. I had heard the sound of the trumpet and the voice of words, but, child, I hadn't seen the Lord. Well, I went out, and I didn't speak no more to Miss Harriet. There was a great gulf fixed between us, and there didn't no words pass over it. I did my work. I scorned not to do it, but I didn't speak to her. Then it was, child, that I thought of what my mother told me years ago, and it came to me all afresh. Child, when trouble comes, you ask the Lord to help you. And I saw that I hadn't asked the Lord to help me. And now, says I to myself, the Lord can't help me, 'cause he couldn't bring back Alfred. No way you could fix it. And yet I wanted to find the Lord, 'cause I was so tossed up and down. I wanted just to go and say, Lord, you see what this woman has done. I wanted to put it on him if he'd stand up for such a thing as that. Lord, how the world and everything looked to me in them times. Everything going on in the way it did, and these here Christians that said that they was going into the kingdom, doing as they did. I tell you, I sought the Lord early and late. Many nights I have been out in the woods and laid on the ground till morning, calling and crying, and 'peared like nobody heard me. Oh, how strange it used to look when I looked up at the stars winking at me, so kind of still and solemn, but never saying a word. Sometimes I got that wild, it seemed as if I could tear a hole through the sky, 'cause I must find God. I had an errand to him, and I must find him. Then I heard him read out the Bible, about how the Lord met a man on a threshing floor, and I thought maybe if I had a threshing floor, he would come to me. So I threshed down a place just as hard as I could under the trees, and then I prayed there. But he didn't come. Then there was coming a great camp meeting, and I thought I'd go and see if I could find the Lord there, because you see, missus, she let her people go Sunday to the camp meeting. Well, I went into the tents and heard them sing, and I went afore the altar, and I heard preaching, but it 'peared like it was no good. It didn't touch me nowhere, and I couldn't see nothing to it. And I heard him read out of the Bible, oh, that I knew where I might find him. I would come even to his seat. I would order my cause before him. I would fill my mouth with arguments. And I thought, sure enough, that there's just what I want. Well, came on dark night, and they had all the campfires lighted up, and they was singing the hymns round and round, and I went for to hear the preaching. And there was a man, pale, lean man he was, with black eyes and black hair. Well, that there man, he preached a sermon, to be sure, I shall never forget. His text was, He that spared not his own Son, but freely delivered him up for us all, how shall he not with him freely give us all things? Well, you see, the first sound of this took me, because I'd lost my son. And the man, he told us who the Son of God was, Jesus. Oh, how sweet and beautiful he was. He went round doing for folks. Oh, Lord, what a story that there was. And then how they took him and put the crown of thorns on his head and hung him up bleeding, bleeding, bleeding. God so loved us that he let his own dear Son suffer all that for us. Child, I got up and I went to the altar and I kneeled down with the mourners and I fell flat on my face. And they said I was in a trance. Maybe I was. Where I was, I don't know, but I saw the Lord. Child, it seemed as if my very heart was still. I saw him suffering, bearing with us year in and year out, bearing, so patient. Appeared like it wasn't just on the cross, but bearing always, everywhere. Oh, child, I saw how he loved us all, every one on us, we that hated each other so. Appeared like he was using his heart up for us all the time, bleeding for us like he did on Calvary, and willing to bleed. Oh, child, I saw what it was for me to be hating like I hated. Oh, Lord, says I give up. Oh, Lord, never see you afore, I didn't know. Lord, I's a poor sinner. I won't hate no more. Oh, and oh, child, then there comes such a rush of love in my soul. Says I, Lord, I can love even the white folks. And then came another rush and says, yes, Lord, I love poor Miss Harriet, that stole all my children and been the death of my poor Alfred. I loves her. Child, I overcome. I did so. I overcome by the blood of the Lamb. The Lamb. Yes, the Lamb, child. 'Cause if he'd been a lion, I could have kept in. 'Twas the Lamb that overcome. When I come to, I felt like a child. I went home to Miss Harriet, and I hadn't spoken peaceable to her since Alfred died. I went in to her. She'd been sick, and she was in her room, looking kind of pale and yeller, poor thing, 'cause her son, honey, he got drunk and abused her awful. I went in and says I, oh, Miss Harriet, I seen the Lord. Miss Harriet, I ain't got no more hard feelings. I forgive you, and loves you with all my heart, just as the Lord does. Honey, you ought to see how that woman cried. Says she, Millie, I's a great sinner. Says I, Miss Harriet, we's sinners, both on us, but the Lord gives hisself for us both, and if he loves us poor sinners, we mustn't be hard on each other. Ye was tempted, honey, says I, for you see I felt like making excuses for her, but the Lord Jesus has got a pardon for both on us. After that, I didn't have no more trouble with Miss Harriet. Child, we was sisters in Jesus. I bore her burdens, and she bore mine. And dear, the burdens was heavy. For her son, he was brought home a corpse. He shot hisself right through the heart, trying to load a gun when he was drunk. Oh, child, I thought then how I'd prayed the Lord to render unto her double. But I had a better mind then. If I could have brought poor Master George to life, I'd have done it. And I held the poor woman's head on my arm all that there night, and she was a-screaming every hour. Well, that there took her down to the grave. She didn't live much longer, but she was ready to die. She sent and bought my daughter Lucy's son, this year Tom, and get him to me. Poor thing, she did all she could. I watched with her the night she died. Oh, Miss Nina, if ever you're tempted to hate anybody, think how it'll be with 'em when they comes to die. She died hard, poor thing, and she was cast down about her sins. Oh, Millie, says she, the Lord and you may forgive me, but I can't forgive myself. And says I to her, oh, missus, don't think of it no more. The Lord's hid it in his own heart. Oh, but she struggled long, honey. She was all night dying, and 'twas Milly, Milly all the time. Oh, Milly, stay with me. And, child, I felt I loved her like my own soul. And when the day broke, the Lord set her free, and I laid her down like she'd been one of my babies. I took up her poor hand. It was warm, but the strength was all gone out on it. And I thought, you poor thing, how could I ever have hated you so? Ah, child, we mustn't hate nobody. We's all poor creatures, and the dear Lord, He loves us all. End of chapter 16, Milly's story.
Chapter 17 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. Dred, Chapter 17. Uncle John. About 4 miles east of Canema lay the plantation of Nina's uncle, whither Harry had been sent on the morning which we have mentioned. The young man went upon his errand in no very enviable mood of mind. Uncle Jack, as Nina always called him, was the nominal guardian of the estate, and a more friendly and indulgent one Harry could not have desired. He was one of those joyous, easy souls, whose leading desire seemed to be that everybody in the world should make himself as happy as possible, without fatiguing him with consultations as to particulars. His confidence in Harry was unbounded, and he esteemed it a good fortune that it was so, as he was wont to say, laughingly, that his own place was more than he could manage. Like all gentlemen who make the study of their own ease a primary consideration, Uncle Jack found the whole course of nature dead set against him. For, as all creation is evidently organized with a view to making people work, it follows that no one has so much care as the man who resolves not to take any. Uncle Jack was systematically, and as a matter of course, cheated and fleeced by his overseers, by his negroes and the poor whites of his vicinity, and worst of all, continually hectored and lectured by his wife therefor. Nature, or destiny, or whoever the lady may be that deals the matrimonial cards, with her usual thoughtfulness in balancing opposites, had arranged that jovial, easy, care-hating Uncle John should have been united to a most undaunted and ever-active spirit of enterprise and resolution, who never left anything quiet in his vicinity. She it was who continually disturbed his repose, by constantly ferreting out and bringing before his view all the plots, treasons, and conspiracies with which plantation life is ever abounding, bringing down on his devoted head the necessity of discriminations, decisions, and settlements, most abhorrent to an easy man. The fact was, the responsibility, aggravated by her husband's negligence, had transformed the worthy woman into a sort of domestic dragon of the Hesperides, and her good helpmeet declared that he believed she never slept, nor meant anybody else should. It was all very well, he would observe. He wouldn't quarrel with her for walking the whole night long, or sleeping with her head out of the window, watching the smoke-house, for stealing out after 1 o'clock to convict Pompey or circumvent Cuff, if she only wouldn't bother him with it. Suppose the half of the hams were carried off between 2 and 3, and sold to Abijah Skinflint for rum. He must have his sleep, and, if he had to pay for it in ham, why, he'd pay for it in ham, but sleep he must and would. And, supposing he really believed, in his own soul, that Cuffy, who came in the morning with a long face, to announce the theft, and to propose measures of discovery, was in fact the main conspirator, what then? He couldn't prove it on him. Cuff had gone astray from the womb, speaking lies ever since he was born. And what would be the use of his fretting and sweating himself to death to get truth out of Cuff? No, no. Mrs. G, as he commonly called his helpmeet, might do that sort of thing, but she mustn't bother him about it. Not that Uncle Jack was invariable in his temper. Human nature has its limits, and a personage who finds mischief still for idle hands to do often seems to take a malicious pleasure in upsetting the temper of idle gentlemen. So Uncle Jack, though confessedly the best fellow in the world, was occasionally subject to a tropical whirlwind of passion, in which he would stamp, tear, and swear with astounding energy, and in those ignited moments all the pent-up sorrows of his soul would fly about him, like red-hot shot in every direction. And then he would curse the negroes, curse the overseers, curse the plantation, curse Cuff and Pomp and Dinah, curse the poor white folks round, curse Mr. Abijah Skinflint, and declare that he would send them and the niggers all severally to a department which politeness forbids us to mention. He would pour out awful threats of cutting up, skinning alive, and selling to Georgia. To all which commotion and bluster the negroes would listen, rolling the whites of their eyes and sticking their tongues in their cheeks, with an air of great satisfaction and amusement, because experience had sufficiently proved to them that nobody had ever been cut up, skinned alive, or sent to Georgia, as the result of any of these outpourings. So, when Uncle Jack had one of these fits, they treated it as hens do an approaching thunderstorm, run under cover, and waited for it to blow over. As to Madame Gordon, her wrath was another affair, and her threats they had learned to know generally meant something, though it very often happened that, in the dispensation of most needed justice, Uncle Jack, if in extra good humor, would rush between the culprit and his mistress, and bear him off in triumph, at the risk of most serious consequences to himself afterwards. Our readers are not to infer from this that Madame Gordon was really and naturally an ill-natured woman. She was only one of that denomination of vehement housekeepers who are to be found the world over, women to whom is appointed the hard mission of combating, single-handed, for the principles of order and exactness, against a whole world in arms. Had she had the good fortune to have been born in Vermont or Massachusetts, she would have been known through the whole village as a woman who couldn't be cheated half a cent on a pound of meat, and had instinctive knowledge whether a cord of wood was too short or a pound of butter too light. Put such a woman at the head of the disorderly rabble of a plantation, with a cheating overseer, surrounded by thieving poor whites, to whom the very organization of society leaves no resource but thieving, with a never-mind husband, with land that has seen its best days, and is fast running to barrenness, and you must not too severely question her temper, if it should not be at all times in perfect subjection. In fact, Madame Gordon's cap habitually bristled with horror, and she was rarely known to sit down. Occasionally, it is true, she alighted upon a chair, but was in a moment up again to pursue some of her household train, or shout, at the top of her lungs, some caution toward the kitchen. When Harry reined up his horse before the plantation, the gate was thrown open for him by old Pomp, a superannuated negro, who reserved this function as his peculiar sinecure.
"Lord bless you, Harry, dat you? Bless you. You ought fur to see us, Master. Such a gale up to de house."
"What's the matter, Pomp?"
"Why, Master, he done got one of he fits. Tearing round dar, fit split, stomping up and down de randy, swearing like mad. Lord, if he ain't. He done got Jake tied up dar. Swears he's going to cut him to pieces. He has so. Got Jake tied up dar. Ho, ho, ho. Real cur'ous. And he's blowing himself out there mighty hard, I tell you. So if you want to get word with him, you can't do it till he done got through with this here."
And the old man ducked his pepper and salt-colored head, and chuckled with a lively satisfaction. As Harry rode slowly up the avenue to the house, he caught sight of the portly figure of its master, stamping up and down the veranda, vociferating and gesticulating in the most violent manner. He was a corpulent man of middle age, with a round, high forehead, set off with grizzled hair. His blue eyes, fair, rosy, fat face, his mouth adorned with brilliant teeth, gave him, when in good humor, the air of a handsome and agreeable man. At present his countenance was flushed almost to purple, as he stood storming from his rostrum at a saucy, ragged negro, who, tied to the horse-post, stood the picture of unconcern, while a crowd of negro men, women, and children were looking on.
"I'll teach you,"
he vociferated, shaking his fist.
"I won't bear it of you, you dog, you. You won't take my orders, won't you? I'll kill you, that I will. I'll cut you up into pieces."
"No, you won't, and you know you won't," interposed Mrs. Gordon, who sat at the window behind him.
"You won't, and you know you won't, and they know you won't, too. It will all end in smoke, as it always does. I only wish you wouldn't talk and threaten, because it makes you ridiculous." "Hold your tongue, too. I'll be master in my own house, I say. Infernal dog, I say. Cuff, cut him up. Why don't you go at him? Give it to him. What are you waiting for?"
"If master pleases," said Cuff, rolling up his eyes and making a deprecating gesture.
"If I please? Well, blast you, I do please. Go at him. Thrash him. Stay. I'll come myself."
And, seizing a cowhide which lay near him, he turned up his cuffs and ran down the steps, but, missing his footing in his zeal, came head first against the very post where the criminal was tied.
"There, I hope now you are satisfied. You have killed me. You have broke my head, you have. I shall be laid up a month. All for you, you ungrateful dog."
Cuffy and Sambo came to the rescue, raised him up carefully, and began brushing the dust off his clothes, smothering the laughter with which they seemed ready to explode, while the culprit at the post seemed to consider this an excellent opportunity to put in his submission.
"Please, massa, do forgive me. I told 'em to go out, and they said they wouldn't. I didn't mean no harm when I said Master had better go hisself, 'cause I think so now. Master had better go. Them folks is cur'ous, and they won't go for none of us. They just acts ridiculous, they does. I didn't mean for to be sarcy nor nothing, I say. Again, if Master'll take his horse and go over dar, Master drive those folks out, and nobody else can't do it. We done can't do it. They just sarce us. Now, for my heavenly Master, all dis here is the truth. I've been telling the Lord the Master knows it is. And if Master'll take his horse and ride down there, he'd see so. So there, this I've been telling Master. I didn't mean no harm at all. I didn't."
The quarrel, it must be told, related to the ejecting of a poor white family which had squatted, as the phrase is, in a deserted cabin, on a distant part of the Gordon plantation. Mrs. Gordon's untiring assiduity having discovered this fact, she left her husband no peace till something was undertaken in the way of ejectment. He accordingly commissioned Jake, a stout negro, on the morning of the present day, to go over and turn them off. Now Jake, who inherited to the full the lofty contempt with which the plantation negro regards the poor white folks, started upon his errand, nothing loth, and whistled his way in high feather, with 2 large dogs at his heels. But when he found a miserable, poor, sick woman, surrounded by 4 starving children, Jake's mother's milk came back to him, and, instead of turning them out, he actually pitched a dish of cold potatoes in among them, which he picked up in a neighboring cabin, with about the same air of contemptuous pity with which one throws scraps to a dog, and then, meandering his way back to the house, informed his master that
"He couldn't turn the white trash out, and if he wanted them turned out, he would have to go hisself."
Now, we all know that a fit of temper has very often nothing to do with the thing which appears to give rise to it. When a cloud is full charged with electricity, it makes no difference which bit of wire is put in. The flash and the thunder come one way as well as another. Mr. Gordon had received troublesome letters on business, a troublesome lecture from his wife, his corn cake had been overdone at breakfast, and his coffee burned bitter. Besides which, he had a cold in his head coming on, and there was a settlement brewing with the overseer. In consequence of all which things, though Jake's mode of delivering himself wasn't a whit more saucy than ordinary, the storm broke upon him then and there, and raged as we have described. The heaviest part of it, however, being now spent, Mr. Gordon consented to pardon the culprit on condition that he would bring him up his horse immediately, when he would ride over and see if he couldn't turn out the offending parties. He pressed Harry, who was rather a favourite of his, into the service, and, in the course of a quarter of an hour, they were riding off in the direction of the squatter's cabin. "It's perfectly insufferable what we proprietors have to bear from this tribe of creatures," he said. "There ought to be hunting parties got up to chase them down, and exterminate them, just as we do rats. It would be a kindness to them. The only thing you can do for them is to kill them. As for charity, or that kind of thing, you might as well throw victuals into the hollow logs as to try to feed 'em. The government ought to pass laws. We will have laws, somehow or other, and get them out of the state." And, so discoursing, the good man at length arrived before the door of a miserable, decaying log cabin, out of whose glassless windows dark emptiness looked, as out of the eye-holes of a skull. Two scared, cowering children disappeared round the corner as he approached. He kicked open the door and entered. Crouched on a pile of dirty straw sat a miserable, haggard woman, with large, wild eyes, sunken cheeks, dishevelled, matted hair, and long, lean hands, like birds' claws. At her skinny breast an emaciated infant was hanging, pushing, with its little skeleton hands, as if to force the nourishment which nature no longer gave, and two scared-looking children, the features wasted and pinched blue with famine, were clinging to her gown. The whole group huddled together, drawing as far as possible away from the newcomer, looked up with large, frightened eyes, like hunted wild animals. "What you here for?" was the first question of Mr. Gordon, but in no very decided tone, for, if the truth must be told, his combativeness was oozing out. The woman did not answer, and after a pause, the youngest child piped up in a shrill voice, "Ain't got nowhere else to be." "Yes," said the woman, "we camped on Mr. Durant's place, and Bob Field, him is the overseer, pulled down the cabin right over our head. 'Pears like we couldn't get nowhere." "Where is your husband?" "Gone looking for work. 'Pears like he couldn't get none anywhere. 'Pears like nobody wants us. We've got to be somewhere, though," said the woman, in a melancholy, apologetic tone. "We can't die, as I see. Wish we could." Mr. Gordon's eye fell upon 2 or 3 cold potatoes and a piece of broken crock, over which the woman appeared keeping jealous guard. "What you doin' with those potatoes?" "Saving them for the children's dinner." "And is that all you've got to eat, I want to know?" said Mr. Gordon in a high, sharp tone, as if he were getting angry very fast. "Yes," said the woman. "What did you have to eat yesterday?" "Nothing," said the woman. "And what did you eat the day before?" "Found some old bones round the nigger houses, and some on 'em gave us some corn cake." "Why the devil didn't you send up to my house and get some bacon? Picking up bones, slop, and swill round the nigger huts? Why didn't you send up for some ham and some meal? Lord bless you! You don't think Madam Gordon is a dog to bite you, do you? Wait here till I send you down something fit to eat. Just end in my having to take care of you, I see. And if you're going to stay here, there will be something to be done to keep the rain out. There now," he said to Harry, as he was mounting his horse. "Just see what's to be made with hooks in one's back like me. Everybody hangs on to me, of course. Now there's Durant turns off these folks. There's Peters turns them off. Well, what's the consequence? They come and litter down on me, just because I am an easy, soft-hearted old fool. It's too devilish bad. They breed like rabbits. What God Almighty makes such people for, I don't know. I suppose He does. But there's these poor, miserable trash of children like 60, and there's folks living in splendid houses, dying for children, and can't have any. If they manage 1 or 2, the scarlet fever or whooping cough makes off with them. Lord bless me,
Things go on in a terrible mixed-up way in this world. And then, what upon earth am I to say to Mrs. G? I know what she'll say to me. She'll tell me she told me so. That's what she always says. I wish she'd go and see them herself. I do so. Mrs. G is the nicest kind of a woman. No mistake about that. But she has an awful deal of energy, that woman. It's dreadful fatiguing to a quiet man like me. Dreadful. But I'm sure I don't know what I should do without her. She'll be down upon me about this woman. But the woman must have some ham. That's flat. Cold potatoes and old bones. Pretty story. Such people have no business to live at all. But, if they will live, they ought to eat Christian things. There goes Jake. Why couldn't he turn him off before I saw him? It would have saved me all this plague. Dog knew what he was about when he got me down here. Jake! Oh, Jake, come here. Jake came shambling along up to his master, with an external appearance of the deepest humility, under which was too plainly seen to lurk a facetious air of waggish satisfaction. Here, you, Jake, you get a basket. Yes, massa, said Jake, with an air of provoking intelligence. Be still saying yes, massa, and hear what I've got to say. Mind yourself. Jake gave a side glance of inexpressible drollery at Harry, and then stood like an ebony statue of submission. You go to your missus, and ask her for the key of the smoke-house, and bring it to me. Yes, sir. And you tell your missus to send me a peck of meal. Stay, a loaf of bread, or some biscuit, or corn cake, or anything else which may happen to be baked up. Tell her I want them sent out right away. Jake bowed and disappeared. Now we may as well ride down this path while he is gone for the things. Mrs. G will blow off on him first, so that rather less of it will come upon me. I wish I could get her to see them herself. Lord bless her, she is a kind-hearted woman enough. But she thinks there's no use doing, and there ain't. She is right enough about it. But then, as the woman says, there must be some place for them to be in the world. The world is wide enough, I'm sure. Plague take it. Why can't we pass a law to take them all in with our niggers, and then they'd have some one to take care of them? Then we'd do something for them, and there'd be some hope of keeping 'em comfortable. Harry felt in no wise inclined to reply to any of this conversation, because he knew that, though nominally addressed to him, the good gentleman was talking merely for the sake of easing his mind, and that he would have opened his heart just as freely to the next hickory bush if he had not happened to be present. So he let him expend himself, waiting for an opportunity to introduce subjects which lay nearer his heart. In a convenient pause he found opportunity to say, Miss Nina sent me over here this morning. Ah, Nin, my pretty little Nin, bless the child, she did. Why couldn't she come over herself and comfort an old fellow's heart? Nin is the prettiest girl in the county. I tell you that, Harry. Miss Nina is in a good deal of trouble. Master Tom came home last night, drunk, and today he is so cross and contrary she can't do anything with him. Drunk? Oh, what a sad dog. Tom gets drunk too often, carries that too far altogether. Told him that the last time I talked to him. Says I, Tom, it does very well for a young fellow to have a spree once in 1 or 2 months. I did it myself when I was young. But, says I, Tom, to spree all the time won't do, Tom, says I. Nobody minds a fellow being drunk occasionally, but he ought to be moderate about it, and know where to stop, says I, because when it all comes to that he is drunk every day, or every other day, why it's my opinion that he may consider the devil's got him. I talked to Tom just so, right out square, because you see, I'm in a father's place to him. But, Lord, it don't seem to have done him a bit of good. Good Lord, they tell me he is drunk 1/2 his time, and acts like a crazy creature. Goes too far, Tom does, altogether. Mrs. G ain't got any patience with him. She blasted him every time he comes here, and he blasted her, so it ain't very comfortable having him here. Good woman at heart, Mrs. Gordon, but a little strong in her ways, you know, and Tom is strong too. So it's fire fight fire when they get together. It's no ways comfortable to a man wanting to have everybody happy round him. Lord bless me, I wish Nin were my daughter. Why can't she come over here and live with me? She hasn't got any more spirit in her than just what I like. Just enough fizz in her to keep one from flatting out. What about this beau of hers? Is she going to be married? Hey, there's 2 gentlemen there, attending upon Miss Nina. One is Mr. Carson of New York. Hang it all! She isn't going to marry a damn Yankee. Why, brother would turn over in his grave. I don't think it would be necessary to put himself to that trouble, said Harry, for I think it's Mr. Clayton who is to be the favored one. Clayton, good blood, like that. Seems to be a gentlemanly good fellow, doesn't he? Yes, sir. He owns a plantation, I'm told, in South Carolina. Ah, that's well. But I hate to spare Nin. Never half liked sending her off to New York. Don't believe in boarding schools. I've seen as fine girls grown on plantations as any man need want. What do we want to send our girls there to get fit penny bit ideas? I thank the Lord I never was in New York, and I never mean to be. Carolina born and raised, I am, and my wife is Virginia, pure breed. No boarding school about her. And when I stood up to be married to her, there wasn't a girl in Virginia could stand up with her. Her cheeks were like damask roses. A tall, straight, lively girl she was. Knew her own mind, and had a good notion of speaking it, too. And there isn't a woman now that can get through the business she can, and have her eyes always on everything. If it does make me uncomfortable every now and then, I ought to take it, and thank the Lord for it. For, if it wasn't for her, what with the overseer and the niggers and the poor white trash, we should all go to the devil in a heap. Miss Nina sent me over here to be out of Master Tom's way, said Harry, after a pause. He is bent upon hectoring me as usual. You know, sir, that he always had a spite against me, and it seems to grow more and more bitter. He quarrels with her about the management of everything on the place, and you know, sir, that I try to do my very best, and you and Mrs. Gordon have always been pleased to say that I did well. So we did, Harry, my boy, so we did. Stay here as long as you like. Just suit yourself about that. Maybe you'd like to go out shooting with me. Well, I'm worried, said Harry, to be obliged to be away just at the time of putting in the seed. Everything depends upon my overseeing. Why don't you go back, then? Tom's ugliness is nothing but because he is drunk. There's where it is. I see through it. You see, when a fellow has had a drunken spree, why, the day after it, he is all loose ends and cross, nerves all ravelled out, like an old stocking. Then fellows are sulky and surly like. I've heard of their having temperance societies up in those northern states, and I think something of that sort will be good for our young men. They get drunk too often. Full a third of them, I should reckon, get the delirium tremens before they are 50. If we could have a society like them, and that sort of thing, and agree to be moderate, nobody expects young men to be old before their time. But if they'd agreed not to blow out more than once a month, or something in that way. I'm afraid, said Harry, Master Tom's too far gone for that. Oh, yes, pity. Suppose it is so. Why, when a fellow gets so far, he's like a nigger's old patched coat. You can't tell where the real cloth is. Now, Tom, I suppose he never is himself, always up on a wave or down in the trough. Hi-ho, I'm sorry. It's very hard on Miss Nina, said Harry. He interferes, and I have no power to stand for her. And yesterday he began talking to my wife in a way I can't bear, nor won't. He must let her alone. Show, said Mr. Gordon. See what a boy that is now. That ain't in the least worthwhile, that ain't. I shall tell Tom so. And Harry, mind your temper. Remember, young men will be young, and if a fellow will treat himself to a pretty wife, he must expect trials. But Tom ought not to do so. I shall tell him. Hi, there comes Jake, with the basket and the smoke-house key. Now for something to send down to those poor hobgoblins. If people are going to starve, they mustn't come on to my place to do it. I don't mind what I don't see. I wouldn't mind if the whole litter room was drowned tomorrow. But hang it, I can't stand it if I know it. So here, Jake, take this ham and bread, and look him up an old skillet, and see if you can't tinker up the house a bit. I'd set the fellow to work when he comes back, only we have 2 hands to every turn now, and the niggers always plague him. Harry, you go home and tell Nin, Mrs. G and I
We'll be over to dinner. End of Chapter 17. Uncle John. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 18 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones. Chapter 18, Dred. Harry spent the night at the place of Mr. John Gordon, and arose the next morning in a very discontented mood of mind. Nothing is more vexatious to an active and enterprising person than to be thrown into a state of entire idleness, and Harry, after lounging about for a short time in the morning, found his indignation increased by every moment of enforced absence from the scene of his daily labors and interest. Having always enjoyed substantially the privileges of a free man in the ability to regulate his time according to his own ideas, to come and go, to buy and sell, and transact business unfettered by any felt control, he was the more keenly alive to the degradation implied in his present position. "Here I must skulk around," said he to himself, "like a partridge in the bushes, allowing everything to run at loose ends, preparing the way for my being found fault with for a lazy fellow by and by. And all for what? Because my younger brother chooses to come, without right or reason, to domineer over me, to insult my wife, and because the laws will protect him in it if he does it. That's it. They are all leagued together. No matter how right I am, no matter how bad he is, everybody will stand up for him and put me down, all because my grandmother was born in Africa and his grandmother was born in America. Confound it all, I won't stand it. Who knows what he'll be saying and doing to Lizette while I am gone? I'll go back and face him like a man. I'll keep straight about my business, and if he crosses me, let him take care. He hasn't got but one life any more than I have. Let him look out." And Harry jumped upon his horse and turned his head homeward. He struck into a circuitous path which led among that immense belt of swampy land to which the name of Dismal had been given. As he was riding along immersed in thought, the clatter of horses' feet was heard in front of him. A sudden turn of the road brought him directly facing to Tom Gordon and Mr. Jekyll, who had risen early and started off on horseback in order to reach a certain stage depot before the heat of the day. There was a momentary pause on both sides, when Tom Gordon, like one who knows his power and is determined to use it to the utmost, broke out scornfully, "Stop, you damn nigger, and tell your master where you are going." "You are not my master," said Harry, in words whose concentrated calmness conveyed more bitterness and wrath than could have been given by the most violent outburst. "You damned whelp," said Tom Gordon, striking him across the face twice with his whip. "Take that and that. We'll see if I'm not your master. There now, help yourself, won't you? Isn't that a master's mark?" It had been the lifelong habit of Harry's position to repress every emotion of anger within himself, but at this moment his face wore a deadly and frightful expression. Still, there was something majestic and almost commanding in the attitude with which he reined back his horse and slowly lifted his hand to heaven. He tried to speak, but his voice was choked with repressed passion. At last he said, "You may be sure, Mr. Gordon, this mark will never be forgotten." There are moments of high excitement when all that is in a human being seems to be roused and to concentrate itself in the eye and the voice. And in such moments, any man, apparently by virtue of his mere humanity, by the mere awfulness of the human soul that is in him, gains power to overawe those who in other hours scorn him. There was a minute's pause, in which neither spoke, and Mr. Jekyll, who was a man of peace, took occasion to touch Tom's elbow and say, "It seems to me this isn't worth while. We shall miss the stage." And as Harry had already turned his horse and was riding away, Tom Gordon turned his, shouting after him with a scornful laugh, "I called on your wife before I came away this morning, and I liked her rather better the second time than I did the first." This last taunt flew like a Parthian arrow backward and struck into the soul of the bondman with even a keener power than the degrading blow. The sting of it seemed to rankle more bitterly as he rode along, till at last he dropped the reins on his horse's neck and burst into a transport of bitter cursing. "Aha! It has come nigh thee, has it? It toucheth thee, and thou faintest," said a deep voice from the swampy thicket beside him. Harry stopped his horse and his imprecations. There was a crackling in the swamp and a movement among the copse of briars, and at last the speaker emerged and stood before Harry. He was a tall black man of magnificent stature and proportions. His skin was intensely black and polished like marble. A loose shirt of red flannel, which opened very wide at the breast, gave a display of a neck and chest of Herculean strength. The sleeves of the shirt, rolled up nearly to the shoulders, showed the muscles of a gladiator. The head, which rose with an imperial air from the broad shoulders, was large and massive and developed with equal force both in the reflective and perceptive department. The perceptive organs jutted like dark ridges over the eyes, while that part of the head which phrenologists attribute to the moral and intellectual sentiments rose like an ample dome above them. The large eyes had a peculiar and solemn effect of unfathomable blackness and darkness, which is often a striking characteristic of the African eye. But there burned in them, like tongues of flame in a black pool of naphtha, a subtle and restless fire that betokened habitual excitement to the verge of insanity. If any organs were predominant in the head, they were those of ideality, wonder, veneration, and firmness. And the whole combination was such as might have formed one of the wild old warrior prophets of the heroic ages. He wore a fantastic sort of turban, apparently of an old scarlet shawl, which added to the outlandish effect of his appearance. His nether garments of coarse negro cloth were girded around the waist by a strip of scarlet flannel, in which was thrust a bowie knife and hatchet. Over one shoulder he carried a rifle, and a shot pouch was suspended to his belt. A rude game bag hung upon his arm. Wild and startling as the apparition might have been, it appeared to be no stranger to Harry, for after the first movement of surprise, he said in a tone of familiar recognition, in which there was blended somewhat of awe and respect, "Ah, it is you then, Dred. I didn't know that you were hearing me." "Have I not heard?" said the speaker, raising his arm and his eyes gleaming with wild excitement. "How long wilt thou halt between two opinions? Did not Moses refuse to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter? How long wilt thou cast in thy lot with the oppressors of Israel, who say unto thee, Bow down, that we may walk over thee? Shall not the Red Sea be divided? Yea, saith the Lord, it shall." "Dred, I know what you mean," said Harry, trembling with excitement. "Yea, thou dost," said the figure. "Yea, thou dost. Hast thou not eaten the fat and drunk the sweet with the oppressor, and hid thine eyes from the oppression of thy people? Have not our wives been for a prey, and thou hast not regarded? Has not our cheek been given to the smiter? Have we not been counted as sheep for the slaughter? But thou saidst, Lo, I knew it not, and didst hide thine eyes. Therefore the curse of Meroz is upon thee, saith the Lord, and thou shalt bow down to the oppressor, and his rod shall be upon thee, and thy wife shall be for a prey. Don't talk that way, don't, said Harry, striking out his hands with a frantic gesture, as if to push back the words. You are raising the very devil in me. Look here, Harry, said the other, dropping from the high tone he had at first used to that of common conversation, and speaking in bitter irony. Did your master strike you? It's sweet to kiss the rod, isn't it? Bend your neck and ask to be struck again, won't you? Be meek and lowly. That's the religion for you. You are a slave, and you wear broadcloth and sleep soft. By and by he will give you a fip to buy salve for those cuts. Don't fret about your wife. Women always like the master better than the slave. Why shouldn't they? When a man licks his master's foot, the wife scorns him. Serves him right. Take it meekly, my boy. Servants, obey your masters. Take your master's old coats. Take your wife when he's done with her. And bless God that brought you under the light of the gospel. Go. You are a slave. But as for me, he said, drawing up his head and throwing back his shoulders with a deep inspiration, I am a free man, free by this, holding out his rifle, free by the Lord of hosts that numbereth the stars and calleth them forth by their names. Go home. That's all I have to say to you. You sleep in a curtained bed. I sleep on the ground in the swamps. You eat the fat of the land. I have what ravens bring me. But no man whips me. No man touches my wife. No man says to me, Why do you so? Go, you are a slave. I am free. And with one athletic bound he sprang into the thicket and was gone. The effect of this address on the already excited mind of the bondman may be better conceived than described. He ground his teeth and clenched his hands. Stop, he cried. Dred, I will. I'll do as you tell me. I will not be a slave. A scornful laugh was the only reply, and the sound of crackling footsteps retreated rapidly. He who retreated stuck up in a clear, loud voice, one of those peculiar melodies in which vigor and spirit are blended with a wild, inexpressible mournfulness. The voice was one of a singular and indescribable quality of tone. It was heavy as the sub-bass of an organ and of a velvety softness, and yet it seemed to pierce the air with a keen, dividing force, which is generally characteristic of voices of much less volume. The words were the commencement of a wild camp-meeting hymn, much in vogue in those parts. Brethren, don't you hear the sound? The martial trumpet now is blowing. Men in order listing round, and soldiers to the standard flowing. There was a wild, exultant fullness of liberty that rolled in the note, and to Harry's excited ear there seemed in it a fierce challenge of contempt to his imbecility, and his soul at that moment seemed to be rent asunder with a pang such as only those can know who have felt what it is to be a slave. There was an uprising within him, vague, tumultuous, overpowering, dim instincts, heroic aspirations, the will to do, the soul to dare, and then, in a moment, there followed the picture of all society leagued against him, the hopeless impossibility of any outlet to what was burning within him. The waters of a nature naturally rally noble, pent up, and without outlet, rolled back upon his heart with a suffocating force. And in his hasty anguish he cursed the day of his birth. The spasm of his emotion was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Milly coming along the path. "Why, bless you, Milly," said Harry in sudden surprise. "Where are you going?" "Oh, bless you, honey child, I's gwine on to take the stage. They wanted to get up the wagon for me, but bless you, says I, what you suppose the Lord gin us legs for? I never wants no critters to tug me around when I can walk myself. And then, honey, it's so pleasant like to be a-walking along in the bush here in the morning. 'Pears like the voice of the Lord is walking among the trees. But bless you, child, honey, what's the matter with your face?" "It's Tom Gordon, damn him," said Harry. "Don't talk that way, child," said Milly, using the freedom with Harry which her years and weight of character had gradually secured for her among the members of the plantation. "I will talk that way. Why shouldn't I? I'm not going to be good any longer." "Why, 'twon't help the matter to be bad, will it, Harry? 'Cause you hate Tom Gordon, does you want to act just like him?" "No," said Harry, "I won't be like him, but I'll have my revenge. Old Dred has been talking to me again this morning. He always did stir me up so that I could hardly live, and I won't stand it any longer." "Child," said Milly, "you take care. Keep clear on him. He's in the wilderness of Sinai. He is with it the blackness and darkness and tempest. He han't come to the heavenly Jerusalem. Oh, honey, there's a blood of sprinkling that speaketh better things than that of Abel. Jerusalem above is free. It is free, honey, so don't you mind now what happens in this year time." Ah, Aunt Milly, this may do well enough for old women like you, but stand opposite to a young fellow like me, with good strong arms and a pair of doubled fists, and a body and soul just as full of light as they can be. It don't answer to go to telling about a heavenly Jerusalem. We want something here, and we'll have it too. How do you know there is any heaven, anyhow?" "Know it?" said Milly, her eye kindling and striking her staff on the ground. "Know it? I knows it by the hankering after it. I got in here," giving her broad chest a blow which made it resound like a barrel. "The Lord knowed what he was about when he made us. When he made babies rooting around with their poor little mouths open, he made milk, and the mammies for 'em too. Child, we's nothing but great babies, but ain't got our eyes opened, rooting round and round, but the Father'll feed us yet. He will so." "He's a long time about it," said Harry sullenly. "Well, child, ain't it a long time for your corn sprouts, a long time for it gets into the ears? But you plant for all that. What's that to me what I is here? Shan't I reign with the Lord Jesus?" "I don't know," said Harry. "Well, honey, I does. Just so sure as I'm standing on this year ground, I knows in a few years I shall be reigning with the Lord Jesus and casting my crown at his feet. That's what I knows. Flesh and blood didn't reveal it unto me, but the Spirit of the Father. It's no odds to me what I does here. Every road leads straight to glory, and the glory ain't got no end to it." And Milly uplifted her voice into a favorite stave. "When we've been there 10,000 years, bright and shining like the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun." "Child," she says to him solemnly, "I ain't no fool. Do you suppose that I thinks folks has any business to be sitting on their chairs all their life long and working me and living on my money? Why, I knows they han't. Ain't it all wrong from first to last, the way they makes merchandise of us? Why, I know it is, but I still about it for the Lord's sake. I don't work for Miss Lou. I works for the Lord Jesus, and he is good pay, no mistake now, I tell you." "Well," said Harry, a little shaken, but not convinced, "after all, there isn't much use in trying to do any other way. But you're lucky in feeling so, Aunt Milly, but I can't." "Well, child, anyway, don't you do nothing rash, and don't you hear him. That 'ere way out is through seas of blood. Why, child, would you turn against Miss Nina? Child, if they get a-going, they won't spare nobody. Don't you start up that 'ere tiger, 'cause I tell you can't chain him if you do." "Yes," said Harry, "I see it's all madness. Perfect madness. There's no use thinking, no use talking. Well, good morning, Aunt Milly. Peace go with you." And the young man started his horse and was soon out of sight. End of chapter 18. Dred.
Chapter 19 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp, by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Dred, Chapter 19, The Conspirators. We owe our readers now some words of explanation respecting the new personage who has been introduced into our history. Therefore we must go back somewhat and allude to certain historical events of painful significance. It has been a problem to many how the system of slavery in America should unite the two apparent inconsistencies of a code of slave laws more severe than that of any other civilized nation, with an average practice at least as indulgent as any other. For bad as slavery is at the best, it may yet be admitted that the practice as a whole has been less cruel in this country than in many. An examination into history will show us that the cruelty of the laws resulted from the effects of indulgent practice. During the first years of importation of slaves into South Carolina, they enjoyed many privileges. Those who lived with intelligent families and had any desire to learn were instructed in reading and writing. Liberty was given to them to meet in assemblies of worship, in class meetings, and otherwise without the presence of white witnesses. And many were raised to situations of trust and consequence. The result of this was the development of a good degree of intelligence and manliness among the slaves. There arose among them grave, thoughtful, energetic men, with their ears and eyes open, and their minds constantly awake to compare and reason. When minds come into this state, in a government professing to be founded on principles of universal equality, it follows that almost every public speech, document, or newspaper becomes an incendiary publication. Of this fact the Southern slave states have ever exhibited the most singular unconsciousness. Documents containing sentiments most dangerous for slaves to hear have been publicly read and applauded among them. The slave has heard, amid shouts, on the 4th of July, that his masters held the truth to be self-evident, that all men were born equal, and had an inalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that all governments derive their just power from the consent of the governed. Even the mottos of newspapers have embodied sentiments of the most insurrectionary character. Such inscriptions as "Resistance to tyrants is obedience to God" stand to this day in large letters at the head of Southern newspapers, while speeches of senators and public men, in which the principles of universal democracy are asserted, are constant matters of discussion. Under such circumstances, it is difficult to induce the servant, who feels that he is a man, to draw those lines which seem so obvious to masters by whom this fact has been forgotten. Accordingly, we find that when the discussions for the admission of Missouri as a slave state produced a wave whose waters undulated in every part of the Union, there were found among the slaves men of unusual thought and vigor, who were no inattentive witnesses and listeners. The discussions were printed in the newspapers, and what was printed in the newspapers was further discussed at the post office door, in the tavern, in the bar room, at the dinner party, where black servants were listening behind the chairs. A free colored man in the city of Charleston, named Denmark Vesey, was the one who had the hardihood to seek to use the electric fluid in the cloud thus accumulated. He conceived the hopeless project of imitating the example set by the American race, and achieving independence for the blacks. Our knowledge of this man is derived entirely from the printed reports of the magistrates who gave an account of the insurrection of which he was the instigator, and who will not, of course, be supposed to be unduly prejudiced in his favor. They state that he was first brought to the country by one Captain Vesey, a young lad distinguished for personal beauty and great intelligence, and that he proved for 20 years a most faithful slave. But on drawing a prize of $1,500 in the lottery, he purchased his freedom of his master, and worked as a carpenter in the city of Charleston. He was distinguished for strength and activity, and, as the accounts state, maintained such an irreproachable character and enjoyed so much the confidence of the whites that when he was accused the charge was not only discredited, but he was not even arrested for several days after, and not till the proof of his guilt had become too strong to be doubted. His historians go on with considerable naivete to remark, quote, "It is difficult to conceive what motive he had to enter into such a plot, unless it was for the one mentioned by one of the witnesses, who said that Vesey had several children who were slaves, and that he said on one occasion he wished he could see them free, as he himself artfully remarked in his defense on his trial." Unquote. It appears that the project of rousing and animating the blacks to this enterprise occupied the mind of Vesey for more than 4 years, during which time he was continually making opportunities to animate and inspire the spirits of his countrymen. The account states that the speeches in Congress of those opposed to the admission of Missouri into the Union, perhaps garbled and misrepresented, furnished him with ample means for inflaming the minds of the colored population. Even while walking on the street, the account goes on to say, he was not idle, for if his companion bowed to a white person, as slaves universally do, he would rebuke him and observe that all men were born equal, and that he was surprised that anyone would degrade himself by such conduct; that he would never cringe to the whites, nor ought anyone to who had the feelings of a man. When answered, "We are slaves," he would say sarcastically and indignantly, "You deserve to remain slaves." And if he were further asked, "What can we do?" he would remark, "Go and buy a spelling book, and read the fable of Hercules and the Wagoner." He also sought every opportunity of entering into conversation with white persons, during which conversations he would artfully introduce some bold remark on slavery; and sometimes, when from the character he was conversing with he found he might be still bolder, he would go so far that had not his declarations been clearly proved, they would scarcely have been credited. But his great instrument of influence was a book that has always been prolific of insurrectionary movements under all systems of despotism. He rendered himself perfectly familiar with all those parts of Scripture which he thought he could pervert to his purpose, and would readily quote them to prove that slavery was contrary to the laws of God, and that slaves were bound to attempt their emancipation, however shocking and bloody might be the consequences; that such efforts would not only be pleasing to the Almighty, but were absolutely enjoined. Vesey, in the course of time, associated himself with 5 slavemen of marked character: Rolla, Ned, Peter, Monday, and Gullah Jack. Of these the account goes on to say, in the selection of his leaders Vesey showed great penetration and sound judgment. Rolla was plausible, and possessed uncommon self-possession. Bold and ardent, he was not to be deterred from his purpose by danger. Ned's appearance indicated that he was a man of firm nerves and desperate courage. Peter was intrepid and resolute, true to his engagements, and cautious in observing secrecy where it was necessary. He was not to be daunted nor impeded by difficulties, and though confident of success, was careful in providing against any obstacles or casualties which might arise, and intent upon discovering every means which might be in their power, if thought of beforehand. Gullah Jack was regarded as a sorcerer, and as such feared by the natives of Africa, who believed in witchcraft. He was not only considered invulnerable, but that he could make others so by his charms, and that he could, and certainly would, provide all his followers with arms. He was artful, cruel, bloody. His disposition, in short, was diabolical. His influence among the Africans was inconceivable. Monday was firm, resolute, discreet, and intelligent. It is a melancholy truth that the general good conduct of all the leaders, except Gullah Jack, was such as rendered them objects least liable to suspicion. Their conduct had secured them not only the unlimited confidence of their owners, but they had been indulged in every comfort, and allowed every privilege compatible with their situation in the community. And though Gullah Jack was not remarkable for the correctness of his deportment, he by no means sustained a bad character; but, adds the report, Not only were the leaders of good character and very much indulged by their owners, but this was very generally the case with all who were convicted, many of them possessing the highest confidence of their owners, and not one a bad character. The conduct and behavior of Vesey and his 5 leaders during their trial and imprisonment may be interesting to many. When Vesey was tried, he folded his arms and seemed to pay great attention to the testimony given against him, but with his eyes fixed on the floor. In this situation he remained immovable until the witnesses had been examined by the court and cross-examined by his counsel, when he requested to be allowed to examine the witnesses himself, which he did. The evidence being closed, he addressed the court at considerable length. When he received his sentence, tears trickled down his cheeks. Rolla, when arraigned, affected not to understand the charge against him, and when at his request it was explained to him, assumed with wonderful adroitness astonishment and surprise. He was remarkable throughout his trial for composure and great presence of mind. When he was informed that he was convicted, and was advised to prepare for death, he appeared perfectly confounded, but exhibited no signs of fear. In Ned's behavior there was nothing remarkable. His countenance was stern and immovable, even while he was receiving sentence of death. From his looks it was impossible to discover or conjecture what were his feelings. Not so with Peter Poys. In his countenance were strongly marked disappointed ambition, revenge, indignation, and an anxiety to know how far the discoveries had extended. He did not appear to fear personal consequences, for his whole behavior indicated the reverse, but exhibited an evident anxiety for the success of their plan, in which his whole soul was embarked. His countenance and behavior were the same when he received his sentence, and his only words were, on retiring, "I suppose you'll let me see my wife and family before I die," and that in no supplicating tone. When he was asked, a day or 2 after, if it was possible that he could see his master and family murdered, who had treated him so kindly, he replied to the question only by a smile. In their prison the convicts resolutely refused to make any confessions or communications which might implicate others, and Peter Poys sternly enjoined it upon them to maintain this silence. "Do not open your lips. Die silent, as you will see me do." And in this resolute silence they met their fate. 22 of the conspirators were executed upon one gallows. The account says that Peter Poys was one of the most active of the recruiting agents. All the principal conspirators kept a list of those who had consented to join them, and Peter was said by one of the witnesses to have had 600 names on his list. But so resolutely to the last did he observe his pledge of secrecy to his associates, that of the whole number arrested and tried, not one of them belonged to his company. In fact, in an insurrection in which thousands of persons were supposed to have been implicated, only 36 were convicted. Among the children of Denmark Vesey was a boy by a Mandingo slave woman, who was his father's particular favorite. The Mandingos are one of the finest of African tribes, distinguished for intelligence, beauty of form, and an indomitable pride and energy of nature. As slaves they are considered particularly valuable by those who have tact enough to govern them, because of their great capability and their proud faithfulness. But they resent a government of brute force, and under such are always fractious and dangerous. This boy received from his mother the name of Dred, a name not unusual among the slaves, and generally given to those of great physical force. The development of this child's mind was so uncommon as to excite astonishment among the negroes. He early acquired the power of reading, by an apparent instinctive faculty, and would often astonish those around him with things which he had discovered in books. Like other children of a deep and fervent nature, he developed great religious ardor, and often surprised the older negroes by his questions and replies on this subject. A son so endowed could not but be an object of great pride and interest to a father like Denmark Vesey. The impression seemed to prevail universally among the negroes that this child was born for extraordinary things, and perhaps it was the yearning to acquire liberty for the development of such a mind which first led Denmark Vesey to reflect on the nature of slavery and the terrible weights which it lays on the human intellect, and to conceive the project of liberating a race. The Bible, of which Vesey was an incessant reader, stimulated this desire. He likened his own position of comparative education, competence, and general esteem among the whites to that of Moses among the Egyptians, and nourished the idea that, like Moses, he was sent as a deliverer. During the process of the conspiracy, this son, though but 10 years of age, was his father's confidant, and he often charged him, though he should fail in the attempt, never to be discouraged. He impressed it upon his mind that he should never submit tamely to the yoke of slavery, and nourished the idea already impressed that some more than ordinary destiny was reserved for him. After the discovery of the plot and the execution of its leaders, those more immediately connected with them were sold from the state, even though not proved to have participated. With the most guarded caution, Vesey had exempted his son from suspicion. It had been an agreed policy with them both, that in the presence of others they should counterfeit alienation and dislike. Their confidential meetings with each other had been stolen in secret. At the time of his father's execution, Dred was a lad of 14. He could not be admitted to his father's prison, but he was a witness of the undaunted aspect with which he and the other conspirators met their doom. The memory dropped into the depths of his soul, as a stone drops into the desolate depths of a dark mountain lake. Sold to a distant plantation, he became noted for his desperate, unsubduable disposition. He joined in none of the social recreations and amusements of the slaves, labored with proud and silent assiduity, but on the slightest rebuke or threat flashed up with a savage fierceness which, supported by his immense bodily strength, made him an object of dread among his overseers. He was one of those of whom they gladly rid themselves, and like a fractious horse was sold from master to master. Finally, an overseer, hardier than the rest, determined on the task of subduing him. In the scuffle that ensued, Dred struck him to the earth, a dead man, made his escape to the swamps, and was never afterwards heard of in civilized life. The reader who consults the map will discover that the whole eastern shore of the southern states, with slight interruptions, is belted by an immense chain of swamps, regions of hopeless disorder, where the abundant growth and vegetation of nature, sucking up its forces from the humid soil, seem to rejoice in a savage exuberance, and bid defiance to all human efforts either to penetrate or subdue. These wild regions are the home of the alligator, the moccasin, and the rattlesnake. Evergreen trees, mingling freely with the deciduous children of the forest, form here dense jungles, verdant all the year round, and which afford shelter to numberless birds with whose warbling the leafy desolation perpetually resounds. Climbing vines and parasitic plants of untold splendor and boundless exuberance of growth twine and interlace and hang from the heights of the highest trees, pennons of gold and purple, triumphant banners which attest to the solitary majesty of nature. A species of parasitic moss wreathes its abundant draperies from tree to tree, and hangs in pearly festoons through which shine the scarlet berry and green leaves of the American holly. What the mountains of Switzerland were to the persecuted Vaudois, this swampy belt has been to the American slave. The constant effort to recover from thence fugitives has led to the adoption in these states of a separate profession unknown at the time of any other Christian land, hunters who train and keep dogs for the hunting of men, women, and children. And yet, with all the convenience of this profession, the reclaiming of the fugitives from this fastness of nature has been a work of such expense and difficulty that the near proximity of the swamp has always been a considerable check on the otherwise absolute power of the overseer. Dred carried with him to the swamp but one solitary companion, the Bible of his father. To him it was not the messenger of peace and goodwill, but the herald of woe and wrath. As the mind, looking on the great volume of nature, sees there a reflection of its own internal passions, and seizes on that in it which sympathizes with itself. As the fierce and savage soul delights in the roar of torrents, the thunder of avalanches, and the whirl of ocean storms, so is it in the great answering volume of Revelation. There is something there for every phase of man's nature, and hence its endless vitality and stimulating force. Dred had heard read in the secret meetings of conspirators the wrathful denunciations of ancient prophets against oppression and injustice. He had read of kingdoms convulsed by plagues, of tempests and pestilence, of locusts, of sea cleft in twain, that an army of slaves might pass through, and of their pursuers whelmed in the returning waters. He had heard of prophets and deliverers, armed with supernatural powers, raised up for oppressed people, had pondered on the nail of Jael, the goad of Shamgar, the pitcher and lamp of Gideon, and thrilled with fierce joy as he read how Samson with 2 strong arms pulled down the pillars of the festive temple and whelmed his triumphant persecutors in one grave with himself. In the vast solitudes which he daily traversed, these things entered deep into his soul. Cut off from all human companionship, often going weeks without seeing a human face, there was no recurrence of everyday and prosaic ideas to check the current of the enthusiasm thus kindled. Even in the soil of the cool Saxon heart, the Bible has thrown out its roots with an all-pervading energy, so that the whole framework of society may be said to rest on soil held together by its fibers. Even in cold and misty England, armies have been made defiant and invincible by the incomparable force and deliberate valor which it breathes into men. But when this oriental seed, an exotic among us, is planted back in the fiery soil of a tropical heart, it bursts forth with an incalculable ardor of growth. A stranger cannot fail to remark the fact that though the slaves of the South are unable to read the Bible for themselves, yet most completely have its language and sentiment penetrated among them, giving a Hebraistic coloring to their habitual mode of expression. How much greater, then, must have been the force of the solitary perusal of this volume on so impassioned a nature too kindled by memories of the self-sacrificing ardor with which a father and his associates had met death at the call of freedom. For none of us may deny that, wild and hopeless as this scheme was, it was still the same in kind with the more successful one which purchased for our fathers a national existence. A mind of the most passionate energy and vehemence, thus awakened, for years made the wild solitudes of the swamp its home. That book, so full of startling symbols and vague images, had for him no interpreter but the silent courses of nature. His life passed in a kind of dream, sometimes traversing for weeks these desolate regions. He would compare himself to Elijah traversing for 40 days and nights in the solitudes of Horeb, or to John the Baptist in the wilderness, girding himself with camel's hair and eating locusts and wild honey. Sometimes he would fast and pray for days, and then voices would seem to speak to him, and strange hieroglyphics would be written upon the leaves. In less elevated moods of mind, he would pursue with great judgment and vigor those enterprises necessary to preserve existence. The Negroes lying out in the swamps are not so wholly cut off from society as might at first be imagined. The slaves of all the adjoining plantations, whatever they may pretend, to secure the good will of their owners, are at heart secretly disposed from motives both of compassion and policy, to favor the fugitives. They very readily perceive that, in the event of any difficulty occurring to themselves, it might be quite necessary to have a friend and protector in the swamp, and therefore they do not hesitate to supply these fugitives, so far as they are able, with anything which they may desire. The poor whites also, who keep small shops in the neighborhood of plantations, are never particularly scrupulous, provided they can turn a penny to their own advantage, and willingly supply necessary wares in exchange for game with which the swamp abounds. Dred, therefore, came in possession of an excellent rifle, and never wanted for ammunition, which supplied him with an abundance of food. Besides this, there are here and there elevated spots in the swampy land which, by judicious culture, are capable of great productiveness, and many such spots Dred had brought under cultivation, either with his own hands or from those of other fugitives whom he had received and protected. From the restlessness of his nature, he had not confined himself to any particular region, but had traversed the whole swampy belt of both the Carolinas, as well as that of southern Virginia, residing a few months in one place and a few months in another. Wherever he stopped he formed a sort of retreat, where he received and harbored fugitives. On one occasion he rescued a trembling and bleeding mulatto woman from the dogs of the hunters, who had pursued her into the swamp. This woman he made his wife, and appeared to entertain a very deep affection for her. He made a retreat for her, with more than common ingenuity, in the swamp adjoining the Gordon plantation, and after that he was more especially known in that locality. But he had fixed his eye upon Harry, a person whose ability, address, and strength of character might make him at some day a leader in a conspiracy against the whites. Harry, in common with many of the slaves of the Gordon plantation, knew perfectly well of the presence of Dred in the neighborhood, and had often seen and conversed with him. But neither he nor any of the rest of them ever betrayed before any white person the slightest knowledge of the fact. This ability of profound secrecy is one of the invariable attendants of a life of slavery. Harry was acute enough to know that his position was by no means so secure that he could afford to dispense with anything which might prove an assistance in some future emergency. The low white traders in the neighborhood also knew Dred well, but as long as they could drive an advantageous trade with him, he was secure from their intervention. So secure had he been, that he had been even known to mingle in the motley throng of a camp meeting unmolested. Thus much with regard to one who is to appear often on the stage before our history is done. End of chapter 19. The Conspirators.
Chapter 20 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dred, Chapter 20. Summer Talk at Canema. In the course of a few days, the family circle at Canema was enlarged by the arrival of Clayton's sister, and Carson, in excellent spirits, had started for a northern watering place. In answer to Nina's letter of invitation, Anne had come with her father, who was called to that vicinity by the duties of his profession. Nina received her with her usual gay frankness of manner, and Anne, like many others, soon found herself liking her future sister much better than she had expected. Perhaps, had Nina been in any other situation than that of hostess, her pride might have led her to decline making the agreeable with Anne, whom, notwithstanding, she very much wished to please. But she was mistress of the mansion, and had an Arab's idea of the privileges of a guest, and so she chatted, sang, and played for her. She took her about, showed her the walks, the arbors, the flower garden, waited on her in her own apartment with 1,000 little attentions, all the more fascinating from the kind of careless independence with which they were rendered. Besides, Nina had vowed a wicked little vow in her heart that she would ride roughshod over Anne's dignity, that she wouldn't let her be grave or sensible, but that she should laugh and frolic with her. And Clayton could scarce help smiling at the success that soon crowned her exertions. Nina's gaiety, when in full tide, had a breezy infectiousness in it that seemed to stir up every one about her and carry them on the tide of her own spirits. And Anne, in her company, soon found herself laughing at everything and nothing simply because she felt gay. To crown all, Uncle John Gordon arrived with his cheery, jovial face, and he was one of those fearless hit-or-miss talkers that are invaluable in social dilemmas because they keep something or other all the while in motion. With him came Madame Gordon, or as Nina commonly called her, Aunt Maria. She was a portly, finely formed, middle-aged woman who might have been handsome had not the lines of care and nervous anxiety ploughed themselves so deeply in her face. Her bright, keen hazel eyes, fine teeth, and the breadth of her ample form attested the vitality of the old Virginia stock from whence she sprang. "There," said Nina to Ann Clayton, as they sat in the shady side of the veranda, "I've marshalled Aunt Maria up into Aunt Nesbit's room, and there they will have a comfortable dish of lamentation over me." "Over you?" said Ann. "Yes, over me, to be sure. That's the usual order of exercises. Such a setting down as I shall get. They'll count up on their fingers all the things I ought to know and don't, and ought to do and can't. I believe that's the way relatives always show their affection, aunts in particular, by mourning over you." "And what sort of list will they make out?" said Ann. "Oh, bless me, that's easy enough. Why, there's Aunt Maria is a perfectly virulent housekeeper, really insane, I believe, on that subject. Why, she chases up every rat and mouse and cockroach, every particle of dust, every scrap of litter. She divides her hours and is as punctual as a clock. She rules her household with a rod of iron and makes everybody stand round and tells each one how many times a day they may wink. She keeps accounts like a very dragon, and always is sure to pounce on anybody that is in the least out of the way. She cuts out clothes by the bale, she sews and she knits and she jingles keys, and all this kind of bustle she calls housekeeping. Now what do you suppose she must think of me, who just put on my hat in the morning and go sailing down the walks, looking at the flowers, till Aunt Katy calls me back to know what my orders are for the day?" "Pray, who is Aunt Katy?" said Ann. "Oh, she's my female prime minister, and she is very much like some prime ministers I have studied about in history, who always contrive to have their own way, let what will come. Now, when Aunt Katy comes and wants to know, so respectfully, what Miss Nina is going to have for dinner, do you suppose she has the least expectation of getting anything that I order? She always has 50 objections to anything that I propose. For sometimes the fit comes over me to try to be housekeepy like Aunt Maria, but it's no go, I can tell you. So when she has proved that everything that I propose is the height of absurdity, and shown conclusively that there's nothing fit to be eaten in the neighborhood, by that time I am reduced to a proper state of mind. And when I humbly say, 'Aunt Katy, what shall we do?' then she gives a little cough, and out comes the whole program, just as she had arranged it the night before. And so it goes. As to accounts, why, Harry has to look after them. I detest everything about money, except the spending of it. I have rather a talent for that. Now, just think how awfully all this must impress poor Aunt Maria. What sighings and rollings up of eyes and shakings of heads there are over me. And then Aunt Nesbit is always dinging at me about improving my mind. And improving my mind means reading some horrid, stupid, boring old book just as she does. Now, I like the idea of improving my mind. I am sure it wants improving bad enough. But then I can't help thinking that racing through the garden and cantering through the woods improves it faster than getting asleep over books. It seems to me that books are just like dry hay, very good when there isn't any fresh grass to be had. But I'd rather be out and eat what's growing. Now, what people call nature never bores me, but almost every book I ever saw does. Don't you think people are made differently? Some like books and some like things. Don't you think so?" "I can give you a good fact on your side of the argument," said Clayton, who had come up behind them during the conversation. "I didn't know I was arguing, but I shall be glad to have anything on my side, of course." "Well, then, I'll say that the books that have influenced the world the longest, the widest, and the deepest have been written by men who attended to things more than to books, who, as you say, eat what was growing instead of dry hay. Homer couldn't have had much time to read in his time, nor the poets of the Bible, and they have been the fountains for all ages. I don't believe Shakespeare was much of a reader." "Well, but," said Anne, Don't you think that for us common folks who are not going to be either Homers or Shakespeares, that it's best to have 2 strings of our bow, and to gain instruction both from books and things?" "To be sure," said Clayton, "if we only use books right. With many people, reading is only a form of mental indolence by which they escape the labor of thinking for themselves. Some persons are like Pharaoh's lean kine. They swallow book upon book, but remain as lean as ever." "My grandfather used to say," said Anne, "that the Bible and Shakespeare were enough for a woman's library." "Well," said Nina, "I don't like Shakespeare. There, I'm coming out flat with it. In the first place, I don't understand half he says. And then they talk about his being so very natural. I'm sure I never heard people talk as he makes them. Now, did you ever hear people talk in blank verse, with every now and then 1 or 2 lines of rhyme, as his characters do when they go off in long speeches? Now, did you?" "As to that," said Clayton, "it's about half and half. His conversations have just about the same resemblance to real life that acting at the opera has. It is not natural for Norma to burst into a song when she discovers the treachery of her husband. You make that concession to the nature of the opera in the first place, and then, with that reserve, all the rest strikes you as natural, and the music gives an added charm to it. So in Shakespeare, you concede that the plays are to be poems, and that the people are to talk in rhythm and with all the exaltation of poetic sentiment, and that being admitted, their conversations may seem natural. But I can't understand a great deal that Shakespeare says, because so many of the usages are altered since he wrote, because there are so many allusions to incidents that have passed and customs that have perished, that you have, as it were, to acquire his language before you can understand him. Suppose a poem were written in a foreign tongue. You couldn't say whether you liked it or disliked it till you could read the language. Now, my opinion is that there is a liking for Shakespeare hidden in your nature, like a seed that has not sprouted." "What makes you think so?" "Oh, I see it in you, just as a sculptor sees a statue in a block of marble." "Oh, and you are going to chisel it out?" "With your leave. After all, I like your sincerity in saying what you think. I have often heard ladies profess an admiration for Shakespeare that I knew couldn't be real. I knew that they had neither the experience of life nor the insight into human nature really to appreciate what is in him, and that their liking for him was all a worked-up affair, because they felt it would be very shocking not to like him." "Well, I'm much obliged to you for all the sense you find in my nonsense. I believe I shall keep you to translate my fooleries into good English." "You know I'm quite at your disposal for that or anything else," said Clayton. At this moment the attention of Nina was attracted by loud exclamations from that side of the house where the negro cottages were situated. "Get along off! Don't want none of your old trash here. No, no, Miss Nina don't want none of your old fish. She got plenty of niggers to catch her own fish." "Somebody's taking my name in vain in those regions," said Nina, running to the other end of the veranda. "Tom Tit," she said to that young worthy, who lay flat on his back, kicking up his heels in the sun, waiting for his knives to clean themselves, "pray tell me what's going on there." "Laws, missus," said Tom, "it's just one of dese here poor white trash coming round here trying to sell one thing another. Miss Lou says it won't do to encourage 'em, and I's the same opinion." "Send him round here to me," said Nina, who, partly from humanity and partly from a spirit of contradiction, had determined to take up for the poor white folks on all occasions. Tom Tit ran accordingly, and soon brought to the veranda a man whose wretchedly tattered clothing scarcely formed a decent covering. His cheeks were sunken and hollow, and he stood before Nina with a cringing, half-ashamed attitude, and yet one might see that with better dress and better keeping he might be made to assume the appearance of a handsome, intelligent man. "What do you ask for your fish?" she said to him. "Anything ye pleases." "Where do you live?" said Nina, drawing out her purse. "My folks stayin' on Mr. Gordon's place." "Why don't you get a place of your own to stay on?" There was an impatient glance flashed from the man's eye, but it gave place immediately to his habitual cowed expression as he said, "Can't get work, can't get money, can't get nothing." "Dear me," said her Uncle John, who had been standing for a moment listening to the conversation. "This must be the husband of that poor hobgoblin that has lighted down on my place lately. Well, you may as well pay him a good price for his fish, keep them from starving one day longer, maybe." And Nina paid the man a liberal sum and dismissed him. "I suppose now all my eloquence wouldn't make Rose cook those fish for dinner." "Why not, if you told her so?" said Aunt Maria, who had also descended to the veranda. "Why not? Just because, as she would say, she hadn't laid out to do it." "That's not the way my servants are taught to do," said Aunt Maria. "I'll warrant not, but yours and mine are quite different affairs, Aunt. They all do as they have a mind to in my diggings. All I stipulated for is a little of the same privilege." "That man's wife and children have come and squatted down on my place," said Mr. Gordon, laughing. "And so, Nine, all you paid for his fish is just so much saving to me." "Yes, to be sure, Mr. Gordon is just one of those men who will have a tribe of shiftless hangers-on at his heels," said Mrs. Gordon. "Well, bless my soul, what's a fellow to do? Can't see the poor heathen starve, can we? If society could only be organized over now, there would be hope for them. The brain ought to control the hands, but among us the hands try to set up for themselves, and see what comes of it." "Who do you mean by brain?" said Nina. "Who? Why, we, upper crust, to be sure. We educated people. We ought to have an absolute sway over the working classes, just as the brain rules the hand. It must come to that at last. No other arrangement is possible. The white working classes can't take care of themselves, and must be put into a condition for us to take care of them. What is liberty to them? Only a name. Liberty to be hungry and naked, that's all. It's the strangest thing in the world how people stick to names. I suppose that fellow up there would flare up terribly at being put in with my niggers, and yet he and his children are glad of the crumbs that fall from their table. It's astonishing to me how, with such examples before them, any decent man can be so stone blind as to run a tilt against slavery. Just compare the free working classes with our slaves. Dear me, the blindness of people in this world. It's too much for my patience, particularly in hot weather," said Mr. John, wiping his face with a white pocket-handkerchief. "Well, but Uncle John," said Nina, "my dear old gentleman, you haven't traveled as I have." "No, child, I thank the Lord I never stepped my foot out of a slave state, and I never mean to," said Uncle John. "But you ought to see the northern working people," said Nina. "Why, the governors of the states are farmers sometimes, and work with their own men. The brain and the hand go together in each one, not one great brain to 50 pair of hands. And I tell you, work is done up there very differently from what's done here. Just look at our plows and our hoes, the most ridiculous things that I ever saw. I should think one of them would weigh 10 pounds. "Well, if you don't have 'em heavy enough to go into the ground by their own weight, these cussed lazy nigs won't do anything with 'em. They'd break a dozen Yankee hoes in a forenoon," said Uncle John. "Now, Uncle John, you dear old heathen, you, do let me tell you a little how it is there. I went up into New Hampshire once with Livy Ray to spend a vacation. Livy's father is a farmer, works part of every day with his own men, hoes, digs, plants, but he is governor of the state. He has a splendid farm, all in first-rate order, and his sons, with 2 or 3 hired men, keep it in better condition than our places ever saw. Mr. Ray is a man who reads a great deal, has a fine library, and he's as much of a gentleman as you'll often see. There are no high and low classes there. Everybody works, and everybody seems to have a good time. Livy's mother has a beautiful dairy, spring house, and 2 strong women to help her, and everything in the house looks beautifully, and for the greater part of the day the house seems so neat and still you wouldn't know anything had been done in it. Seems to me this is better than making slaves of all the working classes, or having any working classes at all." "How wise young ladies always are," said Uncle John. "Undoubtedly the millennium is begun in New Hampshire. But pray, my dear, what part do young ladies take in all this? Seems to me, Nine, you haven't picked up much of this improvement in person." "Oh, as to that, I labor in my vocation. That is, of enlightening dull, sleepy old gentlemen who never traveled out of the state they were born in, and don't know what can be done. I come as a missionary to them, and I'm sure that it's work enough for one." "Well," said Aunt Maria, "I know I'm as great a slave as any of the poor whites or Negroes either. There isn't a soul in my whole troop that pretends to take any care, except me, either about themselves or their children or anything else." "I hope that isn't a slant at me," said Uncle John, shrugging his shoulders. "I must say you're as bad as any of them," said Aunt Maria. "There it goes. Now I'm getting it. I declare, the next time we get a preacher out here, I'm going to make him hold forth on the duties of wives." "And husbands, too," said Aunt Maria. "Do," said Nina. "I should like a little prospective information." Nina, as often, spoke before she thought. Uncle John gave a malicious look at Clayton. Nina could not recall the words. She colored deeply and went on hastily to change the subject. "At any rate, I know that Aunt here has a much harder time than housekeepers do in the Free States. Just the shoes she wears out, chasing up her Negroes, would hire help enough to do all her work. They used to have an idea up there that all the Southern ladies did was to lie on the sofa. I used to tell them it was as much as they knew about it." "Your cares don't seem to have worn you much," said Uncle John. "Well, they will, Uncle John, if you don't behave better. It's enough to break anybody down to keep you in order." "I wish," said Uncle John, shrugging up his shoulders and looking quizzically at Clayton, "somebody would take warning." "For my part," said Aunt Maria, "I know one thing. I'd be glad to get rid of my Negroes. Sometimes I think life is such a burden that I don't think it's worth having." "Oh, no, you don't, Mother," said Uncle John. "Not with such a charming husband as you've got, who relieves you from all care so perfectly." "I declare," said Nina, looking along the avenue. "What's that? Why, if there isn't old Tiff coming along with his children." "Who is he?" said Aunt Maria. "Oh, he belongs to one of these miserable families," said Aunt Nesbit, "that have squatted in the pine woods somewhere about here, a poor worthless set. But Nina has a great idea of patronizing them." "Clear Gordon, every inch of her," said Aunt Maria, as Nina ran down to meet Tiff, "just like her uncle." "Come now, old lady, I'll tell of you if you don't take care," said Mr. Gordon. "Didn't I find you putting up a basket of provisions for those folks you scolded me so for taking in?" "Scold, Mr. Gordon? I never scold." "I beg pardon, that you reproved me for?" Ladies generally are not displeased for being reproached for their charities, and Aunt Maria, whose bark, to use a vulgar proverb, was infinitely worse than her bite, sat fanning herself with an air of self-complacency. Meanwhile, Nina had run down the avenue and was busy in a confidential communication with Tiff. On her return, she came skipping up the steps, apparently in high glee. "Oh, Uncle John, there's the greatest fun getting up. You must all go, certainly. What do you think? Tiff says there's to be a camp meeting in the neighborhood, only about 5 miles off from his place. Let's make up a party and all go." "That's the time of day," said Uncle John. "I enroll myself under your banner at once. I am open to improvement. Anybody wants to convert me, here I am." "The trouble with you, Uncle John," said Nina, "is that you don't stay converted. You're just like one of these heavy fishes. You bite very sharp, but before anybody can get you fairly on to the bank, you are flapping and floundering back into the water, and down you go into your sins again. I know at least 3 ministers who thought they had hooked you out, but they were mistaken." "For my part," said Aunt Maria, "I think these camp meetings do more harm than good. They collect all the scum and the riffraff of the community, and I believe there's more drinking done at camp meetings in 1 week than is done in 6 anywhere else. Then, of course, all the hands will want to be off, and Mr. Gordon has brought them up so that they feel dreadfully abused if they're not in with everything that's going on. I shall set down my foot this year that they shan't go any day except Sunday. My wife knows that she was always celebrated for having the handsomest foot in the country, and so she is always setting it down at me, said Mr. Gordon, for she knows that a pretty foot is irresistible with me. Mr. Gordon, how can you talk so? I should think that you'd got old enough not to make such silly speeches, said Aunt Maria. Silly speeches, it's a solemn fact, and you won't hear anything truer at the camp meeting, said Uncle John. But come, Clayton, will you go? My dear fellow, your grave face will be an appropriate ornament to the scene, I can assure you. And as to Miss Anne, it won't do for an old fellow like me, in this presence, to say what a happiness it would be. I suspect, said Anne, Edward is afraid he may be called on for some of the services. People are always taking him for a clergyman and asking him to say grace at meals and to conduct family prayers when he is traveling among strangers. It's a comment on our religion that these should be thought peculiar offices of clergymen, said Clayton. Every Christian man ought to be ready and willing to take them. I honor that sentiment, said Uncle John. A man ought not so be ashamed of his religion anywhere, no more than a soldier of his colors. I believe there's more religion hid in the hearts of honest laymen now than is plastered up behind the white cravats of clergymen, and they ought to come out with it. Not that I have any disrespect for the clergy either, said Uncle John. Fine men, a little stiffish, and don't call things by good English names, always talking about dispensation and sanctification and edification and so forth. But I like them. They are sincere. I suppose they wouldn't any of them give me a chance for heaven, because I rip out with an oath every now and then. But the fact is, what with niggers and overseers and white trash, my chances of salvation are dreadfully limited. I can't help swearing now and then, if I was to die for it. They say it's dreadfully wicked, but I feel more Christian when I let out than when I keep in. Mr. Gordon, said Aunt Maria reprovingly, do consider what you're saying. My dear, I am considering. I am considering all the time. I never do anything else but consider, except, as I said before, every now and then, and when what's-his-name gets the advantage over me. And hark you, Mrs. G., let's have things ready at our house, if any of the clergy would like to spend a week or so with us. And we could get them up some meetings, or any little thing in their line. I always like to show respect for them. Our beds are always prepared for company, Mr. Gordon, said Aunt Maria with a stately air. Oh, yes, I don't doubt that. I only meant some special preparation, some little fatted calf killing, and so on. Now, said Dinah, shall we set off tomorrow morning? Agreed, said Uncle John. End of Chapter 20. Summer Talk at Canema.
Chapter 21 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Chapter 21. Tiff's Preparations. The announcement of the expected camp meeting produced a vast sensation at Canema and other circles besides the hall. In the servants' department, everybody was full of the matter, from Aunt Katy down to Tom Tit. The women were thinking over their available finery, for these gatherings furnished the Negroes with the same opportunity of display that Grace Church does to the Broadway belles. And so, before old Tiff, who had brought the first intelligence to the plantation, had time to depart, Tom Tit had trumpeted the news through all the cluster of Negro houses that skirted the right side of the mansion, proclaiming that there was gwine to be a camp meeting and tip-top work of grace, and Miss Nina was going to let all the niggers go. Old Tiff, therefore, found himself in a prominent position in a group of Negro women, among whom Rose, the cook, was conspicuous. "Law, Tiff, ye gwine and gwine to take your children? Ha, 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 said she. Why, Miss Fanny, they'll think Tiff's your mammy. Ho, ho, ho. Yeah, ho, 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 roared in a chorus of laughter on all sides, doing honor to Aunt Rosie's wit. And Tom Tit, who hung upon the skirts of the crowd, threw up the fragment of a hat in the air and kicked it in abandon of joy, regardless of the neglected dinner knives. Old Tiff, mindful of dignities, never failed to propitiate Rose on his advents to the plantation with the gift which the wise man saith maketh friends. And on the present occasion he had enriched her own peculiar stock of domestic fowl by the present of a pair of young partridge chicks, a nest of which he had just captured, intending to bring them up by hand, as he did his children. By this discreet course, Tiff stood high, where it was of most vital consequence that he should so stand, and many a choice morsel did Rose cook for him in secret, besides imparting to him most invaluable recipes on the culture and raising of suckling babies. Old Hundred, like many other persons, felt that general attention lavished on any other celebrity was so much taken from his own merits, and therefore, on the present occasion, set regarding Tiff's evident popularity with a cynical eye. At last, coming up like a wicked fellow as he was, he launched his javelin at old Tiff by observing to his wife, I astonish at you, Rose. You, cook to the Gordons, and making yourself so cheap, so familiar with the poor white folks' niggers. Had the slant fallen upon himself personally, old Tiff would probably have given a jolly crow and laughed as heartily as he generally did, if he happened to be caught out in a rainstorm. But the reflection on his family connection fired him up like a torch, and his eyes flashed through his big spectacles like firelight through windows. You go along talking about what you don't know nothing about. I like to know what you knows about the old Virginia families. Them's the real old stock. You Carolina folks come from them stick and stock, every blessed one of you. The Gordons is a nice family. Ain't nothing to say agin the Gordons. But where was you raised that you didn't hear about them Peytons? Why, old General Peyton, didn't he used to ride with 6 black horses afore him, as if he had been a king? There wasn't one of them horses that hadn't a tail as long as my arm. You never seen no such critters in your life. I han't, had I? Said Old Hundred, now in his turn touched in a vital point. Bless me, if I hadn't seen the Gordons riding out there with their 8 horses any time of day. Come now. There wasn't so many, said Rose, who had her own reasons for staying on Tiff's side. Nobody never rode with 8 horses. Did too. You say much more, I'll make 16 on 'em, for my blessed master, how these here old niggers will lie. They's always exaggerating their families. Makes the very hair raise on my head to hear these here old niggers talk they lie so, said Old Hundred. You think folks that take to lying is using up your business, don't you? Said Tiff. But I tell you, anyone that says a word against the Peytons got me to set in with. Laws, them children ain't Peytons, said Old Hundred. They's Crippses, and I like to know who ever hearn of the Crippses. Go away. Don't tell me nothing about them Crippses. They's poor white folks. A body may see that sticking out all over 'em. You shut up, said Tiff. I don't believe you was born on the Gordon place, 'cause you ain't got no manners. I expect you some old second-hand nigger Colonel Gordon must have took for a day at some time, for some of these here mean Tennessee families that don't know how to keep their money when they gets it. Their niggers is allers the meanest kind, 'cause all the real Gordon niggers is ladies and gentlemen, every one of 'em, said old Tiff, like a true orator, bent on carrying his audience along with him. A general shout chorused this compliment, and Tiff, under cover of the applause, shook up his reins and rode off in triumph. "There now, you aggravating old nigger," said Rose, turning to her bosom lord. "I hope you've got it now. The plaguest old nigger that I ever see. And you, Tom, go along and clean your knives, if you don't mean to be cracked over." Meanwhile, Tiff, restored to his usual tranquillity, ambled along homeward behind this one-eyed horse, singing, "I'm bound for the land of Canaan," with some surprising variations. At last, Miss Fanny, as he constantly called her, interposed with a very pregnant question. "Uncle Tiff, where is the land of Canaan?" "The Lord of mercy, child, that is what I'd like to know myself." "Is it heaven?" said Fanny. "Well, I reckon so," said Tiff dubiously. "Is it where Ma is gone?" said Fanny. "Child, I reckon it is," said Tiff. "Is it down under ground?" said Fanny. "Why, no, honey," said Tiff, laughing heartily. "What put that air in your head, Miss Fanny?" "Didn't Ma go that way?" said Fanny. "Down through the ground?" "Lordy, no, child. Heaven's up," said Tiff, pointing up to the intense blue sky, which appeared through the fringy hollows of the pine trees above them. "Is there any stairs anywhere, or any ladder to get up by?" said Fanny. "Or do they walk to where the sky touches the ground and get up? Perhaps they climb up on the rainbow?" "I don't know, child, how they works it," said Uncle Tiff. "They gets there somehow. I's studying up on that air. I's gwine to camp meeting to find out. I's been to plenty of dem air, and I never could quite see clar. 'Pears like they talk about everything else more than they does about that. There's the Methodists, they cuts up the Presbyterians, and the Presbyterians pitches into the Methodists, and then both of 'em down on the 'Piscopals. My old miss was 'Piscopal, and I never see no harm in it. And the Baptists think they ain't none of them right. And while they's all blowing out at each other that air way, I's a-wondering where's the way to Canaan. It takes a mighty heap of learning to know about these here things, and I ain't got no learning. I don't know nothing, only the Lord. He 'peared to your ma, and he knows the way, and he took her. But now, child, I's gwine to fix you up right smart, and take you, Teddy, and the baby to this here camp meeting, so you can seek the Lord in your youth." "Tiff, if you please, I'd rather not go," said Fanny in an apprehensive tone. "Oh, bless the Lord, Miss Fanny, why not? First-rate times there." "Oh, there'll be too many people. I don't want them to see us." The fact was that Rose's slant speech about Tiff's maternal relationship, united with the sneers of Old Hundred, had their effect upon Fanny's mind. Naturally proud and fearful of ridicule, she shrank from the public display which would thus be made of their family condition. Yet she would not for the world have betrayed to her kind old friend the real reason of her hesitation. But old Tiff's keen eye had noticed the expression of the child's countenance at the time. If anybody supposes that the faithful old creature's heart was at all wounded by the perception, they were greatly mistaken. To Tiff, it appeared a joke of the very richest quality, and as he had rode along in silence for some time, he indulged himself in one of his quiet, long laughs, actually shaking his old sides till the tears streamed down his cheek. "What's the matter with you, Tiff?" said Fanny. "Oh, Miss Fanny, Tiff knows the reason you don't want to go to the camp meeting. Tiff's seen it in your face. Oh, Miss Fanny, is you afraid they'll take old Tiff for you, mammy? Yo-ho-ho, for your mammy, and Teddy's and the babies, bless his little soul. And the amphibious old creature rollicked over the idea with infinite merriment. Don't I look like it, Miss Fanny? Lord, you poor dear lamb, can't folks see you're a born lady with your white little hands? Don't you be feared, Miss Fanny. Oh, I know it's silly, said Fanny, but beside, I don't like to be called poor white folksy. Oh, child, it's only them mean niggers. Miss Nina's allus good to you, ain't she? Speaks to you so handsome. You must memorize that air, Miss Fanny, and talk like Miss Nina. I's feared, now your mamma's dead, you'll fall into some of my nigger ways of talking. Remember, you mustn't talk like old Tiff, 'cause young ladies and gentlemen mustn't talk like niggers. Now I says this and that, this year and that air is nigger talk, and poor white folksy too. Only the poor white folks stays miserable, 'cause niggers knows what's a good talk, and they doesn't. Lord, child, old Tiff knows what good talk is. Ain't he heard the greatest ladies and gentlemen in the land talk? But he don't want the trouble to talk that air way, 'cause he's a nigger. Tiff likes his own talk. It's good enough for Tiff. Tiff's talk serves him mighty well, I tell yer, but then white children mustn't talk so. Now, you see, Miss Nina has got the prettiest way of saying her words. They drops out one after another, so pretty. Now, you mind, 'cause she's coming to see us off and on. Oh, she promised so. And then you keep a good lookout how she walks and how she holds her pocket handkerchief, and when she sits down she kind of gives a little flirt to her clothes, so they all set out round her like ruffles. These here little ways ladies have. Why, these here poor white folks, did you ever mind their sitting down? Why, they just slaps down into a chair like a spoonful of mush, and their clothes all stick tight about 'em. I don't want nothing poor white folksy about you. Then, if you don't understand what people's a saying to you any time, you mustn't stare like poor white children and say, "What?" But you must say, "I beg pardon, sir," or "I beg pardon, ma'am." That air's the way, and Miss Fanny, you and Teddy, you must study your books, 'cause if you can't read, then they'll be sure to say you're poor white folks. And then, Miss Fanny, you see that ladies don't demean themselves with sweeping and scrubbing and them things, and yet they does work, honey. They sews and they knits, and it would be good for you to learn how to sew and knit, 'cause, you know, I can't allers make up all your clothes, 'cause, you see, young ladies has ways with 'em that niggers can't get. Now, you see, Miss Fanny, all these here things I was telling you, you must observe. Now, you see, if you was one of these here poor white folks, there'd be no use of your trying, 'cause that air description of people couldn't never be ladies if they was wearing themselves out a-trying. But, you see, you's got it in you. You was born with it, honey. It's in the blood, and what's in the blood must come out. Ho, ho, ho. And with this final laugh, Tiff drew up to his dwelling. A busy day was before old Tiff, for he was to set his house in order for a week's campaign. There was his corn to be hoed, his parsley to be weeded, and there was his orphan family of young partridges to be cared for. And Tiff, after some considerable consideration, resolved to take them along with him in a basket, thinking in the intervals of devotion he should have an abundant opportunity to minister to their wants and superintend their education. Then he went to one of his favorite springes, and brought from thence not a fatted calf, to be sure, but a fatted coon, which he intended to take with him to serve as the basis of a savory stew on the campground. Tiff had a thriving company of pot herbs and a flourishing young colony of onions, so that, whatever might be true of the sermons, it was evident that the stew would lack no savor. Teddy's clothes also were to be passed in review, washing and ironing to be done. The baby fitted up to do honor to his name, or rather to the name of his grandfather. With all these cares upon his mind, the old creature was even more than usually alert. The day was warm, and he resolved, therefore, to perform his washing operations in the magnificent kitchen of nature. He accordingly kindled a splendid bonfire, which was soon crackling at a short distance from the house, slung over it his kettle, and proceeded to some other necessary avocations. The pine wood, which had been imperfectly seasoned, served him the ungracious trick that pine wood is apt to do. It crackled and roared merrily while he was present, but while he was down examining his traps in the woods, went entirely out, leaving only the blackened sticks. "Uncle Tiff," said Teddy, "the fire is all gone out." "Ho, ho, ho, has it?" said Tiff, coming up. "Curious enough. Well, bless the Lord, got all the wood left anyway. Had a real bright fire beside," said Tiff, intent on upholding the sunniest side of things. "Lord, it's the sun that puts the fire out of countenance. Did you ever see fire that wouldn't go out when the sun's shining right in his face? That air is a curious fact. I's minded to heaps of times. Well, I'll just have to come out with my light wood kindlings, that's all. Bless the Lord, ho, ho, ho," said Tiff, laughing to himself. "If these here ain't the very spirit of the camp meeting professors. They blazes away at the camp meeting, and then they's black all the year round. See 'em in the camp meetings, you'd say they were gwine right into the kingdom, sure enough. Well, Lord have mercy on us all, 'cause our religion's dreadful poor stuff. We don't know but a desperate little, and what we does know, we don't do. The good Master above must have his hands full with us." End of chapter 21. Tiff's preparations. Chapter 22 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp, by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Chapter 22. The Worshippers. The camp meeting is one leading feature in the American development of religion, peculiarly suited to the wide extent of country and to the primitive habits which generally accompany a sparse population. Undoubtedly, its general effects have been salutary. Its evils have been only those incident to any large gatherings in which the whole population of a country are brought promiscuously together. As in many other large assemblies of worship, there are those who go for all sorts of reasons, some from curiosity, some from love of excitement, some to turn a penny in a small way of trade, some to scoff, and a few to pray. And so long as the heavenly way remains straight and narrow, so long the sincere and humble worshippers will ever be the minority in all assemblies. We can give no better idea of the difference of motive which impelled the various worshippers than by taking our readers from scene to scene on the morning when different attendants of the meeting were making preparations to start. Between the grounds of Mr. John Gordon and the plantation of Canema stood a log cabin, which was the trading establishment of Abijah Skinflint. The establishment was a nuisance in the eyes of the neighboring planters, from the general apprehension entertained that Abijah drove a brisk, underhand trade with the negroes, and that the various articles which he disposed for sale were many of them surreptitiously conveyed to him in nightly installments from off their own plantations. But of this nothing could be proved. Abijah was a shrewd fellow, long, dry, lean, leathery, with a sharp nose, sharp little gray eyes, a sharp chin, and fingers as long as birds' claws. His skin was so dry that one would have expected that his cheeks would crackle whenever he smiled or spoke, and he rolled in them a never-failing quid of tobacco. Abijah was one of those overshrewd Yankees who leave their country for their country's good, who exhibit wherever they settle such a caricature of the thrifty virtue of their native land as to justify the aversion which the native-born Southerner entertains for the Yankee. Abijah drank his own whiskey, prudently, however, or, as he said, never so as not to know what he was about. He had taken a wife from the daughters of the land, who also drank whiskey, but less prudently than her husband, so that sometimes she did not know what she was about. Sons and daughters were born into this promising couple, white-headed, forward, dirty, and ill-mannered. But amid all the domestic and social trials, Abijah maintained a constant and steady devotion to the main chance, the acquisition of money. For money he would do anything. For money he would have sold his wife, his children, even his own soul, if he had happened to have one. But that article, had it ever existed, was now so small and dry that one might have fancied it to rattle in his lean frame like a shriveled pea in last year's pea pod. Abijah was going to the camp meeting for 2 reasons. One, of course, was to make money, and the other was to know whether his favorite preacher, Elder Stringfellow, handled the doctrine of election according to his views. For Abijah had a turn for theology and could number off the 5 points of Calvinism on his 5 long fingers with unfailing accuracy. It is stated in the Scriptures that the devils believe and tremble. The principal differences between their belief in Abijah's was that he believed and did not tremble. Truths awful enough to have shaken the earth and veiled the sun, he could finger over with as much unconcern as a practiced anatomist the dry bones of a skeleton. "You, Sam," said Abijah to his only Negro helot, "you mind you steady that 'ere barrel so that it don't roll out, and pour a pailful of water in at the bung. It won't do to give it to him too strong. Miss Skinflint, you make haste. If you don't, I shan't wait for you, 'cause whatever the rest may do, it's important I should be on the ground early. Many a dollar lost for not being in time in this world. Hurry, woman." "I am ready, but Polly ain't," said Mrs. Skinflint. "She's busy a-plasterin' down her hair." "Can't wait for her," said Abijah, as he sallied out of the house to get into the wagon, which stood before the door, into which he had packed a copious supply of hams, eggs, dressed chickens, cornmeal, and green summer vegetables, to say nothing of the barrel of whiskey aforesaid. "I say, Dad, you stop," called Polly from the window. "If you don't, I'll make work for you come home. You see if I don't. Darn if I won't." "Come along, then, can't you? Next time we go anywhere, I'll shut you up overnight to begin to dress." Polly hastily squeezed her fat form into a red calico dress, and seizing a gray summer shawl with her bonnet in her hand, rushed to the wagon and mounted, the hooks of her dress successively exploding and flying off as she stooped to get in. "Derned if I knows what to do," said she. "This yer old dern gear coat's all off my back." "Gals is always fools," said Abijah consolingly. "Stick in a pin, Polly," said her mother in an easy sing-song drawl. "Dern you, old woman, every hook is off," said the promising young lady. "Stick in more pins, then," said the mamma, and the vehicle of Abijah passed forward. On the verge of the swamp, a little beyond Tiff's cabin, lived Ben Dakin. Ben was a mighty hunter. He had the best pack of dogs within 30 miles around, and his advertisements, still to be seen standing in the papers of his native state, detailed with great accuracy the precise terms on which he would hunt down and capture any man, woman, or child escaping from the service and labor in that country. Our readers must not necessarily suppose Ben to have been a monster for all this, when they recollect that within a few years both the great political parties of our Union solemnly pledged themselves, as far as in them lay, to accept a similar vocation, and as many of them were in good and regular standing in churches, and had ministers to preach sermons to the same effect, we trust they'll entertain no unreasonable prejudice against Ben on this account. In fact, Ben was a tall, broad-shouldered, bluff, hardy-looking fellow who would do a kind turn for a neighbor with as much goodwill as anybody, and except that he now and then took a little too much whiskey, as he himself admitted, he considered himself quite as promising a candidate for the kingdom as any of the company who were going up to camp meeting. Had anyone ventured to remonstrate with Ben against the nature of his profession, he would probably have defended it by pretty much the same arguments by which modern theologians defend the institutions of which it is a branch. Ben was just one of those jovial fellows who never could bear to be left behind in anything that was going on in the community, and was always one of the foremost in a camp meeting. He had a big, loud voice, and could roll out the chorus of hymns with astonishing effect. He was generally converted at every gathering of this kind, though through the melancholy proclivity to whiskey, before alluded to, he usually fell from grace before the year was out. Like many other big and hearty men, he had a little, pale, withered, moonshiny wisp of a wife, who hung on his elbow much like an empty work-bag, and Ben, to do him justice, was kind to the wilted little mortal, as if he almost suspected that he had absorbed her vitality into his own exuberant growth. She was greatly given to eating clay, cleansing her teeth with snuff, and singing Methodist hymns, and had a very sincere concern for Ben's salvation. The little woman sat resignedly on the morning we speak of, while a long-limbed, broad-shouldered child of 2 years, with bristly white hair, was pulling her by her ears and hair, and otherwise maltreating her, to make her get up and give him a piece of bread and molasses. And she, without seeming to attend to the child, was giving earnest heed to her husband. "There's a despot press of business now," said Ben. "There's James Niggers and Smith's Polly, and we ought to be on the trail right away." "Oh, Ben, you ought to tend to your salvation before anything else," said his wife. "That's true enough," said Ben. "Meetings don't come every day. But what are we to do with this yearn?" pointing to the door of an inner room. This yearn was no other than a Negro woman named Nance, who had been brought in by the dogs the day before. "Laws," said his wife, "we can sit here something to eat and leave the dogs in front of the door. She can't get out." Ben threw open the door and displayed to view a low kind of hutch without any other light than that between the crevices of the logs. On the floor, which was hard-trodden earth, sat a sinewy, lean Negro woman, drawing up her knees with her long arms and resting her chin on them. "Ho, Nance, how are you?" said Ben rather cheerily. "Poorly, massa," said the other in a sullen tone. "Nance, you think your old man will whale you when he gets you?" said Ben. "I reckons he will," said Nance. "He allers does." "Well, Nance, the old woman and I want to go to a camp meeting, and I'll just tell you what it is. You stay here quiet while we are gone, and I'll make the old fella promise not to wallop you. I wouldn't mind taking off something of the price. That's fair, ain't it?" "Yes, massa," said the woman in the same subdued tone. "Does your foot hurt you much?" said Ben. "Yes, massa," said the woman. "Let me take a look at it," said Ben. The woman put out one foot, which had been loosely bound up in old rags, now saturated with blood. "I declare, if that 'ere dog ain't a peeler," said Ben. "Nancy, you ought to have stood still. He wouldn't have hurt you so." "Lord, he hurt me though I couldn't stand still," said the woman. "It ain't nature to stand still with a critter's teeth in your foot." "Well, I don't know as it is," said Ben good-naturedly. "Here, Miss Dakin, you bind up this here gal's foot. Stop your noise, sirree," he added to the young aspirant for bread and molasses, who, having dispatched one piece, was clamoring vigorously for another. "I'll tell you what," said Ben to his wife. "I'm going to talk to that old elder settle. I runs more niggers for him than any man in the county, and I know there's some reason for it. Niggers don't run into swamps when they's treated well. Folks that professes religion, I think, oughtn't to starve their niggers, no way." Soon the vehicle of Ben was also on the road. He gathered up the reins vigorously, threw back his head to get the full benefit of his lungs, and commenced a vehement camp-meeting melody to the tune of "Am I a soldier of the cross, a follower of the Lamb?" A hymn, by the by, which is one of Ben's particular favorites. We come next to Tiff's cottage, of which the inmates were astir in the coolness of the morning, bright and early. Tiff's wagon was a singular composite article, principally of his own construction. The body of it consisted of a long packing box. The wheels were all odd ones that had been brought home at different times by Cripps. The shafts were hickory poles, thinned at one end and fastened to the wagon by nails. Some barrel hoops bent over the top, covered by coarse white cotton cloth, formed the curtains, and a quantity of loose straw dispersed inside was the only seat. The lean, one-eyed horse was secured to this vehicle by a harness made of old ropes. But no millionaire, however, ever enjoyed his luxuriantly cushioned coach with half the relish with which Tiff enjoyed his equipage. It was the work of his hands, the darling of his heart, the delight of his eyes. To be sure, like other mortal darlings, it was to be admitted that it had its weak points and failings. The wheels would now and then come off, the shafts get loose, or the harness break. But Tiff was always prepared, and on occasion of any such mishaps, he would jump out and attend to them with such cheerful alacrity that, if anything, he rather seemed to love it better for the accident. There it stands now before the enclosure of the little cabin, and Tiff and Fanny and Teddy, with bustling assiduity, are packing and arranging it. The gum tree cradle trough took precedence of all other articles. Tiff, by the private advice of Aunt Rose, had just added to this an improvement which placed it, in his view, tip-top among cradles. He had nailed to one end of it a long splint of elastic hickory, which drooped just over the baby's face. From this was suspended a morsel of salt pork, which this young scion of a noble race sucked with a considerable relish, while his large round eyes opened and shut with sleepy satisfaction. This arrangement Rose had recommended, in mysterious tones, as all-powerful in making sucking babies forget their mammies, whom otherwise they might pine for in a manner prejudicial to their health. Although the day was sultry, Tiff was arrayed in his long-skirted white greatcoat, as his nether garments were in too dilapidated a state to consist with the honor of the family. His white felt hat still bore the band of black crape. "It's amazing good day," bless the Lord, said Tiff. 'Pears like these 'ere birds would split their throats praising the Lord. It's a mighty good sample to us anyway. You see, Miss Fanny, you never see birds put out nor snarly like, rain or shine. They's allers a praising the Lord. Lord, it seems as if critters is better than we be. And as Tiff spoke, he shouldered into the wagon a mighty bag of corn. But failing in what he meant to do, this bag slid over the side and tumbled back into the road. Being somewhat of the oldest, the fall burst it asunder, and the corn rolled into the sand with that provoking alacrity which things always have when they go the wrong way. Fanny and Teddy both uttered an exclamation of lamentation, but Tiff held on to his sides and laughed till the tears rolled down his cheeks. Hey, hey, ho, ho, ho! Why, that there is the last bag we's got, and there's all the corn a-running out in the sand. Oh, ho, ho! Lord, it's so curious. Why, what are we going to do? Said Fanny. Oh, bless you, Miss Fanny, said Tiff. I's bound to do something anyhow. Clear for it now, if I han't got a box. And Tiff soon returned with the article in question, which proved too large for the wagon. The corn, however, was emptied into it pro tem, and Tiff, producing his darning needle and thimble, sat down seriously to the task of stitching up the whole. The Lord's things ain't never in a hurry, said Tiff. Corn and potatoes will have their time, and why shouldn't I? There, he said, after having mended the bag and replaced the corn, that air is better now nor it was before. Besides his own store of provisions, Tiff prudently laid into his wagon enough of garden stuff to turn a penny for Miss Fanny and the children on the campground. His commissariat department, in fact, might have provoked appetite even among the fastidious. There were dressed chickens and rabbits, the coon aforesaid, bundles of savory herbs, crisp, dewy lettuce, bunches of onions, radishes, and green peas. Tell ye what, children, said Tiff, we'll live like princes, and you mind, order me round well. Let folks hear you, 'cause what's the use of having a nigger, and nobody knowing it? And everything being arranged, Tiff got in and jogged occasionally along. At the turn of the crossroads, Tiff, looking a little behind, saw on the other road the Gordon carriage coming, driven by Old Hundred, arrayed in his very best ruffled shirt, white gloves, and gold hatband. If ever Tiff came near having a pang in his heart, it was at that moment. But he retreated stoutly upon the idea that, however appearances might be against him, his family was no less ancient and honorable for that, and therefore, putting on all his dignity, he gave his beast an extra cut, as who should say, I don't care. But as ill luck would have it, the horse, at this instant, giving a jerk, wrenched out the nails that fastened the shaft to one side, and it fell trailing dishonored on the ground. The rope harness pulled all awry, and just at this moment the Gordon carriage swept up. For I drive such an old trash, said Old Hundred scornfully, pulls all to pieces every step. If that there ain't poor white folks' establishment, I never seed one.
What's the matter?
Said Nina, putting her head out.
Oh, Tiff, good morning, my good fellow. Can we help you there? John, get down and help him.
Please, Miss Nina, the horses are so full of tickle this here morning, I couldn't let go no ways, said Old Hundred. Oh, laws bless you, Miss Nina, said Tiff, restored to his usual spirits. 'Tain't nothing. Broke in a extraordinary good place this here time. I can hammer it up in a minute. And Tiff was as good as his word, for a round stone and big nail made it all straight.
Pray,
said Nina,
how are little Miss Fanny and the children?
Miss Fanny If Nina had heaped Tiff with presents, she could not have conferred the inexpressible obligation conveyed in these words. He bowed low to the ground with the weight of satisfaction, and answered that Miss Fanny and the children were well.
"There,"
said Nina.
"John, you may drive on. Do you know, friends, I've set Tiff up for 6 weeks by one word, just saying Miss Fanny has done more for him than if I had sent him 6 bushels of potatoes."
We have yet to take our readers to one more scene before we finish the review of those who were going to the camp meeting. The reader must follow us far beyond the abodes of man into the recesses of that wild desolation known as the Dismal Swamp. We passed over vast tracts where the forest seems growing out of the water. Cypress, red cedar, sweet gum, tulip, poplar, beech, and holly form a goodly fellowship, waving their rustling boughs above. The trees shoot up in vast columns, 50, 75, and 100 feet in height, and below are clusters of evergreen gall bushes, with their thick and glossy foliage mingled in with swamp honeysuckles and grapevines, twining briar and laurels, and other shrubs, forming an impenetrable thicket. The creeping plants sometimes climb 70 or 80 feet up the largest tree and hang in heavy festoons from their branches. It would seem impossible that human feet could penetrate the wild, impervious jungle, but we must take our readers through it to a cleared spot where trunks of fallen trees, long decayed, have formed an island of vegetable mold, which the art of some human hand has extended and improved. The clearing is some 60 yards long by 30 broad, and is surrounded with a natural rampart which might well bid defiance to man or beast. Huge trees have been felled, with all their branches lying thickly, one over the other, in a circuit around, and nature, seconding the efforts of the fugitives who sought refuge here, has interlaced the framework thus made with thorny cat-briars, cables of grapevine, and thickets of Virginia creeper, which, running wild in their exuberance, climb onto the neighboring trees, and swinging down again lose themselves in the mazes from which they spring, so as often to form a verdurous wall 50 feet in height. In some places the laurel, with its glossy green leaves and its masses of pink-tipped snowy blossoms, presents to the eye, rank above rank, a wilderness of beauty. The pendants of the yellow jasmine swing to and fro in the air like censers, casting forth clouds of perfume. 1,000 twining vines with flowers of untold name, perhaps unknown as yet to the botanist, help to fill up the mosaic. The leafy ramparts sweep round on all the sides of the clearing, for the utmost care has been taken to make it impenetrable, and in that region of heat and moisture, nature, in the course of a few weeks, admirably seconds every human effort. The only egress from it is a winding path cut through with a hatchet, which can be entered by only one person at a time, and the water which surrounds this island entirely cuts off the trail from the scent of dogs. It is to be remarked that the climate in the interior of the swamp is far from being unhealthy. Lumbermen, who spend great portions of the year in it, cutting shingles and staves, testify to the general salubrity of the air and water. The opinion prevails among them that the quantity of pine and other resinous trees that grow there impart a balsamic property to the water and impregnate the air with a healthy resinous fragrance, which causes it to be an exception to the usual rule of the unhealthiness of swampy land. The soil also, when drained sufficiently for purposes of culture, is profusely fertile. 2 small cabins stood around the border of the clearing, but the center was occupied with patches of corn and sweet potatoes, planted there to secure as much as possible the advantage of sun and air. At the time we take our readers there, the afternoon sun of a sultry June day is casting its long shadows over the place, and a whole choir of birds is echoing in the branches. On the ground, in front of one of the little cabins, lies a Negro man, covered with blood. 2 women with some little children are grouped beside him, and a wild figure, whom we at once recognize as Dred, is kneeling by him, busy in efforts to staunch a desperate wound in the neck. In vain. The red blood spurts out at every pulsation of the heart with a fearful regularity, telling too plainly that it is a great life artery which has been laid open. The Negro woman, kneeling at the other side, is anxiously holding some bandages which she has stripped from a portion of her raiment. "Oh, put these on, quick, do!" "It's no use," said Dred. "He is going." "Oh, no, don't let him go. Can't you save him?" said the woman in tones of agony. The wounded man's eyes opened, and first fixed themselves with a vacant stare on the blue sky above. Then, turning on the woman, he seemed to try to speak. He had a strong arm. He tries to raise it, but the blood wells up with the effort. The eye glazes. The large frame shivers for a few moments, and then all is still. The blood stops flowing now, for the heart has stopped beating, and an immortal soul has gone back to him who gave it. The man was a fugitive from a neighboring plantation, a simple-hearted, honest fellow who had fled with his wife and children to save her from the licentious persecution of the overseer. Dred had received and sheltered him, and built him a cabin, and protected him for months. The provisions of the revised statutes of North Carolina enacts that slaves thus secreted in the swamps, not returning within a given time, shall be considered outlawed, and that it shall be lawful for any person or persons whatsoever to kill and destroy such slaves by such ways and means as they shall think fit, without any accusation or impeachment of crime for the same. It also provides that when any slave shall be killed in consequence of such outlawry, the value of such slave shall be ascertained by a jury, and the owner entitled to receive 2/3 of that evaluation from the sheriff of the county wherein the slave was killed. In olden times, the statute provided that the proclamation of outlawry should be published on a Sabbath day at the door of any church or chapel or place where the divine service should be performed, immediately after divine service by the parish clerk or reader. In the spirit of this permission, a party of Negro hunters with dogs and guns had chased this man, who on this day had unfortunately ventured out of his concealment. He succeeded in outrunning all but one dog, which sprang up and, fastening his fangs on his throat, laid him prostrate within a few paces of his retreat. Dred came up in time to kill the dog, but the wound, as appeared, had proved to be a mortal one. As soon as the wife perceived her husband was really dead, she broke into a loud wail. "Oh, dear, he's gone, and 'twas all for me. He did it. Oh, he was so good, such a good man. Oh, do tell me, is he dead? Is he?" Dred lifted the yet warm hand in his a moment, and then dropped it heavily. "Dead," he said, in a deep undertone of suppressed emotion. Suddenly kneeling down beside him, he lifted his hands and broke forth with wild vehemence, "O Lord God, to whom vengeance belongeth, show thyself. Lift up thyself, thou judge of the earth. Render a reward to the proud. Doubtless thou art our father, though Abraham be ignorant of us, and Israel acknowledge us not. Thou, O Lord, art our Father, our Redeemer. Thy ways are everlasting. Where is thy zeal and thy strength, and the sounding of thy bowels toward us? Are they restrained? Then, tossing his hands to heaven, with a yet wilder gesture, he almost screamed, O Lord, how long? Oh, that thou wouldst rend the heavens and come down. Oh, let the signs of the prisoners come before thee. Our bones are scattered at the grave's mouth, as when one cutteth and cleaveth wood. We are given as sheep to the slaughter. We are killed all the day long. O Lord, a vengeance of our adversaries. These words were spoken with a vehement earnestness of gesture and voice that hushed the lamentation of the mourners. Rising up from his knees, he stood a moment looking down at the lifeless form before him. See here, he said, what harm had this man done? Was he not peaceable? Did he not live here in quietness, tilling the ground in the sweat of his brow? Why have they sent the hunters upon him? Because he wanted to raise his corn for himself and not for another. Because he wanted his wife for himself and not for another. Was not the world wide enough? Isn't there room enough under the sky? Because this man wished to eat the fruit of his own labor, the decree went forth against him, even the curse of Cain, so that whosoever findeth him shall kill him. Will not the Lord be avenged on such people as this? Tonight they will hold their solemn assembly and blow the trumpet in their new moon, and the prophets will prophesy falsely, and the priest will speak wickedly concerning oppression. The word of the Lord saith unto me, Go unto this people, and break before them the staff beauty and the staff bands, and be a sign unto this people of the terror of the Lord. Behold, saith the Lord, therefore have I raised thee up and led thee through the wilderness, through the desolate places of the land not sown. As Dred spoke, his great black eye seemed to enlarge itself and roll with a glassy fullness like that of a sleepwalker in a somnambulistic dream. His wife, seeing him prepare to depart, threw herself upon him. Oh, no, don't leave us. You'll be killed some of these times, just as they killed him. Woman, the burden of the Lord is upon me. The word of the Lord is as a fire shut up in my bones. The Lord saith unto me, Go show unto this people their iniquity, and be a sign unto this evil nation. Breaking away from his wife, he precipitated himself through an opening in the thicket and was gone. End of chapter 22. The Worshippers. Chapter 23, Part 1 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher STOWE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Dred, Chapter 23, Part 1, The Camp Meeting. The place selected for the camp meeting was in one of the most picturesque portions of the neighborhood. It was a small, partially cleared spot in the midst of a dense forest which stretched away in every direction, in cool green aisles of checkered light and shade. In the central clearing, a sort of rude amphitheater of seats was formed of rough pine slabs. Around the edges of the forest, the tents of the various worshippers were pitched. for the spending of 3 or 4 days and nights upon the ground is deemed an essential part of the service. The same clear stream which wound round the dwelling of Tiff prattled its way with a modest gurgle through the forest and furnished the assembly with water. The Gordons, having come merely for the purpose of curiosity and having a residence in the neighborhood, did not provide themselves with a tent. The servants, however, were less easily satisfied. Aunt Rose shook her head and declared oracularly that the blessing was sure to come down in the night, and them that wanted to get a part of it would have to be there. Consequently, Nina was beset to allow her people to have a tent, in which they could take turns in staying all night as candidates for the blessing. In compliance with that law of good-humored indulgence which had been the traditionary usage of her family, Nina acceded, and the Gordon tent spread its snowy sails to the rejoicing of their hearts. Aunt Rose predominated about the door, alternately slapping the children and joining the chorus of hymns which she heard from every part of the campground. On the outskirts were various rude booths in which whiskey and water and sundry articles of provision and fodder for horses were dispensed for a consideration. Abijah Skinflint here figured among the money changers, while his wife and daughter were gossiping through the tents of the women. In front of the seats, under a dense cluster of pines, was the preacher's stand, a rude stage of rough boards with a railing about it and a desk of small slabs supporting a Bible and hymn book. The preachers were already assembling, and no small curiosity was expressed with regard to them by the people who were walking up and down among the tents. Nina, leaning on the arm of Clayton, walked about the area with the rest, and Clayton leaned on the arm of Uncle John, and Aunt Nesbit and Aunt Maria came behind. To Nina, the scene was quite new, for a long residence in the northern states had placed her out of the way of such things, and her shrewd insight into character and her love of drollery found an abundant satisfaction in the various little points and oddities of the scene. They walked to the Gordon tent, in which a preliminary meeting was already in full course. A circle of men and women, interspersed with children, were sitting with their eyes shut and their heads thrown back, singing at the top of their voices. Occasionally, one or other would vary the exercise by the clapping of hands, jumping straight up into the air, falling flat on the ground, screaming, dancing, and laughing. "Oh, set me up on a rock," screamed one. "I's got up," screamed another. "Glory," cried the third, and a tempest of amens poured in between. "I got experience," cried one, and forthwith began piping it out in a high key while others kept on singing. "I's got experience," shouted Tom Tit, whom Aunt Rose, with maternal care, had taken with her. "No, you ain't neither. Sit down," said Aunt Rose, kneading him down as if he had been a batch of biscuits, and going on at the same time with her hymn. "I's on the Rock of Ages," screamed a neighbor. "I want to get on a rock edgeways," screamed Tom Tit, struggling desperately with Aunt Rose's great fat hands. "Mind yourself, I'll crack you over," said Aunt Rose, and Tom Tit, still continuing rebellious, was cracked over accordingly, with such force as to send him head foremost on the straw at the bottom of the tent, an indignity which he resented with loud howls of impotent wrath, which, however, made no impression on the general whirlwind of screaming, shouting, and praying. Nina and Uncle John stood at the tent door, laughing heartily. Clayton looked on with his usual thoughtful gravity of aspect. Anne turned her head away with an air of disgust.
"Why don't you laugh?"
said Nina, looking round at her. "It doesn't make me feel like it," said Anne. "It makes me feel melancholy."
"Why so?"
"Because religion is a sacred thing with me, and I don't like to see it travestied," said she.
"Oh, I don't respect religion any the less for a good laugh at its oddities. I believe I was born without any organ of reverence, and so don't feel the incongruity of the thing as you do. The distance between laughing and praying isn't so very wide in my mind as it is in some people's.
We must have charity, said Clayton, for every religious manifestation. Barbarous and half-civilized people always find the necessity for outward and bodily demonstration in worship. I suppose because the nervous excitement wakes up and animates their spiritual natures and gets them into a receptive state, just as you have to shake up sleeping persons and shout in their ears to put them in a condition to understand you. I have known real conversions to take place under just these excitements. But, said Anne, I think we might teach them to be decent. These things ought not to be allowed. I believe, said Clayton, intolerance is a rooted vice in our nature. The world is as full of different minds and bodies as the woods are of leaves, and each one has its own habit of growth, and yet our first impulse is to forbid everything that would not be proper for us. No, let the African scream, dance, and shout, and fall in trances. It suits his tropical lineage and blood as much as our thoughtful inward ways do us.
I wonder who that is,
said Nina, as a general movement on the ground proclaimed the arrival of someone who appeared to be exciting general interest. The stranger was an unusually tall, portly man, apparently somewhat past the middle of life, whose erect carriage, full figure, and red cheeks, and a certain dashing frankness of manner, might have indicated him as belonging rather to the military than the clerical profession. He carried a rifle on his shoulder, which he set down carefully against the corner of the preacher's stand, and went around shaking hands among the company with a free and jovial air that might almost be described by the term rollicking. Why, said Uncle John, that's Father Bonny. How are you, my fine fellow? What, you, Mr. Gordon? How do you do? Said Father Bonny, grasping his hand in his and shaking it heartily. Why, they tell me, he said, looking at him with a jovial smile, that you have fallen from grace. Oh, even so, said Uncle John. I'm a sad dog, I dare say. Oh, I tell you what, said Father Bonny, but it takes a strong hook and a long line to pull in you rich sinners. Your money bags and your niggers hang around you like millstones. You're too tough for the gospel, ha, said he, shaking his fist at him playfully. But I'm going to come down upon you today with the law. I can't tell you. You want the thunders of Sinai? You must have a dose of the law. Well, said Uncle John, thunder away. I suppose we need it, all of us. But now, Father Bonny, you ministers are always preaching to us poor dogs on the evils of riches, but somehow I don't see any of you that are much afraid of owning horses or niggers or any other good thing that you can get your hands on. Now, I hear that you've got a pretty snug little place and a likely drove to work it. You'll have to look out for your own soul, Father Bonny. A general laugh echoed this retort, for Father Bonny had the reputation of being a shrewder hand at a bargain and of having more expertness in swapping a horse or trading a negro than any other man for 6 counties round. He's into you now, old man, said several of the bystanders laughingly. Oh, as to that, said Father Bonny, laughing also, I go in with Paul. They that preach the gospel must live the gospel. Now, Paul was a man that stood up for his rights to live as other folks do. Isn't it right, says he, that those that plant a vineyard should first eat of the fruit? Haven't we power to lead about a sister, a wife? Says he, and if Paul had lived in our time, he would have said a drove of niggers too. No danger about us ministers being hurt by riches, while you laymen are so slow about supporting the gospel. At the elbow of Father Bonny stood a brother minister, who was in many respects his contrast. He was tall, thin, and stooping, with earnest black eyes and a serene sweetness of expression. A threadbare suit of rusty black, evidently carefully worn, showed the poverty of his worldly estate. He carried in his hand a small portmanteau probably containing a change of linen, his Bible, and a few sermons. Father Dickson was a man extensively known throughout all the region. He was one of those men among the ministers of America who keep alive our faith in Christianity and renew on earth the portrait of the old apostle, quote, "In journeyings often, in weariness and painfulness, in watchings often, in hunger and in thirst, in fastings often, in cold and nakedness. Besides those things that are without, that which cometh upon them daily, the care of all the churches. Who is weak, and they are not weak? Who is offended, and they burn not?" Close quote. Everyone in the state knew and respected Father Dickson, and like the generality of the world, people were very well pleased and thought it extremely proper and meritorious for him to bear weariness and painfulness, hunger and cold, in their spiritual service, leaving to them the right of attending or not attending to him according to their own convenience. Father Dickson was one of those who had never yielded to the common customs and habits of the country in regard to the holding of slaves. A few who had been left him by a relation he had at great trouble and expense transported to a free state and settled there comfortably. The world need not trouble itself with seeking to know or reward such men, for the world cannot know and has no power to reward them. Their citizenship is in heaven, and all that can be given them in this life is like a morsel which a peasant gives in his cottage to him who tomorrow will reign over a kingdom. He had stood listening to the conversation thus far with the grave yet indulgent air which he generally listened to the sallies of his ministerial brothers. Father Bonney, though not as much respected or confided in as Father Dickson, had, from the frankness of his manners and a certain rude but effective style of eloquence, a more general and apparent popularity. He produced more sensation on the campground, could sing louder and longer, and would often rise to the flights of eloquence both original and impressive. Many were offended by the freedom of his manner out of the pulpit, and the stricter sort were known to have said of him, quote, "that when out he never ought to be in, and when in never out," close quote. As the laugh that rose at his last sally died away, he turned to Father Dickson and said, "What do you think?" "I don't think," said Father Dickson mildly, "that you would ever have found Paul leading a drove of Negroes." "Well, why not? As well as Abraham, the father of the faithful, didn't he have 300 trained servants?" "Servants, perhaps, but not slaves," said Father Dickson, "for they all bore arms. For my part, I think the buying, selling, and trading of human beings for purposes of gain is a sin in the sight of God." "Well now, Father Dickson, I wouldn't have thought that you had read your Bible to so little purpose as that. I wouldn't believe it. What do you say to Moses? He led out a whole army of fugitive slaves through the Red Sea," said Father Dickson. "Well, I tell you now," said Father Bonney, "if the buying, selling, or holding of a slave for the sake of gain is, as you say, a sin, then 3/4 of all the Episcopalians, Methodists, Baptists, and Presbyterians in the slave states of the Union are of the devil." "I think it is a sin, notwithstanding," said Father Dickson quietly. "Well, but doesn't Moses say expressly, 'Ye shall buy of the heathen round about you'?" "There's into him," said a Georgia trader, who, having camped with a coffle of Negroes in the neighborhood, had come up to camp meeting. "All those things," said Father Dickson, "belong to the old covenant, which Paul says was annulled for the weakness and unprofitableness thereof, and have nothing to do with us, who have risen with Christ. We have got past Mount Sinai in the wilderness, and have come unto Mount Zion, and ought to seek the things that are above, where Christ sitteth." "I say, brother," said another of the ministers, tapping him on the shoulder, "it's time for the preaching to begin. You can finish your discussion some other time." Come, Father Bonnet, come forward here and strike up the hymn. Father Bonnet accordingly stepped to the front of the stand, and with him another minister of equal height and breadth of frame, and standing with their hats on, they uplifted in stentorian voices the following hymn. Brethren, don't you hear the sound? The martial trumpet now is blowing. Men in order listing round, and soldiers to the standard flowing. As the sound of the hymn rolled through the aisles and arches of the woods, the heads of different groups who had been engaged in conversation were observed turning toward the stand, and voices from every part of the campground took up the air as, suiting the action to the words, they began flowing to the place of preaching. The hymn went on, keeping up the same martial images. Bounty offered life and peace to every soldier. This is given when the toils of life shall cease, a mansion bright prepared in heaven. As the throng pressed up and came crowding from the distant aisles of the wood, the singers seemed to exert themselves to throw a wilder vehemence into the song. Stretching out their arms and beckoning eagerly, they went on singing, You need not fear, the cause is good. Let who will to crown aspire. If this the cause the martyrs bled, and shouted victory in the fire. In this cause let's follow on, and soon we'll tell the pleasing story, how by faith we won the crown, and fought our way to life and glory. O ye rebels, come enlist, the officers now are recruiting. Why will you in sin persist, or waste your time in vain disputing? All excuses now are vain, for if you do not sue for favor, down you'll sink to endless pain, and bear the wrath of God forever. There is always something awful in the voice of the multitude. It would seem as if the breath that a crowd breathed out together in moments of enthusiasm carried with it a portion of the dread and mystery of their own immortal natures. The whole area before the pulpit and in the distant aisles of the forest became one vast, surging sea of sound, as Negroes and whites, slaves and freemen, saints and sinners, slaveholders, slave hunters, slave traders, ministers, elders, and laymen alike joined in the pulses of that mighty song. A flood of electrical excitement seemed to rise with it, as with a voice of many waters the rude chant went on. Hark the victors singing loud, Emmanuel's chariot wheels are rumbling, mourners weep through the crowd, and Satan's kingdom now is tumbling. Our friend, Ben Dakin, pressed to the stand, and with tears streaming down his cheeks, exceeded all others in the energy of his vociferations. Ben had just come from almost a fight with another slave hunter who had boasted a better trained pack of dogs than his own, and had broken away to hurry to the campground with the assurance that he had given fits when the preaching was over. And now he stood there, tears rolling down his cheeks, singing with the heartiest earnestness and devotion. What shall we make of it, poor heathen Ben? Is it any more out of the way for him to think of being a Christian in this manner than for some of his more decent brethren who take Sunday passage for eternity in the cushioned New York or Boston pews, and solemnly drowse through very sleepy tunes under a dim, hazy impression that they are going to heaven? Of the two, we think Ben's chance is the best, for in some blind way he does think himself a sinner and in need of something he calls salvation. And doubtless, while the tears stream down his face, the poor fellow makes a new resolve against the whiskey bottle, while his more respectable, sleepy brethren never think of making one against the cotton bale. Then there was his rival, also, Jim Stokes, a surly, foul-mouthed, swearing fellow. He joins in the chorus of the hymn, and feels a troublous, vague yearning deep down within him, which makes him for the moment doubt whether he had better knock down Ben at the end of the meeting. As to Harry, who stood also among the crowd, the words and tune recalled but too vividly the incidents of his morning interview with Dred, and with it the tumultuous boiling of his bitter controversy with the laws of society in which he found himself. in hours of such high excitement, a man seems to have an intuitive perception of the whole extent and strength of what is within himself, and if there be anything unnatural or false in his position, he realizes it with double intensity. Mr. John Gordon likewise gave himself up without resistance to be swayed by the feeling of the hour. He sung with enthusiasm and wished that he was a soldier of somebody going somewhere, or a martyr shouting victory in the fire, and if the conflict described had been with any other foe than his own laziness and self-indulgence, had there been any outward tangible enemy at the moment, he would doubtless have enlisted without a loss of time. When the hymn was finished, however, there was a general wiping of eyes, and they all sat down to listen to the sermon. Father Bonney led off in an animated strain. His discourse was like the tropical swamp bursting out with a lush abundance of every kind of growth, grave, gay, grotesque, solemn, fanciful, and even coarse caricature, provoking the broadest laughter. The audience were swayed by him like trees before the wind. There were not wanting touches of rude pathos as well as earnest appeals. The meeting was a union one of Presbyterian and Methodist, in which the ministers of both denominations took equal part, and it was an understood agreement among them, of course, that they were not to venture upon polemic ground or attack each other's peculiarities of doctrine. But Abijah's favorite preacher could not get through a sermon without some quite pointed exposition of Scripture bearing on his favorite doctrine of election, which caused the next minister to run vehement tilt on the correlative doctrines of free grace with a eulogy on John Wesley. The auditors, meanwhile, according to their respective sentiments, encouraged each preacher with a cry of Amen, glory be to God, go on, brother, and other similar exclamations. About noon the services terminated pro tem, and the audience dispersed themselves to their respective tents through the grove, where there was an abundance of chatting, visiting, eating, and drinking, as if the vehement denunciations and passionate appeals of the morning had been things of another state of existence. Uncle John, in the most cheery possible frame of mind, escorted his party into the woods and assisted them in unpacking a hamper containing wine, cold fowls, cake, pies, and other delicacies which Aunt Katy had packed for the occasion. Old Tiff had set up his tent in a snug little nook on the banks of the stream, where he informed passers-by that it was his young massa and missus' establishment, and that he, Tiff, had come to wait on them. With a good-natured view of doing him a pleasure, Nina selected a spot for their nooning at no great distance, and spoke in the most gracious and encouraging manner to them from time to time.
"See now, can't you, how real quality behaves themselves?"
he said grimly to Old Hundred, who came up bringing the carriage cushions for the party to sit down upon. "Real quality sees into things. I tell you what, blood sees into blood. Miss Nina sees these here children ain't the common sort. That's what she does." Said Old Hundred. "Such a muss as you keep up about your children. Tell you what, they ain't no better than utter white trash." "Now you talk that way, I'll knock you down," said Old Tiff, who, though a peaceable and law-abiding creature in general, was driven in desperation to the last resort of force.
"John, what are you saying to Tiff?"
said Nina, who had overheard some of the last words.
"Go back to your own tent, and don't you trouble him. I have taken him under my protection."
The party enjoyed their dinner with infinite relish, and Nina amused herself in watching Tiff's cooking preparations. Before departing to the preaching ground, he had arranged a slow fire on which a savory stew had been all the morning simmering, and which, on the taking off of the pot lid, diffused an agreeable odor through the place.
"I say, Tiff, how delightfully that smells,"
said Nina, getting up and looking into the pot.
"Wouldn't Miss Fanny be so kind as to favor us with a taste of it?"
Fanny, to whom Tiff punctiliously referred the question, gave a bashful consent. But who shall describe the pride and glory that swelled the heart of Tiff as he saw a bowl of his stew smoking among the Gordon viands, praised and patronized by the party? And when Nina placed upon their simple board, literally a board and nothing more, a small loaf of frosted cake in exchange, it certainly required all the grace of the morning exercises to keep Tiff within the due bounds of humility. He really seemed to dilate with satisfaction.
"Tiff, how did you like the sermon?"
said Nina. "Dey's purty far, Miss Nina. There's a good deal of quality preaching."
"What do you mean by quality preaching, Tiff?"
"Why, dat er kind that's good for quality, full of long words, you know. I specs it's very good, but poor nigger like me can't see his way through it. You see, Miss Nina, what I's studying on lately is how to get dese here children to Canaan, and I hears first with one ear and then t'other, but 'pears like I ain't clear about it yet. There's a heap about Mose and everything else, and it's all very good, but 'pears like I ain't clear after all about that er. They says, 'Come to Christ,' and I says, 'Where is he anyhow? Bless you, I want to come.' They talks about going in the gate and knocking on the door, and about marching on the road, about fighting and being soldiers of the cross, and the Lord knows now I'd be glad to get the children through any gate, and I could take 'em on my back and travel all day if there was any road. And if there was a door, bless me, if they wouldn't hear old Tiff a-rapping. I specs the Lord would have fur to open it, would so. But arter all, when the preaching is done, there won't 'pear to be nothing to it. There ain't no gate, there ain't no door, nor no way, and there ain't no fighting 'cept when Ben Dakin and Jim Stokes get jawing about their dogs, and everybody comes back eating their dinner quite comfortable, and 'pears like there wa'n't no such thing they's been preaching about. That er troubles me, does so, 'cause I wants fur to get these here children in the kingdom some way or other. I don't know, but some of the quality would know more about it." "Well, hang me if I haven't felt just so," said Uncle John, when they were singing that hymn about enlisting and being a soldier. "If there had been any fighting doing anywhere, I should have certainly gone right into it, and the preaching always stirs me up terribly. But then, as Tiff says, after it's all over, why, there's dinner to be eaten, and I can't say anything better than to eat it. And then by the time I have drunk 2 or 3 glasses of wine, it's all gone. Now that's just the way with me." "They says," said Tiff, "that we must wait for the blessing to come down upon us, and Aunt Rose says it's them that shouts that gets the blessing. And I's been shouting till I's most beat out, but I hasn't got it. Then one of them said none of them could get in but the elect. But then t'other ones, he seemed to think different, and in the meeting they tells about the scales falling from their eyes. And I wish they'd fall from mine, I do so. Perhaps, Miss Nina, now you could tell me something."
"Oh, don't ask me. I don't know anything about these things. I think I feel a little like Uncle John. There are 2 kinds of sermons and hymns. One gets me to sleep, and the other excites and stirs me up in a general kind of way, but they don't either seem to do me real good."
"For my part, I am such an enemy to stagnation," said Clayton, "that I think there is advantage in everything that stirs up the soul, even though we see no immediate results. I listen to music, see pictures as far as I can, uncritically. I say, here I am, see what you can do with me. So I present myself to almost all religious exercises. It is the most mysterious part of our nature. I do not pretend to understand it, therefore never criticize." "For my part," said Anne, "there is so much in the wild freedom of these meetings that shocks my taste and sense of propriety that I am annoyed more than I am benefited." "There spoke the true, well-trained conventionalist," said Clayton. "But look around you. See in this wood, among these flowers and festoons of vine and arches of green, how many shocking, unsightly growths. You would not have had all this underbrush, these dead limbs, these briars running riot over trees, and sometimes choking and killing them, you would have well-trimmed trees and velvet turf. But I love briars, dead limbs, and all, for their very savage freedom. Every once in a while you see in a wood a jessamine, or a sweetbriar, or a grapevine, that throws itself into a gracefulness of growth which a landscape gardener would go down on his knees for, but cannot get. Nature resolutely denies it to him. She says, "No, I keep this for my own. You won't have my wildness, my freedom. Very well, then you shall not have the graces that spring from it. Just so it is with men. Unite any assembly of common men in a great enthusiasm, work them up into an abandon, and let every one let go and speak as nature prompts, and you will have brush, underwood, briars, and all grotesque growths. But now and then some thought or sentiment will be struck out with a freedom or power such as you cannot get in any other way. You cultivated people are much mistaken when you despise the enthusiasm of the masses. There is more truth than you would think in the old vox populi, vox Dei."
"What's that?"
said Nina. "The voice of the people is the voice of God. There is truth in it. I never repent my share in a popular excitement, provided it be of the higher sentiments. And I do not ask too strictly whether it has produced any tangible result. I reverence the people as I do the woods for the wild, grand freedom with which their humanity develops itself." "I'm afraid, Nina," said Aunt Nesbit in a low tone to the latter, "I'm afraid he isn't orthodox."
"What makes you think so, Aunt?"
"Oh, I don't know. His talk hasn't the real sound."
"You want something that ends in ation, don't you, Aunt? Justification, sanctification, or something of that kind."
Meanwhile, the department of Abijah Skinflint exhibited a decided activity. This was a long, low booth made of poles and roofed with newly cut green boughs. Here the whiskey barrel was continually pouring forth its supplies to customers who crowded around it. Abijah sat on the middle of a sort of rude counter, dangling his legs and chewing a straw, while his negro was busy in helping his various customers. Abijah, as we said, being a particularly high Calvinist, was recreating himself by carrying on a discussion with a fat little turnipy brother of the Methodist persuasion. "I say," he said, "Stringfellow put it to you Methodists this morning. Hit the nail on the head, I thought." "Not a bit of it," said the other contemptuously. "Why, Elder Bascom chawed him up completely. There wasn't nothing left of him." "Well," said Abijah, "strange how folks will see things. Why, it's just as clear to me that all things is decreed. Why, that air nails everything up tight and handsome. It gives a fellow a kind of comfort to think on it. Things is just as they have got to be. All this free grace stuff is drefful loose talk. If things is decreed before the world was made, why, there seems to be some sense in their coming to pass. But if everything kind of turns up whenever folks thinks on it, it's a kind of shaky business." "I don't like this tying up things so tight," said the other, who evidently was one of the free jovial order. "I go in for the freedom of the will, free gospel, and free grace." "For my part," said Abijah rather grimly, "if things is managed my way, I shouldn't commune with nobody that didn't believe in election up to the hub." "You strong lectioners think you's among the elect," said one of the bystanders. "You wouldn't be so crank about it if you didn't. Now see here, if everything is decreed, how am I going to help myself?" "That air is none of my lookout," said Abijah, "but there is a pint my mind rests on. Everything is fixed as it can be, and it makes a man mighty easy." End of Dred, Chapter 23, Part 1, The Camp Meeting. Chapter 23, Part 2, of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Dred, Chapter 23, Part 2, The Camp Meeting. In another part of the campground, Ben Dakin was sitting in his tent door, caressing one of his favorite dogs and partaking his noontide repast with his wife and child. "I declare," said Ben, wiping his mouth, "wife, I intend to go into it and serve the Lord now, full chisel. If I catch the next lot of niggers, I intend to give half the money towards keeping up preaching somewhere around here. I'm going to enlist now and be a soldier." "And," said his wife, "Ben, just keep clear of Abijah Skinflint's counter, won't you?" "Well, I will, darn if I won't," said Ben. "I'll be moderate. A fellow wants a glass or two to strike up the hymn on, you know. But I'll be moderate." The Georgia trader, who had encamped in the neighborhood, now came up. "Do you believe, stranger," said he, "one of them darn niggers of mine broke loose and got in the swamps while I was at meeting this morning? Couldn't you take your dog here and give him a run? I just gave $900 for that fella, cash down." "Ho, what you going to him for?" said Jim Stokes, a short, pursy, vulgar-looking individual, dressed in a hunting shirt of blue Kentucky jean, who just then came up. "Why, darn you, his dogs ain't no breed 'tall. Mine's the true grit, I can tell you. They's the true Florida bloodhounds. I seen one of them 'ere dogs shake a nigger in his mouth like he had been a sponge." Poor Ben's newfound religion could not withstand this sudden attack of his spiritual enemy, and, rousing himself, notwithstanding the appealing glances of his wife, he stripped up his sleeves and, squaring off, challenged his rival to a fight. A crowd gathered round, laughing and betting and cheering on the combatants with slang, oaths, and expressions such as we will not repeat, when the concourse was routed by the approach of Father Bonney on the outside of the ring. "Look here, boys, what works of the devil have you got round here? None of this on the campground. This is the Lord's ground here, so shut up your swearing and don't fight." A confused murmur of voices now began to explain to Father Bonney the cause of the trouble. "Ho, ho," said he, "let the nigger run. You can catch him fast enough when the meetings are over. You come here to tend to your salvation. Ah, don't you be swearing and blustering around. Come, boys, join in a hymn with me." So saying, he struck up a well-known air. "When Israel went to Jericho, O good Lord in my soul," in which one after another joined, and the rising tumult was soon assuaged. "I say," said Father Bonney to the trader, in an undertone as he was walking away, "you got a good cook in your lot, eh?" "Got a prime one," said the trader, "and a #1 cook and no mistake. Picked her up real cheap, and I'll let you have her for $800, being you's a minister." "You must think the gospel is a better trade than it is," said Father Bonney, "if you think a minister can afford to pay at that figure." "Why," said the trader, "you haven't seen her. It's dirt cheap for her, I can tell you. A sound, strong, hearty woman, a prudent, careful housekeeper, a real pious Methodist, a member of a class meeting. Why, $800 ain't anything. I thought to get 1,000 for her. But I don't hear preaching for nothing. Always think right to make a discount to ministers." "Why couldn't you bring her in?" said Father Bonney. "Maybe I'll give you $750 for her." "Couldn't do that, no way," said the trader. "Couldn't indeed." "Well, after the meetings are over, I'll talk about it." "She's got a child 4 years old," said the trader, with a little cough. "Healthy, likely kid. I suppose I shall want $100 for him." "Oh, that won't do," said Father Bonney. I don't want any more children around my place than I've got now." "But I tell you," said the trader, "it's a likely boy. Why, the keeping of him won't cost you anything, and before you think of it, you'll have $1,000 hand grown on your own place." "Well," said Father Bonnie, "I'll think of it." In the evening, the scene on the campground was still more picturesque and impressive. Those who conduct camp meetings are generally men who, without much reasoning on the subject, fall into a sort of tact, influencing masses of mind and pressing into the service all the great life forces and influences of nature. A kind of rude poetry pervades their minds, colors their dialect, and influences their arrangements. The solemn and harmonious grandeur of night, with all its mysterious power of exalting the passions and intensifying the emotions, has ever been appreciated and used by them with even poetic skill. The day had been a glorious one in June. The sky of that firm, clear blue, the atmosphere of that crystalline clearness which often gives to the American landscape such a sharply defined outline, and to the human system such an intense consciousness of life. The evening sun went down in a broad sea of light, and even after it had sunk below the purple horizon, flashed back a flood of tremulous, rose-colored radiance, which, taken up by 1,000 filmy clouds, made the whole sky above like a glowing tint of the most ethereal brightness. The shadows of the forest aisles were pierced by the rose-colored rays, and as they gradually faded, star after star twinkled out, and a broad moon, ample and round, rose in the purple zone of the sky. When she had risen above the horizon but a short space, her light was so resplendent and so profuse that it was decided to conduct the evening service by that alone. And when, at the sound of the hymn, the assembly poured in and arranged themselves before the preaching stand, it is probable that the rudest heart present was somewhat impressed with the silent magnificence by which God was speaking to them through his works. As the hymn closed, Father Bonnie, advancing to the front of the stage, lifted his hands, and pointing to the purple sky, and in a deep and not unmelodious voice, repeated the words of the psalmist. "The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge." "O ye sinners," he exclaimed, "look up at the moon there, walking in her brightness, and think over your oaths and your cursings and your drinkings. Think over your backbitings and your cheatings. Think over your quarrelings and your fightings. How do they look to you now, with that blessed moon shining down upon you? Don't you see the beauty of our Lord God upon her? Don't you see how the saints walk in white with the Lord like her? I dare say some of you now have had a pious mother, or a pious wife, or a pious sister that's gone to glory, and there they are walking with the Lord through the sky, and looking down on you sinners, just as the moon looks down. And what does she see you doing, your wife or your mother or sister that's in glory? Does she see all your swearings and your drinkings and your fightings and your hankerings after money and your horse racings and your cockfightings? Oh, sinners, but you are a bad set. I tell you, the Lord is looking now down on you, and out of that moon. He is looking down in mercy, but I tell you, he'll look down quite another way one of these days. Oh, there'll be a time of wrath by and by if you don't repent. Oh, what a time there was at Sinai years ago, when the voice of the trumpet waxed louder and louder, and the mountain was all of a smoke, and there were thunderings and lightnings, and the Lord descended on Sinai. That's nothing to what you'll see by and by. No more moon looking down on you, no more stars, but the heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. Ah, did you ever see a fire in the woods? I have, and I've seen the fire on the prairies, and it rolled like a tempest, and men and horses and everything had to run before it. I have seen it roaring and crackling through the woods, and great trees shriveled in a minute like tinder. I have seen it flash over trees 75 and 100 feet high, and in a minute there'd be standing pillars of fire, and the heavens were all ablaze, and the crackling and roaring was like the sea in a storm. There's a judgment day for you. O sinner, what will become of you in that day? Never cry, Lord, Lord. Too late, man. You wouldn't take mercy when it was offered, and now you shall have wrath. No place to hide. The heavens and earth are passing away, and there shall be no more sea. There's no place for you now in God's universe. By this time, there were tumultuous responses from the audience of groans, cries, clapping of hands, and mingled shouts of glory and amen. The electric shout of the multitude acted on the preacher again as he went on with a yet fiercer energy. Now is your time, sinners. Now is your time. Come into the altar, and God's people will pray for you. Now is the day of grace. Come up, you that have got pious fathers and mothers in glory. Come up, father. Come up, mother. Come up, brother. Come, young man. We want you to come. Ah, there is a hardened sinner off there. I see his lofty looks. Come up, you rich sinners. You will be poor enough in the day of the Lord, I can tell you. Come up, young woman, you daughters of Jerusalem, with your tinkling ornaments. Come, saints of the Lord, and labor with me in prayer. Strike up a hymn, brethren, strike up the hymn. And 1,000 voices commenced the hymn. Stop, poor sinner, stop and think before you further go. And meanwhile, ministers and elders moved around the throng, entreating and urging one and another to come up and kneel before the stand. Multitudes rushed forward. Groans and sobs were heard as the speaker continued with redoubled vehemence. I don't care, said Mr. John Gordon. Who sees me? I'm going up. I am a poor old sinner, and I ought to be prayed for if anybody. Nina shrank back and clung to Clayton's arm. So vehement was the surging feeling of the throng around her that she wept with a wild, tremulous excitement.
Oh, do take me out. It's dreadful.
Clayton passed his arm around her, and opening a way through the crowd, carried her out beyond the limits, where they stood together alone under the tree.
I know I'm not as good as I ought to be, but I don't know how to be any better. Do you think it would do me any good to go up there? Do you believe in these things?
I sympathize with every effort that man makes to approach his Maker, said Clayton. These ways do not suit me, but I dare not judge them. I cannot despise them. I must not make myself a rule for others.
But don't you think that these things do harm sometimes?
Alas, child, what form of religion does not? It is our fatality that everything that does good must do harm. It's the condition of our poor, imperfect life here.
I do not like these terrible threats. Can fear of fire make me love? Besides, I have a kind of courage in me that always rises up against a threat. It isn't my nature to fear.
If we may judge our Father by his voice in nature, he deems severity a necessary part of our training. How inflexibly and terribly regular are all his laws. Fire and hail, snow and vapor, stormy wind, fulfilling his word. All these have a crushing regularity in their movements, which show that he is to be feared as well as loved.
But I want to be religious entirely apart from such considerations. Not driven by fear, but drawn by love. You can guide me about these things, for you are religious.
I fear I should not be accepted as such in any church, It is my misfortune that I cannot receive any common form of faith, though I respect and sympathize with all. Generally speaking, preaching only weakens my faith, and I have to forget the sermon in order to recover my faith. I do not believe, I know that our moral nature needs a thorough regeneration, and I believe this must come through Christ. This is all I am certain of.
I wish I was like Milly. She is a Christian, I know, but she has come to it by dreadful sorrows. Sometimes I'm afraid to ask my Heavenly Father to make me good, because I think it will come by dreadful trials if he does.
And I, said Clayton, speaking with great earnestness, would be willing to suffer anything conceivable if I could only overcome all evil and come up to my highest ideals of good. And as he spoke, he turned his face up to the moonlight with an earnest fervor of expression that struck Nina deeply.
I almost shudder to hear you say so. You don't know what it may bring on you.
He looked at her with a beautiful smile, which was a peculiar expression of his face in moments of high excitement. I say it again, he said. Whatever it involves, let it come. The exercises of the evening went on with a succession of addresses, varied by singing of hymns and prayers. In the latter part of the time, many declared themselves converts, and were shouting loudly. Father Bonney came forward. Brethren, he shouted, we are seeing a day from the Lord. We've got a glorious time. Oh, brethren, let us sing glory to the Lord. The Lord is coming amongst us. The excitement now became general. There was a confused sound of exhortation, prayers, and hymns, all mixed together from different parts of the ground. But all of a sudden, everyone was startled by a sound which seemed to come pealing down directly from the thick canopy of pines over the heads of the ministers. Woe unto you that desire the day of the Lord! To what end shall it be for you? The day of the Lord shall be darkness and not light. Blow ye the trumpet in Zion. Sound an alarm in my holy mountain. Let all the inhabitants of the land tremble, for the day of the Lord cometh. There was a deep, sonorous power in the voice that spoke, and the words fell pealing down through the air like the vibrations of some mighty bell. Men looked confusedly on each other, but in the universal license of the hour, the obscurity of the night, and the multitude of the speakers, no one knew exactly whence it came. After a moment's pause, the singers were recommencing, when again the same deep voice was heard. Take away from me the noise of thy songs, and the melody of thy viols, for I will not hear them, saith the Lord. I hate and despise your feast days. I will not smell in your solemn assemblies, for your hands are defiled with blood, and your fingers are greedy for violence. Will ye kill and steal and commit adultery, and swear falsely, and come and stand before me? Saith the Lord. Ye oppress the poor and needy, and hunt the stranger. Also in thy skirts is found the blood of poor innocents, and yet ye say, because I am clean, shall this anger pass from me. Hear this, ye that swallow up the needy, and make the poor of the land to fail, saying, when will the new moon be gone, that we may sell corn, that we may buy the poor for silver, and the needy for a pair of shoes? The Lord hath sworn, saying, I will never forget their works. I will surely visit you. The audience, thus taken in the obscurity of the evening by an unknown speaker, whose words seemed to fall apparently from the clouds in a voice of such strange and singular quality, began to feel a creeping awe stealing over them. The high state of electrical excitement under which they had been going on predisposed them to a sort of revulsion of terror, and a vague, mysterious panic crept upon them as the boding, mournful voice continued
to peal from the trees. Hear, O ye rebellious people, the Lord is against this nation. The Lord shall stretch out upon the line of confusion and the stones of emptiness. For thou sayest, I will ascend to the stars, I will be as God. But thou shalt be cast out as abominable branch, and the wild beast shall tread thee down. Howl, fir tree, for thou art spoil. Open thy doors, O Lebanon, that the fire may devour thy cedars. For the Lord cometh out of his place to punish the inhabitants of the land. The Lord shall utter his voice before his army, for his camp is very great. Multitudes, multitudes in the valley of decision. For the day of the Lord is near in the valley of decision. The sun and the moon shall be dark, and the stars withdraw their shining. For the Lord shall utter his voice from Jerusalem, and the heavens and earth shall shake. In that day I will cause the sun to go down at noon, and darken the whole earth. And I will turn your feast into mourning, and your songs into lamentation. Woe to the bloody city! It is full of lies and robbery. The noise of a whip, the sound of the rattling of wheels, of the prancing horses and the jumping chariot. The horseman lifteth up the sword and glittering spear, and there is a multitude of slain. There is no end of their corpses. They are stumbling upon the corpses. For behold, I am against thee, saith the Lord, and I will make thee utterly desolate. There was a fierce, wailing earnestness in the sound of these dreadful words, as if they were uttered in a paroxysm of fright by one who stood face to face with some tremendous form. And when the sound ceased, men drew in their breath and looked on each other, and the crowd began slowly to disperse, whispering in low voices to each other. So extremely piercing and so wildly earnest had the voice been, that it actually seemed, in the expressive words of Scripture, to make every ear to tingle. And as people of rude and primitive habits are always predisposed to superstition, there crept through the different groups wild legends of prophets strangely commissioned to announce coming misfortunes. Some spoke of the predictions of the Judgment Day. Some talked of comets and strange signs that had preceded wars and pestilences. The ministers wondered and searched around the stand in vain. One auditor alone could, had he desired it, make an explanation. Harry, who stood near the stand, had recognized the voice. But though he searched also around, he could find no one. He who spoke was one whose savage familiarity with nature gave him the agility and stealthy adroitness of a wild animal. And during the stir and commotion of the dispersing audience, he had silently made his way from tree to tree over the very head of those who were yet wondering at his strange, boding words, till at last he descended in a distant part of the forest. After the service, as Father Dickson was preparing to retire to his tent, a man pulled him by the sleeve. It was the Georgia trader. "We have had an awful time tonight," said he, looking actually pale with terror. "Do you think the Judgment Day really is coming?" "My friend," said Father Dickson, "it surely is. Every step we take in life is leading us directly to the judgment seat of Christ." "Well," said the trader, "but do you think it was from the Lord, the last one that spoke? Darned if he didn't say awful things, enough to make the hair rise. I tell you what, I've often had doubts about my trade. The ministers may prove it's all right out of the Old Testament, but I'm darned if I think they know all the things that we do. But then, I ain't so bad as some of 'em. But now I've got a gal out in my gang that's dreadful sick, and I partly promised her I'd bring a minister to see her." "I'll go with you, friend," said Father Dickson,
and forthwith he began following the trader to the racks where their horses were tied. Selecting out of some 100 who were tied there their own beasts, the 2 midnight travelers soon found themselves trotting along under the shadow of the forest's boughs. "My friend," said Father Dixon, "I feel bound in conscience to tell you that I think your trade a ruinous one to your soul. I hope you'll lay to heart the solemn warning you've heard tonight. Why, your own sense can show you that a trade can't be right that you'd be afraid to be found in if the great judgment day were at hand." "Well, I rather expect you speak the truth, but then what makes Father Bonney stand up for it?" "My friend, I must say that I think Father Bonney upholds the soul-destroying error. I must say that, as conscience-bound, I pray the Lord for him and you both. I put it right to your conscience, my friend, whether you think you can keep to your trade and live a Christian life." "No, the fact is it's a damned bad business. That's just where it is. We ain't fit to be trusted with such things that come to us, gals and women. Well, I feel pretty bad, I tell you, tonight, 'cause I know I haven't done right by this here gal. I ought for to have let her alone, but then the devil or something possessed me, and now she has got a fever and screeches awfully. I declare some things she says go right through me." Father Dixon groaned in spirit over this account, and felt himself almost guilty for belonging ostensibly and outwardly to a church which tolerated such evils. He rode along by the side of his companion, breaking forth into occasional ejaculations and snatches of hymns. After a ride about an hour, they arrived at the encampment. A large fire had been made in a cleared spot, and smoldering fragments and brands were lying among the white ashes. 1 or 2 horses were tied to a neighboring tree, and wagons were drawn up by them. Around the fire, in different groups, lay about 15 men and women with heavy iron shackles on their feet, asleep in the moonlight. At a little distance from the group, and near to one of the wagons, a blanket was spread down on the ground under a tree, on which lay a young girl of 17, tossing and moaning in a disturbed stupor. A respectable-looking mulatto woman was sitting beside her, with a gourd full of water, with which from time to time she moistened her forehead. The woman rose as the trader came up. "Well, Nance, how does she do now?" said the trader. "Miserable enough," said Nance. "She done been tossing, a-throwing around, and crying for her mammy ever since you went away." "Well, I brought the minister," said he. "Try, Nance, to wake her up. She'll be glad to see him." The woman knelt down and took the hand of the sleeper. "Emily, Emily," she said, "wake up." The girl threw herself over with a sudden restless toss. "Oh, how my head burns! Oh, dear! Oh, my mother, 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 mother! Why don't you come to me?" Father Dixon approached and knelt the other side of her. The mulatto woman made another effort to bring her to consciousness. "Emily, here's the minister you was wanting so much. Emily, wake up." The girl slowly opened her eyes, large, tremulous, dark eyes. She drew her hand across them as if to clear her sight, and looked wistfully at the woman. "Minister, minister," she said. "Yes, minister, you said you wanted to see one." "Oh, yes, I did," she said heavily. "My daughter," said Father Dixon, "you are very sick." "Yes," she said, "very, and I'm glad of it. I'm going to die. I'm glad of that, too. That's all I've got left to be glad of. But I wanted to ask you to write to my mother. She is a free woman. She lives in New York. I want you to give my love to her and tell her not to worry any more. Tell her I tried all I could to get to her, but they took us, and Mistress was so angry she sold me. I forgive her, too.
I don't bear her any malice 'cause it's all over now. She used to say I was a wild girl and laugh too loud. I shan't trouble anyone that way any more, so that's no matter." The girl spoke these sentences at long intervals, occasionally opening her eyes and closing them again in a languid manner. Father Dickson, however, who had some knowledge of medicine, placed his finger on her pulse, which was rapidly sinking. It is the usual instinct in all such cases to think of means of prolonging life. Father Dickson rose and said to the trader, "Unless some stimulus be given her, she will be gone very soon." The trader produced from his pocket a flask of brandy, which he mixed with a little water in a cup, and placed it in Father Dickson's hand. He kneeled down once again, and calling her by name, tried to make her take some. "What is it?" said she, opening her wild, glittering eyes. "It's something to make you feel better." "I don't want to feel better. I want to die," she said, throwing herself over. "What should I want to live for?" What should she? The words struck Father Dickson so much that he sat for a while in silence. He meditated in his mind how he could reach with any words that dying ear, or enter with her into that land of trance and mist, into whose cloudy circle the soul seemed already to have passed. Guided by a subtle instinct, he seated himself by the dying girl and began singing, in a subdued plaintive air, the following well-known hymn: "Hark, my soul, it is the Lord, 'tis thy Saviour, hear his word. Jesus speaks, he speaks to thee. Say, poor sinner, lovest thou me?" The melody is one often sung among the negroes, and one which, from its tenderness and pathos, is a favorite among them. As oil will find its way into crevices where water cannot penetrate, so song will find its way where speech can no longer enter. The moon shone full on the face of the dying girl, only interrupted by flickering shadows of leaves. And as Father Dickson sung, he fancied he saw a slight tremulous movement of the face, as if the soul, so worn and weary, were upborne on the tender pinions of the song. He went on singing, "Can a mother's tender care cease toward the child she bare? Yes, she may forgetful be, still will I remember thee." By the light of the moon he saw a tear steal from under the long lashes and course slowly down her cheek. He continued his song: "Mine is an eternal love, higher than the heights above, deeper than the depths beneath, true and faithful, strong as death. Thou shalt see my glory soon, when the work of faith is done. Partner of my throne shalt be. Say, poor sinner, lovest thou me?" O love of Christ, which no sin can worry, which no lapse of time can change, from which tribulation, persecution, and distress cannot separate, all redeeming, all glorifying, changing even death and despair to the gate of heaven, thou hast one more triumph here in the wilderness, in the slave coffle, and thou comest to bind up the broken-hearted. As the song ceased, she opened her eyes. "Mother used to sing that," she said. "And can you believe it, daughter?" "Yes," she said. "I see him now. He loves me. Let me go." There followed a few moments of those strugglings and shiverings which are the birth pangs of another life, and Emily lay at rest. Father Dickson, kneeling by her side, poured out the fullness of his heart in an earnest prayer. Rising, he went up to the trader, and taking his hand, said to him, "My friend, this may be the turning point with your soul for eternity. It has pleased the Lord to show you the evil of your ways, and now my advice to you is, break off your sins at once, and do works meet for repentance.
take off the shackles of these poor creatures and tell them they are at liberty to go."
"Why, bless your soul, sir, this year lot's worth $10,000, said the trader, who was not prepared for so close a practical application. "Do not be too sure, friend, that the trader is peculiar in this. The very same argument, though less frankly stated, holds in the bonds of Satan many extremely well-bred, refined, respectable men, who would gladly save their souls if they could afford the luxury." "My friend," said Father Dixon, using the words of a very close and uncompromising preacher of old, "what shall it profit a man if he should gain the whole world and lose his own soul?" "I know that," said the trader doubtfully, "but it's a very hard case, this. I'll think about it, though. But there's Father Bonnie wants to buy Nance. It would be a pity to disappoint him, but I'll think it over." Father Dixon returned to the campground between 1 and 2 o'clock at night, and putting away his horse, took his way to the minister's tent. Here he found Father Bonnie standing out in the moonlight. He had been asleep within the tent, but it is to be confessed that the interior of a crowded tent on a campground is anything but favorable to repose. He, therefore, came out into the fresh air, and was there when Father Dixon came back to enter the tent. "Well, brother, where have you been so late?" said Father Bonnie. "I have been looking for a few sheep in the wilderness, whom everybody neglects," said Father Dixon, and then, in a tone tremulous from agitation, he related to him the scene he had just witnessed. "Do you see," he said, "brother, what iniquities you are countenancing? Now here, right next to our camp, a slave coffle encamped, men and women guilty of no crime, driven in fetters through our land, shaming us in the sight of every Christian nation. What horrible, abominable iniquities are these poor traders tempted to commit? What perfect hells are the great trading houses, where men, women, and children are made merchandise of, and where no light of the gospel ever enters. And when this poor trader is convicted of sin and wants to enter into the kingdom, you stand there to apologize for his sins. Brother Bonnie, I much fear you are the stumbling block over which souls will stumble into hell. I don't think you believe your argument from the Old Testament yourself. You must see that it has no kind of relation to such kind of slavery as we have in this country. There is an awful scripture which saith, He feedeth on ashes, a deceived heart hath turned him aside, so that he cannot deliver his soul, nor say, Is there not a lie in my right hand? The earnestness with which Father Dixon spoke, combined with the reverence commonly entertained for his piety, gave great force to his words. The reader will not therefore wonder to hear what Father Bonnie, impulsively and easily moved as he was, wept at the account, and was moved by the exhortation. Nor will he be surprised to learn that, 2 weeks after, Father Bonnie drove a brisk bargain with the same trader for 3 new hens. The trader had discovered that the judgment day was not coming yet a while, and Father Bonnie satisfied himself that Noah, when he awoke from his wine, said, Cursed be Canaan. We have one scene more to draw before we dismiss the auditors of the camp meeting. At a late hour, the Gordon carriage was winding its way under the silent, checkered woodland path. Harry, who came slowly on a horse behind, felt a hand laid on his bridle. With a sudden start, he stopped. "Oh, Dred, is it you? How could you be so imprudent? How dared you come here when you know you risk your life?" "Life?" said the other. "What is life? He that loveth his life shall lose it. Besides, the Lord said unto me, Go, the Lord is with me as a mighty and terrible one. Harry, did you mark those men, hunters of men, their hands red with the blood of the poor? all seeking unto the Lord? Ministers who buy and sell us, is this a people prepared for the Lord? I left a man dead in the swamps, whom their dogs have torn. His wife is a widow, his children orphans. They eat and wipe their mouth and say, What have I done? The temple of the Lord are we.
I know it, said Harry gloomily.
And you join yourself unto them?
Don't speak to me any more about that. I won't betray you, but I won't consent to have bloodshed. My mistress is my sister.
Oh, yes, to be sure. They read Scripture, don't they? Cast out the children of the bondwoman. That's Scripture for them.
Dred, said Harry, I love her better than I love myself. I will fight for her to the last, but never against her nor hers.
And will you serve Tom Gordon?
Said Dred.
Never, said Harry.
Dred stood still a moment. Through an opening among the branches, the moonbeam streamed down on his wild, dark figure. Harry remarked, his eye fixed before him on vacancy, the pupil swelling out in glassy fullness with a fixed somnambulic stare, and after a moment he spoke in a hollow, altered voice, like that of a sleepwalker. Then shall the silver cord be loosed, and the golden bowl be broken. Yes, cover up the grave, cover it up. Now hurry, come to me, or he will take thy wife for a prey.
Dred, what do you mean? Said Harry. What's the matter? He shook him by the shoulder.
Dred rubbed his eyes and stared on Harry.
I must go back, he said, to my den. Foxes have holes, the birds of the air have nests, and in the habitation of dragons the Lord hath opened a way for his outcasts.
He plunged into the thickets and was gone. End of Dred, Chapter 23, Part 2, The Camp Meeting. Chapter 24 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Chapter 24, Life in the Swamps. Our readers will perhaps feel an interest to turn back with us and follow the singular wanderings of the mysterious personage whose wild denunciations had so disturbed the minds of the worshippers at the camp meeting. There is a twilight ground between the boundaries of the sane and the insane, which the old Greeks and Romans regarded with a peculiar veneration. They held a person whose faculties were thus darkened as walking under the awful shadow of a supernatural presence. And as the mysterious secrets of the stars only become visible in the night, so in these eclipses of the more material faculties, they held there was often an awakening of supernatural perceptions. The hot and positive light of our modern materialism, which exhales from the growth of our existence every dewdrop, while searches out and dries every rivulet of romance, which sends an unsparing beam into every cool grotto of poetic possibility, withering the moss and turning the dropping cave to a dusty den. This spirit, so remorseless, allows us no such indefinite land. There are but two words in the whole department of modern anthropology, the sane and the insane, the latter dismissed from human reckoning almost with contempt. We should find it difficult to give a suitable name to the strange and abnormal condition in which this singular being of whom we are speaking, passed the most of his time. It was a state of exaltation and trance, which yet appeared not at all to impede the exercise of his outward and physical faculties, but rather to give them a preternatural keenness and intensity, such as sometimes attends the more completely developed phenomena of somnambulism. In regard to his physical system, there was also much that was peculiar. Our readers may imagine a human body of the largest and keenest vitality to grow up so completely under the nursing influence of nature that it may seem to be as perfectly en rapport with them as a tree, so that the rain, the wind, and the thunder, all those forces from which human beings generally seek shelter, seem to hold with it a kind of fellowship and be familiar companions of existence. Such was the case with Dred. So completely had he come into sympathy and communion with nature, and with those forms of it which more particularly surrounded him in the swamps, that he moved about among them with as much ease as a lady treads her Turkey carpet. What would seem to us in recital to be incredible hardship was to him but an ordinary condition of existence. To walk knee-deep in the spongy soil of the swamp, to force his way through thickets, to lie all night sinking in the porous soil, or to crouch like the alligator among reeds and rushes, were to him situations of as much comfort as well-curtained beds and pillows are to us. It is not to be denied that there is in this savage perfection of the natural organs a keen and almost fierce delight, which must excel the softest seductions of luxury. Anybody who has ever watched the eager zest with which the hunting dog plunges through the woods, darts through the thicket, or dives into water in an ecstasy of enjoyment, sees something of what such vital force must be. Dred was under the inspiring belief that he was the subject of visions and supernatural communications. The African race are said by mesmerists to possess in the fullest degree that peculiar temperament which fits them for the evolution of mesmeric phenomena, and hence the existence among them to this day of men and women who are supposed to have peculiar magical powers. The grandfather of Dred, on his mother's side, had been one of these reputed African sorcerers, and he had early discovered in the boy this peculiar species of temperament. He had taught him the secret of snake charming, and had possessed his mind from childhood with expectations of prophetic and supernatural impulses. That mysterious and singular gift, whatever it may be, which Highland seers denominate second sight, is a very common tradition amongst the Negroes, and there are not wanting thousands of reputed instances among them to confirm belief in it. What this faculty may be, we shall not pretend to say. Whether there be in the soul a yet undeveloped attribute, which is to be to the future what memory is to the past, or whether in some individuals extremely high and perfect conditions of the sensuous organization endows them with something of that certainty of instinctive discrimination which belongs to animals, are things which we shall not venture to decide upon. It was, however, an absolute fact with regard to Dred that he had often escaped danger by means of a peculiarity of this kind. He had been warned from particular places where the hunters had laid in wait for him, had foreseen in times of want where game might be ensnared, and received intimations where persons were to be found in whom he might safely confide. And his predictions with regard to persons and things had often chanced to be so strikingly true as to invest his sayings with a singular awe and importance among his associates. It was a remarkable fact, but one not peculiar to this case alone, that the mysterious exaltation of mind in this individual seemed to run parallel with the current of shrewd practical sense, and like a man who converses alternately in two languages, he would speak now the language of exaltation, and now that of common life, interchangeably. This peculiarity imparted a singular and grotesque effect to his whole personality. On the night of the camp meeting, he was, as we have already seen, in a state of the highest ecstasy. The wanton murder of his associate seemed to flood his soul with an awful tide of emotion, as a thundercloud is filled and shaken by slow gathering electricity. And although the distance from his retreat to the campground was nearly 15 miles, most of it through what seemed to be impassable swamps, yet he performed it with as little consciousness of fatigue as if he had been a spirit. Even had he been perceived at that time, it is probable that he could no more have been taken or bound than the demoniac of Gadara. After he parted from Harry, he pursued his way to the interior of the swamp, as was his usual habit, repeating to himself in a chanting voice such words of prophetic writ as were familiar to him. The day had been sultry, and it was now an hour or two past midnight when a thunderstorm, which had long been gathering and muttering in the distant sky, began to develop its forces. A low, shivering sigh crept through the woods and swayed in the weird whistlings the tops of the pines, and sharp arrows of lightning came glittering down among the darkness of the branches, as if sent from the bow of some warlike angel. An army of heavy clouds swept in a moment across the moon, and then came a broad, dazzling, blinding sheet of flame, concentrating itself on the top of a tall pine near where Dred was standing, and in a moment shivered all its branches to the ground, as a child strips the leaves from a twig. Dred clapped his hands with a fierce delight, and while the rain and wind were howling and hissing around him, he shouted aloud, "Wake, O arm of the Lord! Wake, put on thy strength! The voice of the Lord breaketh the cedars, yea, the cedars of Lebanon. The voice of the Lord divideth the flames of fire. The voice of the Lord shaketh the wilderness of Kadesh, hailstones and coals of fire." The storm, which howled around him, bent the forest like a reed, and large trees, uprooted from the spongy and tremulous soil, fell crashing with a tremendous noise. But as if he had been a dark spirit of the tempest, he shouted and exulted. The perception of such awful power seemed to animate him, and yet to excite in his soul an impatience that he whose power was so infinite did not awake to judgment. "Rend the heavens," he cried, "and come down, avenge the innocent blood. Cast forth thine arrows and slay them. Shoot out thy lightnings and destroy them." His soul seemed to kindle with almost a fierce impatience at the toleration of that almighty being, who, having the power to blast and to burn, so silently endures. Could Dred have possessed himself of those lightnings, what would have stood before him? But his cry, like the cry of thousands, only went up to stand in waiting till an awful coming day. Gradually the storm passed by. The big drops dashed less and less frequently. A softer breeze passed through the forest with a patter like the clapping of 1,000 little wings, and the moon occasionally looked over the silvery battlements of the great clouds. As Dred was starting to go forward, One of these clear revealings showed him the cowering form of a man, crouched at the root of a tree, a few paces in front of him. He was evidently a fugitive, and in fact was the one of whose escape to the swamps the Georgia trader had complained of the day of the meeting.
"Who is there at this time of night?" said Dred, coming up to him.
"I have lost my way," said the other. "I don't know where I am."
"A runaway?"
inquired Dred. "Don't betray me," said the other apprehensively.
"Betray you? Would I do that?" said Dred. "How did you get into the swamp?"
"I got away from a soul driver's camp that was taking us on through the States."
Oh, said Dred. "Camp meeting and driver's camp right alongside of each other? Shepherds that sell the flock and pick the bones? Well, come, old man, I'll take you home with me."
"I'm pretty much beat out," said the man. "It's been up over my knees every step, and I don't know but what they'd set the dogs after me. If they do, I'll let 'em kill me and be done with it, for I'm about ready to have it over with. I got free once, and got clear up to New York, and got me a little bit of a house and a wife and 2 children, with a little money beforehand. And then they nabbed me and sent me back again, and Massa sold me to the drivers, and I believe I was about as good's die. There's no use in trying to live, everything going agin a body so."
"Die? No, indeed you won't," said Dred. "Not if I've got a hold of you. Take heart, man, take heart. Before morning I'll put you where the dogs can't find you, nor anything else. Come on, up with you."
The man rose and made an effort to follow, but wearied and unused as he was to the choked and perplexed way, he stumbled and fell almost every minute.
"How now, old brother," said Dred. "This won't do. I must put you over my shoulder, as I have many a buck before now."
And suiting the action to the word, he put the man on his back, and bidding him hold fast to him, went on, picking his way as if he scarcely perceived his weight. It was now between 2 and 3 o'clock, and the clouds, gradually dispersing, allowed the full light of the moon to slide down here and there through the wet and shivering foliage. No sound was heard, save the humming of insects and the crackling plunges by which Dred made his way forward. "You must be pretty strong," said his companion. "Have you been in the swamps long?"
"Yes," said the other. "I have been a wild man, every man's hand against me, a companion of the dragons and the owls, this many a year. I have made my bed with the Leviathan among the reeds and the rushes. I have found the alligators and the snakes better neighbors than Christians. They let those alone that let them alone, but Christians will hunt for the precious life."
After about an hour of steady traveling, Dred arrived at the outskirts of the island which we have described. For about 20 paces before he reached it, he waded waist deep in water. Creeping out at last and telling the other one to follow him, he began carefully coursing along on his hands and knees, giving at the same time a long, shrill, peculiar whistle. It was responded to by a similar sound, which seemed to proceed through the bushes. After a while, a crackling noise was heard, as of some animal, which gradually seemed to come nearer and nearer to them, till finally a large water dog emerged from the underbrush and began testifying to his joy at the arrival of the newcomer by most extravagant gambols.
"So ho, Buck! Quiet, my boy," said Dred. "Show us the way in."
The dog, as if understanding the words, immediately turned into the thicket, and Dred and his companion followed him on their hands and knees. The path wound up and down the brushwood through many a sharp turnings, till at last it ceased altogether at the roots of a tree. And while the dog disappeared among the brushwood, Dred climbed the tree and directed his companion to follow him. And proceeding out onto one of the longest limbs, he sprang nimbly to the ground in the cleared space which we have before described. His wife was standing waiting for him, and threw herself upon him with a cry of joy. "Oh, you've come back! I thought sure enough they'd got you this time."
"Not yet. I must continue till the opening of the seals, till the vision cometh. Have you buried him?"
"No, there's a grave dug down yonder, and he's been carried there."
"Come then," said Dred.
At a distant part of the clearing was a blasted cedar tree, all whose natural foliage had perished. But it was veiled from head to foot in long wreaths of tillandsia, the parasitic moss of these regions, and in the dim light of the approaching dawn might have formed no unapt resemblance to a gigantic spectre dressed in mourning weeds. Beneath this tree, Dred had interred from time to time the bodies of fugitives which he had found dead in the swamps, attaching to this disposition of them some peculiar superstitious idea. The widow of the dead, the wife of Dred, and the newcomer were now gathered around the shallow grave, for the soil was such as scarcely gave room to make a place deep enough for a grave without its becoming filled with water. The dawn was just commencing, a dim foreshadowing in the sky. The moon and stars were still shining. Dred stood and looked up and spoke in a solemn voice. "Seek him that maketh Arcturus and Orion, that turneth the shadow of death into morning. Behold those lights in the sky, the lights in his hands pierced for the sins of the world, and spread forth as on a cross. But the day shall come that he shall lay down the yoke, and he will bear the sin of the world no longer. Then shall come the great judgment. He will lay righteousness to the line, and judgment to the plummet, and the hail shall sweep away the refuges of lies." He stooped, and lifting the body, laid him in the grave. And at this moment the wife broke into a loud lament. "Hush, woman," said Dred, raising his hand. "Weep ye not for the dead, neither bewail him, but weep ye sore for the living. He must rest till the rest of his brethren be killed, for the vision is sealed up for an appointed time. If it tarry, wait for it. It shall surely come, and shall not tarry." End of chapter 24. Life in the Swamps.
Chapter 25 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dred, Chapter 25. More Summer Talk. A glorious morning, washed by the tears of last night's shower, rose like a bride upon Canema. The raindrops sparkled and winked from leaf to leaf, or fell in showery diamonds in the breeze. The breath of numberless roses, now in full bloom, rose in clouds to the windows. The breakfast table, with its clean damask, glittering silver, and fragrant coffee, received the last evening's participants of the camp meeting in fresh morning spirits, ready to discuss, as an everyday affair, what the evening before they had felt too deeply perhaps to discuss. On the way home they had spoken of the scenes of the day, and wondered and speculated on the singular incident which closed it. But of all the dark circle of woe and crime, of all that valley of vision which was present to the mind of him who spoke, they were as practically ignorant as the dwellers of the curtained boudoirs of New York are of the fearful mysteries of the 5 Points. The aristocratic nature of society at the South so completely segregates people of a certain position in life from any acquaintance with the movements of human nature in the circles below them, that the most fearful things may be transacted in their vicinity unknown or unnoticed. The horrors and sorrows of the slave coffle were a sealed book to Nina and Ann Clayton. They had scarcely dreamed of them, and Uncle John, if he knew their existence, took very good care to keep out of their way, as he would turn from any other painful and disagreeable scene. All of them had heard something of Negro hunters, and regarded them as low, vulgar people, but troubled their heads little further on the subject, so that they would have been quite at a loss for the discovery of any national sins that could have appropriately drawn down the denunciations of heaven. The serious thoughts and aspirations which might have arisen in any of the company the evening before assumed, with everything else, quite another light under the rays of morning. All of us must have had experience in our own histories of the great difference between the night and the morning view of the same subject. What we have thought and said in the august presence of witnessing stars, or beneath the holy shadows of moonlight, seems, with the hot, dry light of next day's sun, to take wings and rise to heaven with the night's clear drops. If all the prayers and good resolutions which were laid down on sleeping pillows could be found there on awaking, the world would be better than it is. Of this Uncle John Gordon had experience as he sat himself down at the breakfast table. The night before, he realized in some dim wise that he, Mr. John Gordon, was not merely a fat elderly gentleman in blue coat and white vest, whose great object in existence was to eat well, drink well, sleep well, wear clean linen, and keep out of the way of trouble. He had within him a tumult of yearnings and aspirings, uprisings of that great lifelong sleeper which we call soul, and which, when it wakes, is an awfully clamorous, craving, exacting, troublesome inmate, and which is therefore generally put asleep again in the shortest time by whatever opiates may come to hand. Last night, urged on by this troublesome guest, stimulated by the vague power of such awful words as judgment and eternity, he had gone out and knelt down as a mourner for sin and a seeker for salvation, both words standing for very real and awful facts. And this morning, although it was probably a more sensible and appropriate thing than most of the things he was in the habit of doing, he was almost ashamed of it. The question arose at table whether another excursion should be made to the campground. "For my part," said Aunt Maria, "I hope you'll not go again, Mr. Gordon. I think you had better keep out of the way of such things. I really was vexed to see you in that rabble of such very common people." "You'll observe," said Uncle John, "that when Mrs. G. goes to heaven, she'll notify the Lord forthwith that she has only been accustomed to the most select circles, and requests to be admitted at the front door." "It isn't because I object to being with common people," said Ann Clayton, "that I dislike this custom of going to the altar. But it seems to me an invasion of that privacy and reserve which belong to our most sacred feelings. Besides, there are in a crowd coarse, rude, disagreeable people with whom it isn't pleasant to come in contact." "For my part," said Mrs. John Gordon, "I don't believe in it at all. It's a mere temporary excitement. People go and get wonderfully wrought up, come away, and are just what they were before." "Well," said Clayton, "isn't it better to be wrought up once in a while than never to have any religious feelings? Isn't it better to have a vivid impression of the vastness and worth of the soul, of the power of an endless life, for a few hours once a year, than never to feel it at all? The multitudes of those people there never hear or think a word of these things at any other time in their lives. For my part, he added, I don't see why it's a thing to be ashamed of. If Mr. Gordon or I should have knelt at the altar last night, even if we do not feel like it this morning. We are too often ashamed of our better moments. I believe Protestant Christians are the only people on earth who are ashamed of the outward recognition of their religion. The Mohammedan will prostrate himself in the street or wherever he happens to be when his hour for prayer comes. The Roman Catholic sailor or soldier kneels down at the sound of the vesper bell. But we rather take pride in having it understood that we take our religion moderately and coolly, and that we are not going to put ourselves much out about it. Well, but, brother, said Anne, I will maintain still that there is a reserve about these things which belongs to the best Christians. And did not our Saviour tell us that our prayers and alms should be in secret? I do not deny at all what you say, Anne, said Clayton. But I think what I said is true, notwithstanding, and both being true, of course, in some way they must be consistent with each other. I think, said Nina, the sound of the singing at these camp meetings is really quite spirit-stirring and exciting. Yes, said Clayton, these wild tunes and hymns with which they are associated form a kind of forest liturgy in which the feelings of thousands of hearts have been embodied. Some of the tunes seem to me to have been caught from the song of birds or from the rushing of wind among the branches. They possess a peculiar rhythmic energy, well suited to express the vehement emotions of the masses. Did camp meetings do no other good than to scatter among the people these hymns and tunes, I should consider them to be of inestimable value. I must say, said Anne, I always had a prejudice against that class both of hymns and tunes. You misjudge them, said Clayton, as you refined, cultivated women always do, who are brought up in the kid slipper and carpet view of human life. But just imagine only the old Greek or Roman peasantry elevated to the level of one of these hymns. Take, for example, a verse of one I heard them sing last night. The earth shall be dissolved like snow, the sun shall cease to shine, but God who called me here below shall be forever mine. What faith is there? What confidence in immortality? How could a man feel it and not be ennobled? Then what a rough, hearty heroism was in that first hymn. It was right manly. Ah, said Anne, but half the time they sing them without the slightest perception of their meaning, or the least idea of being influenced by them. And so do the worshippers in the sleepiest and most aristocratic churches, said Clayton. There's nothing peculiar to the campground, but if it is true, what a certain statesman once said, let me make the ballads of the people, and I care not who makes their laws. It is certainly a great gain to have such noble sentiments as many of these hymns contain, circulating freely among the people. What upon earth, said Uncle John, do you suppose that last fellow was about up in the clouds there? Nobody seemed to know where he was or who he was, and I thought his discourse seemed to be rather an unexpected addition. He put it into us pretty strong, I thought. Declare, such a bundle of woes and curses I never heard distributed. Seemed to have done up all the old prophets into one bundle and tumbled it down upon our heads. Some of them were quite superstitious about it and began talking about warnings and all that. Pooh, said Aunt Maria. The likelihood is that some itinerant poor preacher has fallen upon this trick for producing a sensation. There is no end to the trickeries and the got-up schemes in these camp meetings, just to produce effect. If I had had a pistol, I should like to have fired into the tree and see whether I couldn't have changed his tune. It seems to me, said Clayton, from the little that I did hear, that there was some method in his madness. It was one of the most singular and impressive voices I ever heard, and really the enunciation of some of those latter things was tremendous. But then, in the universal license and general confusion of the scene, the thing was not so much to be wondered at. It would be the most natural thing in the world that some crazy fanatic should be heated almost to the point of insanity by the scene, and take this way of unburdening himself. Such excitements most generally assume the form of denunciation. "Well, now," said Nina, "to tell the truth, I should like to go out again today. It's a lovely ride, and I like to be in the woods, and then I like to walk around among the tents and hear the people talk, and see all the different specimens of human nature that are there. I never saw such a gathering together in my life." "Agreed," said Uncle John. "I'll go with you. After all, Clayton here has got the right of it when he says that a fellow oughtn't to be ashamed of his religion, such as it is." "Such as it is, to be sure," said Aunt Maria sarcastically. "Yes, and I say again, such as it is," said Uncle John, bracing himself. "I don't pretend it's much. We'll all of us bear to be a good deal better, without danger of being translated. Now, as to this being converted, hang me if I know how to get at it. I suppose that is something like an electric shock. If a fellow is going to get it, he must go up to the machine." "Well, you do hear some queer things there," said Nina. "Don't you remember that jolly, slashing-looking fellow whom they called Bill Dakin, that came up there with his 2 dogs? In the afternoon, after the regular services, we went to one of the tents where there was a very noisy prayer-meeting going on, and there was Bill Dakin on his knees, with his hands clasped and the tears rolling down his cheeks, and Father Bonnie was praying over him with all his might. And what do you think he said? He said, 'Oh, Lord, here's Bill Dakin. He is converted. Now take him right to heaven. Now he is ready, or he'll be drunk again in 2 weeks.'" "Well," said Ann Clayton, tossing her head indignantly, "that's blasphemy, in my opinion." "Oh, perhaps not," said Clayton, "any more than the clownish talk of any of our servants is intentional rudeness." "Well," said Anne, "don't you think it shows a great want of perception?" "Certainly it does," said Clayton. "It shows great rudeness and coarseness of fiber, and is not at all to be commended. But still, we are not to judge of it by the rules of cultivated society. In well-trained minds, every faculty keeps its due boundaries, but in this kind of wild forest growth, mirthfulness will sometimes overgrow reverence, just as the yellow jessamine will completely smother a tree. A great many of the ordinances of the old Mosaic dispensation were intended to counteract this very tendency." "Well," said Nina, "did you notice poor old Tiff, so intent on getting his children converted? He didn't seem to have the least thought or reference to getting into heaven himself. The only thing with him was to get those children in. Tiff seems to me just like those mistletoes that we see on the trees in the swamps. He don't seem to have any root of his own. He seems to grow out of something else." "Those children are very pretty-looking, genteel children," said Anne, "and how well they were dressed." "My dear," said Nina, "Tiff prostrates himself at my shrine every time he meets me to implore my favorable supervision as to that point, and it really is diverting to hear him talk. The old Caliban has an eye for color and a sense of what is suitable, equal to any French milliner, I assure you, my dear. I always was reputed for having a talent for dress, and Tiff appreciates me. Isn't it charming of him? I declare, when I see the old creature lugging about those children, I always think of an ugly old cactus with its blossoms. I believe he verily thinks they belong to him just as much. Their father is entirely dismissed from Tiff's calculations. Evidently all he wants of him is to keep out of the way and let him work. The whole burden of their education lies on his shoulders. For my part," said Aunt Nesbit, "I'm glad you have faith to believe in those children. I haven't. They'll be sure to turn out badly. You see if they don't." "And I think," said Aunt Maria, "we have enough to do with our own servants without taking all these miserable whites on our hands, too." "I'm not going to take all the whites," said Nina. "I'm going to take these children." "I wish you joy," said Aunt Maria. "I wonder," said Aunt Nesbit, "if Harry is under concern of mind. He seems to be dreadfully down this morning." "Is he?" said Nina. "I hadn't noticed it." "Well," said Uncle John, Perhaps he'll get set up today, who knows? In fact, I hope I shall myself. I'll tell you what it is, Parson, said he, laying his hand on Clayton's shoulder. You should take the gig today and drive this little sinner and let me go with the ladies. Of course, you know Mrs. G. engrosses my whole soul, but then there's a kind of insensible improvement that comes from such celestial bodies as Miss Anne here that oughtn't to be denied to me. The clergy ought to enumerate female influence among the means of grace. I'm sure there's nothing builds me up like it. Clayton, of course, assented very readily to this arrangement, and the party was adjusted on this basis. Look ye here now, Clayton, said Uncle John, tipping him a sly wink, after he had handed Nina in. You must confess that little penitent. She wants a spiritual director, my boy. I tell you what, Clayton, there isn't a girl like that in North Carolina. There's blood, sir, there. You must humor her on a bit, and give her her head a while. Ah, but she'll draw well at last. I always like a creature that kicks to pieces, harness, wagon, and all, to begin with. They do the best when they are broken in. With which profound remarks, Uncle John turned to hand Anne Clayton to the carriage. Clayton understood too well what he was about to make any such use of the interview as Uncle John had suggested. He knew perfectly that his best chance, with a nature so restless as Nina's, was to keep up a sense of perfect freedom in all their intercourse, and therefore no grandfather could have been more collected and easy in a tete-a-tete drive than he. The last conversation at the camp meeting, he knew, had brought them much nearer to each other than they had ever stood before, because both had spoken in deep earnestness of feeling what lay deepest in their heart, and one such moment, he well knew, was of more binding force than 100 nominal betrothals. The morning was one of those perfect ones which succeed a thunder-shower in the night, when the air, cleared of every gross vapor and impregnated with the moist exhalations from the woods, is both balmy and stimulating. The steaming air developed to the full the balsamic properties of the pine groves through which they rode, and where the road skirted the swampy land, the light fell slanting on the leaves of the deciduous trees, rustling and dripping with the last night's shower. The heavens were full of those brilliant island-like clouds which are said to be a peculiarity of American skies, in their distinct relief above the intense blue. At a long distance they caught the sound of camp-meeting hymns, but before they reached the ground they saw, in more than one riotous group, the result of too frequent an application to Abijah Skinflint's department and others of similar character. They visited the quarters of old Tiff, whom they found busy ironing some clothes for the baby, which he had washed and hung out the night before. The preaching had not yet commenced, and the party walked about among the tents. Women were busy cooking and washing dishes under the trees, and there was a great deal of good-natured gossiping. One of the most remarkable features of the day was a sermon from Father Dixon on the sins of the church. It concluded with a most forcible and solemn appeal to all on the subject of slavery. He reminded both the Methodists and the Presbyterians that their books of discipline had most pointedly and unequivocally condemned it, that John Wesley had denounced it as the sum of all villainies, and that the General Assemblies of the Presbyterian Church had condemned it as wholly inconsistent with the religion of Christ, with the great law which requires us to love others as ourselves. He related the scene which he had lately witnessed in the slave coffle. He spoke of the horrors of the interstate slave trade, and drew a touching picture of the separation of families and the rending of all domestic and social ties which resulted from it, and alluding to the unknown speaker of the evening before, told his audience that he had discerned a deep significance in his words, and that he feared, if there was not immediate repentance and reformation, the land would yet be given up to the visitations of divine wrath. As he spoke with feeling, he awakened feeling in return. Many were affected even to tears, but when the sermon was over, it seemed to melt away, as a wave flows back again into the sea. It was far easier to join in a temporary whirlwind of excitement than to take into consideration troublesome, difficult, and expensive reforms. Yet still it is due to the degenerate Christianity of the slave states to say that during the long period in which the church there had been corrupting itself and lowering its standard of right to meet a depraved institution, there have not been wanting from time to time noble confessors who have spoken for God and humanity. For many years they were listened to with that kind of pensive tolerance which men give when they acknowledge their fault without any intention of mending. Of late years, however, the lines have been drawn more sharply, and such witnesses have spoken in peril of their lives, so that now seldom a voice arises except in approbation of oppression. The sermon was fruitful of much discussion in different parts of the campground, and none perhaps was louder in the approbation of it than the Georgia trader, who, seated on Abijah Skinflint's counter, declared, "That was a parson as was a parson, and that he liked his pluck, and for his part, when ministers and church members would give over buying, he should take up some other trade." "That was a very good sermon," said Nina, "and I believe every word of it. But then, what do you suppose we ought to do?" "Why," said Clayton, "we ought to contemplate emancipation as a future certainty, and prepare our people in the shortest possible time." This conversation took place as the party were seated at their nooning under the trees, around an unpacked hamper of cold provisions, which they were leisurely discussing. "Why, bless my soul, Clayton," said Uncle John, "I don't see the sense of such an anathema maranatha as we got today. Good Lord, what earthly harm are we doing? As to our niggers, they are better off than we are. I say it coolly, that is, as coolly as a man can say anything between 1 and 2 o'clock in such weather as this. Why, look at my niggers. Do I ever have any chickens or eggs or cucumbers? No, to be sure. All my chickens die, and the cutworms play the devil with my cucumbers, but the niggers have enough. Theirs flourish like a green bay tree. And of course I have to buy of them. They raise chickens, I buy 'em and cook 'em, and then they eat 'em. That's the way it goes. As to the slave coffles and slave prisons and the trade, why, that's abominable, to be sure. But Lord bless you, I don't want it done. I'd kick a trader off my doorsteps forthwith, though I'm all eaten up with woolly heads, like locusts. I don't like such sermons for my part." "Well," said Aunt Nesbit, "our Mr. Titmarsh preached quite another way when I attended church in E. He proved that slavery was a scriptural institution and established by God." "I should think anybody's common sense would show that a thing which works so poorly for both sides couldn't be from God," said Nina. "Who is Mr. Titmarsh?" said Clayton to her aside. "Oh, one of Aunt Nesbit's favorites, and one of my aversions. He isn't a man. He's nothing but a theological dictionary with a cravat on. I can't bear him." "Now, people may talk as much as they please of the educated democracy of the North," said Uncle John. "I don't like 'em. What do working men want of education? Ruins 'em. I've heard of their learned blacksmiths bothering around, neglecting their work to make speeches. I don't like such things. It raises them above their sphere. And there's nothing going on up in those northern states but a constant confusion and hubbub. All sorts of heresies come from the north, and infidelity, and the Lord knows what. We have peace down here. To be sure, our poor whites are in a devil of a fix, but we haven't got 'em under yet. We shall get 'em in one of these days with our niggers, and then all will be contentment." "Yes," said Nina, "there's Uncle John's view of the millennium." "To be sure," said Uncle John, "the lower classes want governing. They want care, that's what they want. And all they need to know is what the Episcopal Church Catechism says, to learn and labor truly to get their own living in the state wherein it has pleased God to call them. That makes a well-behaved lower class and a handsome, gentlemanly, orderly state of society. The upper classes ought to be instructed in their duties. They ought to be considerate and condescending and all that. That's my view of society." "Then you are no Republican," said Clayton. "Bless you, yes I am. I believe in the equality of gentlemen and the equal rights of well-bred people. That's my idea of a republic." Clayton, Nina, and Anne laughed. "Now," said Nina, "to see Uncle so jovial and free, and hail fellow well met with everybody, you'd think he was the greatest Democrat that ever walked. But you see, it's only because he's so immeasurably certain of his superior position, that's all. He isn't afraid to kneel at the altar with Bill Dakin or Jim Sykes, because he's so sure that his position can't be compromised." "And besides that, Chick," said Uncle John, "I have the sense to know that in my Maker's presence all human differences are child's play." And Uncle John spoke with a momentary solemnity which was heartfelt. It was agreed by the party that they would not stay to attend the evening exercises. The novelty of the effect was over, and Aunt Nesbit spoke of the bad effects of falling dew and night air. Accordingly, as soon as the air was sufficiently cooled to make riding practicable, the party were again on their way home. The woodland path was streaked with green and gold bands of light thrown between the tree trunks across the way, and the trees reverberated with the evening song of birds. Nina and Clayton naturally fell into a quiet and subdued train of conversation. "It is strange," said Nina, "these talkings and searchings about religion. Now, there are people who have something they call religion, which I don't think does them any good. It isn't of any use, it doesn't make them better, and it makes them very disagreeable. I would rather be as I am than to have what they call religion. But then there are others that have something which I know is a religion, something that I know I have not, something that I'd give all the world to have and don't know how to get it. Now there was Livy Ray. You ought to have seen Livy Ray. There was something so superior about her, and what was extraordinary is that she was good without being stupid. What do you suppose the reason is that good people are generally so stupid?" "A great deal," said Clayton, "is called goodness, which is nothing but want of force. A person is said to have self-government simply because he has nothing to govern. They talk about self-denial when their desires are so weak that one course is about as easy to them as another. Such people easily fall into a religious routine, get by heart a set of phrases, and make, as you say, very stupid good people." "Now, Livy," said Nina, "was remarkable. She had that kind of education that they give girls in New England, stronger and more like a man's than ours. She could read Greek and Latin as easily as she could French and Italian. She was keen, shrewd, and witty, and had the kind of wild grace about her, like these grapevines. Yet she was so strong. Well, do you know, I almost worship Livy. And I think, the little while she was in our school, she did me more good than all the teachers in studying put together. Why, it does one good to know that such people are possible. Don't you think it does?" "Yes," said Clayton. "All the good in the world is done by the personality of people. Now, in books, it isn't so much what you learn from them as the contact it gives you with the personality of the writer that improves you. A real book always makes you feel that there is more in the writer than anything that he has said." "That," said Nina eagerly, "is just the way I feel towards Livy. She seems to me like a mine. When I was with her the longest, I always felt as if I hadn't half seen her. She always made me hungry to know her more. I mean to read you some of her letters sometime. She writes beautiful letters, and I appreciate that very much because I can't do that. I can talk better than I can write. Somehow my ideas will not take a course down through my arms. They always will run up to my mouth. But you ought to see Livy. Such people always make me very discontented with myself. I don't know what the reason is that I like to see superior people and things when they always make me realize what a poor concern I am. Now, the first time I heard Jenny Lind sing, it spoiled all my music and all my songs for me, turned them all to trash at one stroke. And yet I liked it, but I don't seem to have got any further in goodness than just dissatisfaction with myself." "Well," said Clayton, "there's where the foundation stone of all excellence is laid. The very first blessing that Christ pronounced was on those who were poor in spirit. The indispensable condition of all progress in art, science, or religion is to feel that we have nothing. "Do you know," said Nina, after something of a pause, "that I can't help wondering what you took up with me for? I have thought very often that you ought to have Livy Ray." "Well, I'm much obliged to you," said Clayton, "for your consideration in providing for me. But supposing I should prefer my own choice after all? We men are a little willful sometimes, like you of the gentler sex." "Well," said Nina, "if you will have the bad taste, then, to insist on liking me, let me warn you that you don't know what you are about. I'm a very unformed, unpractical person. I don't keep accounts. I'm nothing at all of a housekeeper. I shall leave open drawers and scatter papers and forget the day of the month and tear the newspaper and do everything else that is wicked. And then one of these days it will be, 'Nina, why haven't you done this? And why haven't you done that? And why don't you do the other? And why do you do something else?' I've heard you men talk before. And then, you see, I shan't like it, and I shan't behave well. Haven't the least hope of it. Won't ever engage to. So now, won't you take warning?" "No," said Clayton, looking at her with a curious kind of a smile. "I don't think I shall." "How dreadfully positive and self-willed men are," said Nina, drawing a long breath and pretending to laugh. "There's so little of that in you ladies," said Clayton. "We have to do it for both." "So then," said Nina, looking round with a half-laugh and half-blush, "you will persist?" "Yes, you wicked little witch," said Clayton. "Since you challenge me, I will." And as he spoke, he passed his arm round Nina firmly and fixed his eyes on hers. "Come now, my little Baltimore Oriole, have I caught you?" But we are making our chapters too long. End of chapter 25. More summer talk. Chapter 26 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dred, Chapter 26, Milly's Return. The visit of Clayton and his sister, like all other pleasant things, had its end. Clayton was called back to his law office and books, and Anne went to make some summer visits previous to her going to Clayton's plantation of Magnolia Grove, where she was to superintend his various schemes for the improvement of his Negroes. Although it was gravely insisted to the last that there was no engagement between Nina and Clayton, it became evident enough to all parties that only the name was wanting. The warmest possible friendship existed between Nina and Anne, and notwithstanding that Nina almost every day said something which crossed Anne's nicely adjusted views, and notwithstanding Anne had a gentle infusion of that disposition to sermonize which often exists in very excellent young ladies, still the two got on excellently well together. It is to be confessed that the week after they left, Nina was rather restless and lonesome and troubled to pass her time. An incident, which we shall relate, however, gave her something to think of, and opens a new page in our story. While sitting on the veranda after breakfast, her attention was called by various exclamations from the Negro department on the right side of the mansion, and looking out, to her great surprise, she saw Milly standing amid a group who were surrounding her with eager demonstrations. Immediately she ran down the steps to inquire what it might mean. Approaching nearer, she was somewhat startled to see that her old friend had her head bound up and her arm in a sling, and as she came towards her, she observed that she seemed to walk with difficulty, with a gait quite different from her usual firm, hilarious tread. "Why, Milly," she said, running towards her with eagerness, "what's the matter?" "Not much, child, I reckon, now I's got home." "Well, But what's the matter with your arm?" "No great. That dar man shot me, but praise the Lord he didn't kill me. I don't owe him no grudge, but I thought it wasn't right and fit that I should be treated so, and so I just put." "Why, come in the house this minute," said Nina, laying hold of her friend and drawing her towards the steps. "It's a shame. Come in, Milly, come in. That man? I knew he wasn't to be trusted. So this is the good place he found for you, is it?" "Just so," said Tom Tit, who at the head of the dark stream of young juveniles came after, with a towel hanging over one arm and a knife half cleaned in his hand, while Rose and Old Hundred and several others followed to the veranda. "Laws a me," said Aunt Rose. "Just to think on it, that's what 'tis for old families to hire their niggers out to common people." "Well," said Old Hundred, "Milly was allers too high-feelin', held her head up too much. Ain't no way surprised at all." "Oh, go long, you old hominy beetle," said Aunt Rose. "Don't know nobody that holds up their head higher nor you does." Nina, after having dismissed the special train of juveniles and servants, began to examine into the condition of her friend. The arm had evidently been grazed by a bullet, producing somewhat of a deep flesh wound, which had been aggravated by the heat of the weather and the fatigue which she had undergone. On removing the bandage around her head, a number of deep and severe flesh cuts were perceived. "What's all this?" said Nina. "It's where he hit me over the head. He was in drink, child. He didn't well know what he was about." "What an abominable shame! Look here," turning round to Aunt Nesbit, "see what comes of hiring Milly out." "I'm sure I don't know what's to be done," said Aunt Nesbit pitifully. "Done? Why, of course, these are to be bandaged and put up in the first place," said Nina, bustling about with great promptness, tearing off bandages and ringing for warm water. "Aunt Milly, I'll do them up for you myself. I'm a pretty good nurse when I set about it." "Bless you, child, but it seems good to be home among friends." "Yes, and you won't go away again in a hurry," said Nina, as she proceeded rapidly with her undertaking, washing and bandaging the wound. "There now, you look something like, and now you shall lie down in my room and take a little rest." "Thank you, honey child, but I'll go on to my room. 'Pears like it's more home-like," said Milly, and Nina, with her usual energy, waited on her there, closed the blinds, and spread a shawl over her after she had lain down, and after charging her 2 or 3 times to go to sleep and to be quiet, she left her. She could hardly wait to have her get through her nap, so full was she of the matter, and so interested to learn the particulars of her story. "A pretty business indeed," she said to Aunt Nesbit. "We'll prosecute those people, and make them pay dear for it." "That will be a great expense," said Aunt Nesbit apprehensively, "besides the loss of her time." "Well," said Nina, "I shall write to Clayton about it directly. I know he'll feel just as I do. He understands the law and all about those things, and he'll know how to manage it." "Everything will make expense," said Aunt Nesbit in a deplorable voice. "I'm sure misfortunes never come single. Now, if she don't go back, I shall lose her wages, and there's all the expenses of a lawsuit besides. I think she ought to have been more careful." "Why, Aunt, for pity's sake, you don't pretend that you wish Milly to go back?" "Oh, no, of course I don't, but then it's a pity. It will be a great loss every way." "Why, Aunt, I really think as if you didn't think of anything but your loss. You don't seem to think anything about what Milly has had to suffer." "Why, of course I feel sorry for that," said Aunt Nesbit. "I wonder if she's going to be laid up long. I wish on the whole I had hired out one that wasn't quite so useful to me." "Now, if that isn't just like her," said Nina in an indignant tone, as she flung out of the room and went to look softly in at Milly's door. "Never can see, hear, or think of anything but herself, no matter what happens. I wonder why Milly couldn't have belonged to me." After 2 or 3 hours' sleep, Milly came out of her room, seeming much better. A perfectly vigorous physical system and vital powers all moving in the finest order, enabled her to endure much more than ordinary, and Nina soon became satisfied that no material injury had been sustained, and that in a few days she would be quite recovered. "And now, Milly, do pray tell me where you have been, and what this is all about." "Why, you see, honey, I was hired to Mr. Barker, and they said he was a mighty nice man, and so he was, honey, most times. But then, you see, honey, there's some folks, there's two men in 'em. One is a good un, and t'other is very bad. Well, this year was just that sort. You see, honey, I wouldn't go for to say that he got drunk, but he was that sort that if he took ever so little, it made him kind of ugly and cross, and so there wain't no suiting him. Well, his wife, she was pretty fair, and so he was too, 'cept in spots. He's one of these here streaked men that has dreadful ugly streaks, and some of them times the Lord only knows what he won't do. Well, you see, honey, I thought I was getting along right well at first, and I was mighty pleased. But there was one day he came home and 'peared like there couldn't nobody suit him. Well, you see, they had a gal there, and she had a child, and this here child was a little thing. It got playing with a little burnt stick, and it blacked one of his clean shirts I had just hung up, for I had been ironing, you see. Just then he came along, and you never heard a man go on so. I's heard bad talk afore, but I never heard no such. He swore he'd killed a child, and I thought my soul he would. The poor little thing run behind me, and I just kept him off on it, 'cause I knowed he wasn't fit to touch it. And then he turned on me, and he got a cowhide and beat me over the head. I thought my soul he'd kill me. But I got to the door and shut the child out, and Hannah, she took it and run with it. But bless you, it 'peared like he was a tiger, screeching and foaming and beating me. I broke away from him and run. He just caught the rifle. He always kept one loaded, and shot at me, and the ball just struck my arm and glanced off again. Bless the Lord, it didn't break it. That thar was a mighty close run, I can tell you. But I did run, 'cause thinks me, there ain't no safety for me in that there house. And you see, I run till I got to the bush, and then I got to where there was some free colored folks, and they did it up and kept me a day or two. Then I started and came home, just as you told me to." "Well," said Nina, "you did well to come home, and I tell you what, I'm going to have that man prosecuted." "Oh, laws, no, Miss Nina, don't you go's doing nothing to him. His wife is a mighty nice woman, and 'peared like he didn't rightly know what he was about." "Yes, but, Milly, you ought to be willing, because it may make him more careful with other people." "Laws, Miss Nina, why, there is some sense in that, but I wouldn't do it as bearing malice." "Not at all," said Nina. "I shall write to Mr. Clayton and take his advice about it." "He's a good man," said Milly. "He won't say nothing that ain't right. I expect that will do very well that thar way." "Yes," said Nina, "such people must be taught that the law will take hold of them. That will bring them to their bearings." Nina went immediately to her room and dispatched a long letter to Clayton, full of all the particulars, and begging his immediate assistance. Our readers, those who have been in similar circumstances, will not wonder that Clayton saw in this letter an immediate call of duty to go to Canema. In fact, as soon as the letter could go to him, and he could perform a rapid horseback journey, he was once more a member of the domestic circle. He entered upon the case with great confidence and enthusiasm. "It is a debt which we owe," he said, "to the character of our state and to the purity of our institutions, to prove the efficiency of the law in behalf of that class of our population whose helplessness places them more particularly under our protection. They are to us in the condition of children under age, and any violation of their rights should be more particularly attended to." He went immediately to the neighboring town where Milly had been employed, and found, fortunately, that the principal facts had been subject to inspection of white witnesses. A woman who had been hired to do some sewing had been in the next room during the whole time, and Milly's flight from the house, and the man firing after her, had been observed by some workmen in the neighborhood. Everything, therefore, promised well, and the suit was entered forthwith. This ends Chapter 26, Millie's Return.
Chapter 27 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Chapter 27, The Trial. "Well, now," said Frank Russell to one or two lawyers with whom he was sitting in a side room of the courthouse at E., "look out for breakers. Clayton has mounted his war horse and is coming upon us now, like Leviathan from the rushes." "Clayton is a good fellow," said one of them. "I like him, though he doesn't talk much." "Good," said Russell, taking his cigar from his mouth. "Why, as the backwoodsmen say, he ain't nothing else. He is a great 74-pounder, charged to the muzzle with goodness. But if he should be once fired off, I'm afraid he'll carry everything out of the world with him. Because, you see, abstract goodness doesn't suit our present mortal condition. But it is a perfect godsend that he has such a case as this to manage for his maiden plea, because it just falls in with his heroic turn. Why, when I heard of it, I assure you I bestirred myself. I went about and got Smithers and Jones and Peters to put off suits so as to give him fair field and full play. For if he succeeds in this, it may give him so good a conceit of the law that he will keep on with it." "Why," said the other, "don't he like the law?" "What's the matter with the law?" "Oh, nothing. Only Clayton has got one of those ethereal stomachs that rise against almost everything in this world. Now, there isn't more than one case in a dozen that he'll undertake. He sticks and catches just like an old bureau drawer. Some conscientious crick in his back is always taking him at a critical moment, and so he is knocked up for actual work. But this defending a slave woman will suit him to a T." "She is a nice creature, isn't she?" said one of them. "And belongs to a good old family," said the other. "Yes," said the third, "and I understand his lady-love has something to do with the case." "Yes," said Russell, "to be sure she has. The woman belongs to a family connection of hers, I'm told. Miss Gordon is a spicy little puss, one that would be apt to resent anything of that sort, and the Gordons are a very influential family. He is sure to get the case, though I'm not clear that the law is on his side by any means." "Not?" said the other barrister, who went by the name of Will Jones. "No," said Russell. "In fact, I'm pretty clear it isn't. But that will make no odds. When Clayton is thoroughly waked up, he is a whole team, I can tell you. He'll take jury and judge along with him fast enough." "I wonder," said one, "that Barker doesn't compound the matter." "Oh, Barker is one of the stubbed sort. You know, those middling kind of people who always have a spite against old families. He makes fight because it is the Gordons, and that's all. And there comes in his republicanism. He isn't going to be whipped in by the Gordons. Barker has got Scotch blood in him, and he'll hang on to the case like death." "Clayton will make a good speech," said Jones. "Speech? That he will," said Russell. "Bless me, I could lay off a good speech on it myself. Because, you see, it really was quite an outrage, and the woman is a presentable creature. And then there's the humane dodge. That can be taken, beside all the chivalry part of defending the helpless, and all that sort of thing. I wouldn't ask for a better thing to work up into a speech. But Clayton will do it better yet, because he is actually sincere in it. And after all's said and done, there's a good deal in that. When a fellow speaks in solemn earnest, he gives a kind of weight that you can't easily get at any other way." "Well, but," said one, "I don't understand you, Russell. Why do you think the law isn't on Clayton's side? I'm sure it's a very clear case of terrible abuse." Oh, certainly it is, said Russell, and the man is a dolt and a brute beast and ought to be shot, and so forth. But then he hasn't really exceeded his legal limits, because, you see, the law gives to the hirer all the rights of the master. There's no getting away from that, in my opinion. Now, any master might have done all that, and nobody could have done anything about it. They do it, for that matter, if they're bad enough, and nobody thinks of touching them. Well, I say, said Jones, Russell, you don't think that's too bad? Laws, yes, man, but the world is full of things that are too bad. It's a bad kind of place, said Russell as he lit another cigar. Well, how do you think Clayton is going to succeed, said Jones, if the law is so clearly against him? Oh, bless you, you don't know Clayton. He is a glorious mystifier. In the first place, he mystifies himself. And now, you mark me, when a powerful fellow mystifies himself so that he really gets himself thoroughly onto his own side, there's nobody he can't mystify. I speak it in sober sadness, Jones, that the want of this faculty is a great hindrance to me in certain class of cases. You see, I can put on the pathetic and heroic after a sort, but I don't take myself along with me. I don't really believe myself. There's the trouble. It's the power of self-mystification that makes what you call earnest men. If men saw the real bread and butter and green cheese of life, as I see it, the hard, dry, primitive facts, they couldn't raise such commotions as they do. Russell, it always makes me uncomfortable to hear you talk. It seems as if you don't believe in anything. Oh, yes, I do, said Russell. I believe in the multiplication table and several other things of that nature at the beginning of the arithmetic, and also that the wicked will do wickedly. But as to Clayton's splendid abstractions, I only wish him joy of them. But then I shall believe him while I hear him talk. So will you. So will all the rest of us. That's the fun of it. But the thing will be just where it was before, and I shall find it so when I wake up tomorrow morning. It's a pity such fellows as Clayton couldn't be used as we use big guns. He is death on anything he fires at, and if he only would let me load and point him, he and I together would make a firm that would sweep the land. Ah, but here he comes, upon my word. Hello, Clayton, all ready? Yes, said Clayton, I believe so. When will the case be called? Today, I'm pretty sure, said Russell. Clayton was destined to have something of an audience in his first plea. For the Gordons, being an influential and largely connected family, there was quite an interest excited among them in the affair. Clayton also had many warm personal friends, and his father, mother, and sister were to be present, for though residing in a different part of the state, they were at this time on a visit in the vicinity of the town of E. There is something in the first essay of a young man in any profession, like the first launching of a ship, which has a never-ceasing hold on human sympathies. Clayton's father, mother, and sister, with Nina, at the time of the dialogue we have given, were sitting together in the parlor of a friend's house in E, discussing the same event. I'm sure that he will get the case, said Anne Clayton, with the confidence of a generous woman and warm-hearted sister. He has been showing me the course of his argument, and it is perfectly irresistible. Has he said anything to you about it, Father? Judge Clayton had been walking up and down the room, with his hands behind him, with his usual air of considerate gravity. Stopping short at Anne's question, he said, Edward's mind and mine work so differently that I have not thought best to embarrass him by any conference on the subject. I consider the case an unfortunate one, and would rather that he could have had some other. Why, said Anne eagerly, don't you think he'll gain it? Not if the case goes according to law, said Judge Clayton. But then Edward has a great deal of power of eloquence and a good deal of skill in making a diversion from the main point. So that, perhaps he may get the case." "Why," said Nina, "I thought cases were always decided according to the law. What else do they make laws for?" "You are very innocent, my child," said Judge Clayton. "But, Father, the proof of the outrage is most abundant. Nobody could pretend to justify it." "Nobody will, child, but that's nothing to the case. The simple point is, did the man exceed his legal power? It's my impression he did not." "Father, what a horrible doctrine," said Anne. "I simply speak of what is," said Judge Clayton. "I don't pretend to justify it. But Edward has great power of exciting the feelings, and under the influence of his eloquence, the case may go the other way, and humanity triumph at the expense of law." Clayton's plea came on in the afternoon and justified the expectations of his friends. His personal presence was good, his voice melodious, and his elocution fine. But what impressed his auditors perhaps more than these was a certain elevation and clearness in the moral atmosphere around him, a gravity and earnestness of conviction which gave a secret power to all he said. He took up the doctrine of the dependent relations of life, and of those rules by which they should be guided and restrained, and showed that while absolute power seems to be a necessary condition of many relations in life, both reason and common sense dictate certain limits to it. The law guarantees to the parent, the guardian, and the master the right of enforcing obedience by chastisement, and the reason for it is that the subject being supposed to be imperfectly developed, his good will on the whole be better consulted by allowing to his lawful guardian this power. The good of the subject, he said, is understood to be the foundation of the right. But when chastisement is inflicted without just cause, and in a manner so inconsiderate and brutal as to endanger the safety and well-being of the subject, the great foundation principle of the law is violated. The act becomes perfectly lawless, and as incapable of legal defense as it is abhorrent to every sentiment of humanity and justice. He would endeavor to show, he said, by full testimony, that the case in question was one of this sort. In examining the witnesses, Clayton showed great dignity and acuteness, and as the feeling of the court was already prepossessed in his favor, the cause evidently gathered strength as it went on. The testimony showed in the most conclusive manner the general excellence of Milly's character and the utter brutality of the outrage which had been committed upon her. In his concluding remarks, Clayton addressed the jury in a tone of great elevation and solemnity on the duty of those to whom is entrusted the guardianship of the helpless. "No obligation," he said, "can be stronger to an honorable mind than the obligation of entire dependence. The fact that a human being has no refuge from our power, no appeal from our decisions, so far from leading to careless security, is one of the strongest possible motives to caution and to most exact care. The African race," he said, "had been bitter sufferers. Their history had been one of wrong and cruelty, painful to every honorable mind. We of the present day, who sustain the relation of slaveholder," he said, "received from the hands of our fathers an awful trust. Irresponsible power is the greatest trial of humanity, and if we do not strictly guard our own moral purity in the use of it, we shall degenerate into despots and tyrants. No consideration can justify us in holding this people in slavery an hour, unless we make this slavery a guardian relation, in which our superior strength and intelligence is made the protector and educator of their simplicity and weakness." "The eyes of the world are fastened upon us," he said. "Our continuing in this position at all is in many quarters matter of severe animadversion. Let us therefore show, by the spirit in which we administer our laws, by the impartiality with which we protect their rights, that the master of the helpless African is his best and truest friend. It was evident, as Clayton spoke, that he carried the whole of his audience with him. The counsel on the other side felt himself much straitened. There is very little possibility of eloquence in defending a manifest act of tyranny and cruelty. And a man speaks, also at great disadvantage, who not only is faint-hearted in his own cause, but feels the force of the whole surrounding atmosphere against him. In fact, the result was that the judge charged the jury, if they found the chastisement to have been disproportionate and cruel, to give verdict for the plaintiff. The jury, with a little discussion, gave it unanimously, accordingly, and so Clayton's first cause was won. If ever a woman feels proud of her lover, it is when she sees him as a successful public speaker. And Nina, when the case was over, stood half laughing, half blushing, in a circle of ladies who alternately congratulated and rallied her on Clayton's triumph. "Ah," said Frank Russell, "we understand the magic. The knight always fights well when his lady love looks down. Miss Gordon must have the credit of this. She took all the strength out of the other side, like the mountains of lodestone that used to draw all the nails out of their ship." "I am glad," said Judge Clayton as he walked home with his wife. "I am very glad that Edward has met with such success. His nature is so fastidious that I have had my fears that he would not adhere to the law. There are many things in it, I grant, which would naturally offend a fastidious mind, and one which, like his, is always idealizing life." "He has established a noble principle," said Mrs. Clayton. "I wish he had," said the judge. "It would have been a very ungrateful task, but I could have shattered his argument all to pieces." "Don't tell him so," said Mrs. Clayton apprehensively. "Let him have the comfort of it." "Certainly I shall. Edward is a good fellow, and I hope, after a while, he'll draw well in the harness." Meanwhile, Frank Russell and Will Jones were walking along in another direction. "Didn't I tell you so?" said Russell. "You see, Clayton run Bedford down horse and foot and made us all as solemn as a preparatory lecture." "But he had a good argument," said Jones. "To be sure he had. I never knew him to want that. He builds up splendid arguments always, and the only thing to be said of him, after it's all over, is, it isn't so. It's no such thing. Barker is terrible wroth, I can assure you. He swears he'll appeal the case, but that's no matter. Clayton has had his day all the same. He is evidently waked up. Oh, he has no more objection to a little popularity than you or I have now. And if we could humor him along, as we would a trout, we should have him a first-rate lawyer one of these days. Did you see Miss Gordon while he was pleading? By George, she looked so handsome I was sorry I hadn't taken her myself." "Is she that dashing little flirting Miss Gordon that I heard of in New York?" "The very same." "How came she to take a fancy to him?" "She? How do I know? She's as full of streaks as a tulip, and her liking for him is one of them. Did you notice her, Will? Scarf flying one way and little curls and pennants and streamers and veil the other. Why, then those eyes! She's alive, every inch of her. She puts me in mind of a sweet briar bush, winking and blinking, full of dewdrops, full of roses, and brisk little thorns beside. Ah, she'll keep him awake." End of Chapter 27, The Trial.
Chapter 28 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dred, Chapter 28, Magnolia Grove. Judge Clayton was not mistaken in supposing that his son would contemplate the issue of the case he had defended with satisfaction. As we have already intimated, Clayton was somewhat averse to the practice of the law. Regard for the feeling of his father had led him to resolve that he would at least give it a fair trial. His own turn of mind would have led him to some work of more immediate and practical philanthropy. He would have much preferred to retire to his own estate, to devote himself, with his sister, to the education of his servants. But he felt that he could not, with due regard to his father's feelings, do this until he had given professional life a fair trial. After the scene of the trial which we have described, he returned to his business, and Anne solicited Nina to accompany her for a few weeks to their plantation at Magnolia Grove, whither, as duty-bound, we may follow her. Our readers will therefore be pleased to find themselves transported to the shady side of a veranda belonging to Clayton's establishment at Magnolia Grove. The place derived its name from a group of these beautiful trees, in the center of which the house was situated. It was a long, low cottage, surrounded by deep verandas, festooned with an exuberance of those climbing plants which are so splendid in the southern latitude. The range of apartments which opened on the veranda where Anne and Nina were sitting were darkened to exclude the flies, but the doors, standing open, gave picture-like gleams of the interior. The white matted floors, light bamboo furniture, couches covered with glazed white linen, and the large vases of roses disposed here and there, where the light would fall upon them, presented a background of inviting coolness. It was early in the morning, and the two ladies were enjoying the luxury of a tete-a-tete breakfast before the sun had yet dried the heavy dews which give such freshness to the morning air. A small table which stood between them was spread with choice fruits, arranged on dishes in green leaves, a pitcher of iced milk, and a delicate little tete-a-tete coffee service, dispensing the perfume of the most fragrant coffee. Nor were they wanting those small, delicate biscuits, and some of those curious forms of cornbread, of the manufacture of which every Southern cook is so justly proud. Nor should we omit the central vase of monthly roses of every shade of color, the daily arrangement of which was the special delight of Anne's brown little waiting-maid, Lettice. Anne Clayton, in a fresh white morning wrapper, with her pure, healthy complexion, fine teeth, and frank, beaming smile, looked like a queenly damask rose. A queen she really was on her own plantation, reigning by the strongest of all powers, that of love. The African race have large ideality and veneration, and in no drawing-room could Anne's beauty and grace, her fine manners and carriage, secure a more appreciating and unlimited admiration and devotion. The Negro race, with many of the faults of children, unite many of their most amiable qualities in the simplicity and confidingness with which they yield themselves up in admiration of a superior friend. Nina had been there but a day, yet could not fail to read in the eyes of all how absolute was the reign which Anne held over their affections. "How delightful the smell of this magnolia blossom," said Nina. "Oh, I'm glad that you waked me so early, Anne." "Yes," said Anne. "In this climate, early rising becomes a necessary of life to those who mean to have any real positive pleasure in it, and I'm one of the sort that must have positive pleasures. Merely negative rest, lassitude, and dreaming are not enough for me. I want to feel that I'm alive, and that I accomplish something." "Yes, I see," said Nina. "You are not nominally like me, but really, housekeeper. What wonderful skill you seem to have. Is it possible that you keep nothing locked up here?" "No," said Anne, "nothing. I am released from the power of keys, thank fortune. When I first came here, everybody told me it was sheer madness to try such a thing. But I told them that I was determined to do it, and Edward upheld me in it, and you can see how well I've succeeded." "Indeed," said Nana, "you must have magic power, for I never saw a household move on so harmoniously. All your servants seem to think and contrive and take an interest in what they are doing. How did you begin? What did you do?" "Well," said Anne, "I'll tell you the history of the plantation. In the first place, it belonged to Mamma's uncle, and not to spoil the story for relation's sake, I must say he was a dissipated, unprincipled man. He lived a perfectly heathen life here, in the most shocking way you can imagine, and so the poor creatures who were under him were worse heathen than he. He lived with a quadroon woman who was violent-tempered, and when angry ferociously cruel, and so the servants were constantly passing from the extreme of indulgence to the extreme of cruelty. You can scarce have an idea of the state we found them in. My heart almost failed me, but Edward said, "Don't give up, Anne. Try the good that is in them." Well, I confess it seemed very much as it seemed to me when I was once at a water-cure establishment. Patients would be brought in languid, pale, cold, half dead, and it appeared as if it would kill them to apply cold water. But somehow or other there was a vital power in them that reacted under it. Well, just so it was with my servants. I called them all together, and I said to them, "Now, people have always said that you are the greatest thieves in the world, that there is no managing you except by locking up everything from you. But I think differently. I have an idea that you can be trusted. I have been telling people that they don't know how much good there is in you, and now, just to show them what you can do, I'm going to begin to leave the closets and doors and everything unlocked, and I shall not watch you. You can take my things if you choose, and if after a time I find that you can't be trusted, I shall go back to the old way." Well, my dear, I wouldn't have believed myself that the thing would have answered so well. In the first place, approbativeness is a stronger principle with the African race than almost any other. They like to be thought well of. Immediately there was the greatest spirit in the house, for the poor creatures, having suddenly made the discovery that somebody thought they were to be trusted, were very anxious to keep up the reputation. The elder ones watched the younger, and in fact, my dear, I had very little trouble. The children at first troubled me, going into my store closet and getting the cake, notwithstanding very spirited government on the part of the mammies. So I called my family in session again, and said that their conduct had confirmed my good opinion, that I always knew they could be trusted, and that my friends were astonished to hear how well they did, but that I had observed that some of the children probably had taken my cake. "Now you know," said I, "that I have no objection to your having some. If any of you would enjoy a piece of cake, I shall be happy to give it to them. But it is not agreeable to have things in my closet fingered over. I shall therefore set a plate of cake out every day, and anybody that wishes to take some, I hope will take that." Well, my dear, my plate of cake stood there and dried. You won't believe me, but in fact it wasn't touched. "Well," said Dinah, "I shouldn't think you could have had our Tom Tit here. Why, really, this goes beyond the virtue of white children." My dear, it isn't such a luxury to white children to be thought well of and have character. You must take that into account. It was a taste of a new kind of pleasure, made attractive by its novelty. "Yes," said Nana, "I have something in me which makes me feel this would be the right way. I know it would be with me. There's nothing like confidence. If a person trusts me, I'm bound." "Yet," said Anne, "I can't get the ladies of my acquaintance to believe in it. They see how I get along, but they insist upon it that it's some secret magic or art of mine." "Well, it is so," said Dinah. "Such things are just like the divining rod. They won't work in every hand. It takes a real generous, warm-hearted woman like you, Anne. But could you carry your system through your plantation as well as your house?" "The field hands were more difficult to manage on some accounts," said Anne, "but the same principle prevailed with them. Edward tried all he could to awaken self-respect. Now, I counseled that we should endeavor to form some decent habits before we built the cabins over. I told him they could not appreciate cleanliness and order." Very likely they cannot, he said, but we are not to suppose it. And he gave orders immediately for that pretty row of cottages you saw down at the quarters. He put up a large bathing establishment. Yet he did not enforce at first personal cleanliness by strict rules. Those who began to improve first were encouraged and noticed, and as they found this a passport to favor, the thing took rapidly. It required a great while to teach them how to be consistently orderly and cleanly, even after the first desire had been awakened, because it isn't every one that likes neatness and order who has the forethought and skill to secure it. But there has been a steady progress in these respects. One curious peculiarity of Edward's management gives rise to a good many droll scenes. He has instituted a sort of jury trial among them. There are certain rules for the order and well-being of the plantation which all agree to abide by, and in all offenses the man is tried by a jury of his peers. Mr. Smith, our agent, says that these scenes are sometimes very diverting, but on the whole there's a good deal of shrewdness and sense manifested. But he says that in general they incline much more to severity than he would. You see, the poor creatures have been so barbarized by the way they have been treated in past times that it has made them hard and harsh. I assure you, Nina, I never appreciated the wisdom of God in the laws which he made for the Jews in the wilderness, as I have since I've tried the experiment myself of trying to bring a set of slaves out of barbarism. Now, this that I'm telling you is the fairest side of the story. I can't begin to tell you the 1,000 difficulties and trials which we have encountered in it. Sometimes I've been almost worn out and discouraged. But then I think if there is a missionary work in this world, it is this. And what do your neighbors think about it? Said Nina. Well, said Anne, they are all very polite, well-bred people, the families with whom we associate, and such people, of course, would never think of interfering or expressing a difference of opinion in any very open way. But I have the impression that they regard it with suspicion. They sometimes let fall words which make me think they do. It's a way of proceeding which very few would adopt, because it is not a money-making operation by any means. The plantation barely pays for itself, because Edward makes that quite a secondary consideration. The thing which excites the most murmuring is our teaching them to read. I teach the children myself 2 hours every day, because I think this would be less likely to be an offense than if I should hire a teacher. Mr. Smith teaches any of the grown men who are willing to take the trouble to learn. Any man who performs a certain amount of labor can secure to himself 2 or 3 hours a day to spend as he chooses, and many do choose to learn. Some of the men and the women have become quite good readers, and Clayton is constantly sending books for them. This, I'm afraid, gives great offense. It is against the law to do it, but as unjust laws are sometimes lived down, we thought we would test the practicability of doing this. There was some complaint made of our servants because they have not the servile, subdued air which commonly marks the slave, but look, speak, and act as if they respected themselves. I'm sometimes afraid that we shall have trouble, but then I hope for the best. What does Mr. Clayton expect to be the end of all this? Said Nina. Why, I think Edward has the idea that one of these days they may be emancipated on the soil, just as the serfs were in England. It looks to me rather hopeless, I must say, but he says the best way is for some one to begin and set an example of what ought to be done, and he hopes that in time it will be generally followed. It would if all men were like him, but there lies my doubt. The number of those who would pursue such a disinterested course is very small. But who comes there? Upon my word, if it isn't my particular admirer, Mr. Bradshaw. As Anne said this, a very gentlemanly middle-aged man came up on horseback on the carriage drive which passed in front of the veranda. He bore in his hand a large bunch of different-colored roses, and alighting and delivering his horse to his servant, came up the steps and presented it to Anne. There, said he, are the first fruits of my roses in the garden that I started in Rosedale. Beautiful, said Anne, taking them. allow me to present to you Miss Gordon." "Miss Gordon, you're most obedient," said Mr. Bradshaw, bowing obsequiously. "You're just in season, Mr. Bradshaw, for I'm sure you couldn't have had your breakfast before you started, so sit down and help us with ours." "Thank you, Miss Anne. The offer is too tempting to be refused." And he soon established himself as a third at the little table and made himself very sociable. "Well, Miss Anne, how do all your plans proceed? All your benevolences and cares? I hope your angel ministrations don't exhaust you?" "Not at all, Mr. Bradshaw. Do I look like it?" "No, indeed. But such energy is perfectly astonishing to us all." Nina's practised eye observed that Mr. Bradshaw had that particular nervous, restless air which belongs to a man who is charged with a particular message and finds himself unexpectedly blockaded by the presence of a third person. So after breakfast, exclaiming that she had left her crochet needle in her apartment, and resisting Anne's offer to send a servant for it, by declaring that nobody could find it but herself, she left the veranda. Mr. Bradshaw had been an old family friend for many years, and stood with Anne almost on an easy footing of a relation, which gave him the liberty of speaking with freedom. The moment the door of the parlor was closed after Nina, he drew a chair near Anne and sat down with the unmistakable air of a man who is going into a confidential communication. "The fact is, my dear Miss Clayton, I have something on my mind that I want to tell you, and I hope you will think my long friendship for the family a sufficient warrant for my speaking on matters which really belong chiefly to yourself. The fact is, my dear Miss Clayton, I was at a small dinner party of gentlemen the other day at Colonel Grandin's. There was a little select set there, you know, the Howards and the Elliots and the Howlands, and so on, and the conversation happened to turn upon your brother. Now, there was very greatest respect for him. They seemed to have the highest possible regard for his motives, but still they felt that he was going on a very dangerous course." "Dangerous?" said Anne, a little startled. "Yes, really dangerous, and I think so myself, though I perhaps don't feel as strongly as some do." "Really?" said Anne. "I'm quite at a loss." "My dear Miss Anne, it's these improvements, you know, which you are making. Don't misapprehend me. Admirable, very admirable in themselves, done from the most charming of motives, Miss Anne, but dangerous, dangerous." The solemn, mysterious manner in which these last words were pronounced made Anne laugh, but when she saw the expression of real concern on the face of her good friend, she checked herself and said, "Pray explain yourself. I don't understand you." "Why, Miss Anne, it's just here. We appreciate your humanity and your self-denial and your indulgence to your servants. Everybody is of opinion that it's admirable. You're really quite a model for us all. But when it comes to teaching them to read and write, Miss Anne," he said, lowering his voice, "I think you don't consider what a dangerous weapon you're putting into their hands. The knowledge will spread on to the other plantations. Bright niggers will pick it up, for the very fellows who are most dangerous are the very ones who will be sure to learn." "What if they should?" "Why, my dear Miss Anne, the facilities that it will afford them for combinations, for insurrections. You see, Miss Anne, I read a story once of a man who made a cork leg with such wonderful accuracy that it would walk of itself. And when he got it on, he couldn't stop its walking. It walked him to death. Actually did. Walked him uphill and down dale till the poor man fell down exhausted, and then it ran off with his body, and it's running with its skeleton to this day, I believe." And good-natured Mr. Bradshaw conceived such a ridiculous idea at this stage of his narrative that he leaned back in his chair and laughed heartily, wiping his perspiring face with a cambric pocket-handkerchief. "Really, Mr. Bradshaw, it's a very amusing idea, but I don't see the analogy." "Why, don't you see? You begin teaching niggers and having reading and writing and all these things going on, and they begin to open their eyes and look round and think. And they are having opinions of their own. They won't take yours, and they want to rise directly. And if they can't rise, why, they are all discontented, and there's the what's-his-name to pay with them. Then come conspiracies and insurrections, no matter how well you treat them, and now we South Carolinians have had experience in this matter. You must excuse us, but it is a terrible subject with us. Why, the leaders of that conspiracy, all of them, were fellows who could read and write, and who had nothing in the world to wish for in the way of comfort, treated with every consideration by their masters. It is a most melancholy chapter in human nature. It shows that there is no trust to be placed in them. And now the best way to get along with Negroes, in my opinion, is to make them happy, give them plenty to eat and drink and wear, and keep them amused and excited, and don't work them too hard. I think it's a great deal better than this kind of exciting instruction. Mind, he said, seeing that Anne was going to interrupt him, mind now, I'd have religious instruction, of course. Now this system of oral instruction, teaching them hymns and passages of Scripture suited to their particular condition, it's just the thing. It isn't so liable to these dangers. I'll hope you excuse me, Miss Anne, but the gentlemen really feel very serious about these things. They find it's affecting their own Negroes. You know, somehow everything goes round from one plantation to another, and one of them said that he had a very smart man who is married to one of your women, and he actually found him with a spelling book sitting out under a tree. He said if the man had had a rifle, he wouldn't have been more alarmed, because the man was just one of those sharp, resolute fellows that if he knew how to read and write, there's no knowing what he would do. Well, now, you see how it is. He takes the spelling book away, and he tells him he will give him 9 30 if he ever finds him with it again. What's the consequence? Why, the consequence is the man sulks and gets ugly, and he has to sell him. That's the way it's operating. Well, then, said Anne, looking somewhat puzzled, I will strictly forbid our people to allow spelling books to go out of their hands, or to communicate any of these things off the plantation. Oh, I tell you, Miss Anne, you can't do it. You don't know the passion in human nature for anything that is forbidden. Now, I believe it's more that than love of reading. You can't shut up such an experiment as you are making here. It's just like a fire. It will blaze. It will catch on all the plantations round, and I assure you it's a matter of life and death with us. You smile, Miss Anne, but it's so. Really, my dear Mr. Bradshaw, you could not have addressed me on a more unpleasant subject. I am sorry to excite the apprehension of our neighbors, but give me leave to remind you also, Miss Anne, that the teaching of slaves to read and write is an offense to which a severe penalty is attached by the laws. I thought, said Anne, that such barbarous laws were a dead letter in a Christian community, and that the best tribute I could pay to its Christianity was practically to disregard them. By no means, Miss Anne, by no means. Why, look at us here in South Carolina. The Negroes are 3 to 1 over the whites now. Will it do to give them the further advantages of education and facilities of communication? You see at once it will not. Now, well-bred people, of course, are extremely averse to mingling in the affairs of other families, and had you merely taught a few favorites, in a private way, as I believe people now and then do, it wouldn't have seemed so bad. But to have regular provision for teaching school and school hours, I think, Miss Anne, you'll find it will result in unpleasant consequences. Yes, I fancy, said Anne, raising herself up and slightly coloring, that I see myself in the penitentiary for the sin and crime of teaching children to read. I think, Mr. Bradshaw, it is time such laws were disregarded. Is not that the only way in which many laws are repealed? Society outgrows them, people disregard them, and so they fall away, like the calyx from some of my flowers. Come now, Mr. Bradshaw, come with me to my school. I'm going to call it together, said Anne, rising and beginning to go down the veranda steps. Certainly, my dear friend, you ought not to judge without seeing. Wait a moment till I call Miss Gordon. And Anne stepped across the shady parlor, and in a few moments reappeared with Nina, both arrayed in white cape bonnets. They crossed to the right of the house to a small cluster of neat cottages, each one of which had its little vegetable garden and its plot in front, carefully tended with flowers. They passed onward into a grove of magnolias which skirted the back of the house till they came to a little building with the external appearance of a small Grecian temple, the pillars of which were festooned with jessamine. "Pray, what pretty little place is this?" said Mr. Bradshaw. "This is my schoolroom," said Anne. Mr. Bradshaw repressed a whistle of astonishment, but the emotion was plainly legible in his face, and Anne said, laughing, "A lady's schoolroom, you know, should be ladylike. Besides, I wish to inspire ideas of taste, refinement, and self-respect in these children. I wish learning to be associated with the idea of elegance and beauty." They ascended the steps and entered a large room surrounded on 3 sides by blackboards. The floor was covered with white matting, and the walls hung with very pretty pictures of French lithographs, tastefully colored. In some places cards were hung up, bearing quotations of Scripture. There were rows of neat desks, before each of which there was a little chair. Anne stepped to the door and rang a bell, and in about 10 minutes the patter of innumerable little feet was heard ascending the steps, and presently they came streaming in, all ages, from 4 or 5 to 15, and from the ebony complexion of the Negro, with its closely curling wool, to the rich brown cheek of the quadroon, with melancholy, lustrous eyes and waving hair. All were dressed alike in a neat uniform of some kind of blue stuff, with white capes and aprons. They filed in to the tune of one of those marked rhythmical melodies which characterize the Negro music, and, moving in exact time to the singing, assumed their seats, which were arranged with regard to age and size. As soon as they were seated, Anne, after a moment's pause, clapped her hands, and the whole school commenced a morning hymn in 4 parts, which was sung so beautifully that Mr. Bradshaw, quite overpowered, stood with tears in his eyes. Anne nodded at Nina and cast on him a satisfied glance. After that there was a rapid review of the classes. There was reading, spelling, writing on the blackboard, and the smaller ones were formed in groups in 2 adjoining apartments under the care of some of the older girls. Anne walked about superintending the whole, and Nina, who saw the scene for the first time, could not repress her exclamation of delight. The scholars were evidently animated by the presence of company, and anxious to do credit to the school and teacher, and the 2 hours passed rapidly away. Anne exhibited to Mr. Bradshaw specimens of the proficiency of her scholars in handwriting, and the drawing of maps, and even the copying of small lithograph cards, which contained a series of simple drawing patterns. Mr. Bradshaw seemed filled with astonishment. "'Pon my word," said he, "these are surprising. Miss Anne, you are a veritable magician, a worker of miracles. You must have found Aaron's rod again. My dear madam, you run the risk of being burned for a witch." "Very few, Mr. Bradshaw, know how much of beauty lies sealed up in this neglected race," said Anne with enthusiasm. As they were walking back to the house, Mr. Bradshaw fell a little behind, and his face wore a thoughtful and almost sad expression. "Well," said Anne, looking round, "a penny for your thoughts?" "Oh, I see, Miss Anne, you are for pursuing your advantage. I see triumph in your eyes. But yet, after all this display, the capability of your children makes me feel sad. To what end is it? What purpose will it serve, except to unfit them for their inevitable condition, to make them discontented and unhappy?" "Well, there ought to be no inevitable condition that makes it necessary to dwarf a human mind. Any condition which makes a full development of the powers that God has given us a misfortune cannot certainly be a healthy one, cannot be right. If a mind will grow and rise, make way and let it, make room for it, and cut down everything that stands in the way." "That's terribly leveling doctrine, Miss Anne." "Let it level, then," said Anne. "I don't care. I come from the old Virginia Cavalier blood, and am not afraid of anything." But, Miss Anne, how do you account for it that the best educated and best treated slaves, in fact, as you say, the most perfectly developed human beings, were those who got up the insurrection in Charleston? How do you account for it, said Anne, that the best developed and finest specimens of men have been those that have got up insurrections in Italy, Austria, and Hungary? Well, you admit then, said Mr. Bradshaw, that if you say A in this matter, you've got to say B. Certainly, and when the time comes to say B, I'm ready to say it. I admit, Mr. Bradshaw, that it's a very dangerous thing to get up steam if you don't intend to let the boat go. But when the steam is high enough, let her go, say I. Yes, but, Miss Anne, other people don't want to say so. The fact is, we are not all of us ready to let the boat go. It's got all our property in it, all we have to live on. If you're willing yourself, so far as your people are concerned, they'll inevitably want liberty, and you say you'll be ready to give it to them. But your fires will raise the steam on our plantations, and we must shut down these escape valves. Don't you see? Now, for my part, I've been perfectly charmed with this school of yours, but after all, I can't help inquiring where to it will grow. Well, Mr. Bradshaw, I'm obliged to you for the frankness of this conversation. It's very friendly and sincere. I think, however, I shall continue to compliment the good sense and gallantry of this state by ignoring its unworthy and unchristian laws. I will endeavor, nevertheless, to be more careful and guarded as to the manner of what I do. But if I should be put into the penitentiary, Mr. Bradshaw, I hope you'll call on me. Miss Anne, I beg 10,000 pardons for that unfortunate allusion. I think I shall impose it as a penance upon you to stay and spend the day with us, and then I'll show you my rose garden. I have great counsel to hold with you on the training of a certain pillar rose. You see, my design is to get you involved in my treason. You've already come into complicity with it by visiting my school. Thank you, Miss Anne. I should be only too honored to be your abettor in any treason you might meditate. But really, I'm a most unlucky dog. Think of my having 4 bachelor friends engaged to dine with me, and so being obliged to decline your tempting offer. In fact, I must take horse before the sun gets any hotter. There he goes, for a good-hearted creature as he is, said Anne. Do you know, said Nina, laughing, that I thought he was some poor desperate mortal who was on the verge of a proposal this morning, and I ran away like a good girl to give him a fair field. Child, said Anne, you're altogether too late in the day. Mr. Bradshaw and I walked that little figure some time ago, and now he is one of the most convenient and agreeable of friends. And why in the world don't you get in love with somebody? My dear, I think there was something or other left out when I was made up. But I never had much of a fancy for the lords of creation. They do tolerably well till they come to be lovers, but then they are perfectly unbearable. Lions in love, my dear, don't appear to advantage, you know. I can't marry Papa or Edward, and they have spoiled me for everybody else. Besides, I'm happy, and what do I want with any of them? Can't there be now and then a woman sufficient to herself? But, Nina, dear, I'm sorry that our affairs here are giving offense and making uneasiness. For my part, said Nina, I should go right on. I have noticed that people try all they can to stop a person who is taking an unusual course, and when they are perfectly certain that they can't stop them, then they turn around and fall in with them, and I think that will be the case with you. They certainly will have an opportunity of trying, said Anne, but there's Dulcimer coming up the avenue with the letter bag. Now, child, I don't believe you appreciate half my excellence when you consider that I used to have all these letters that fall to you every mail. At this moment, Dulcimer rode up to the veranda steps and deposited the letter bag in Anne's hands. What an odd name you have given him, said Nina, and what a comical-looking fellow he is. He has a sort of waggish air that reminds me of a crow. Oh, Dulcimer don't belong to our regime, said Anne. He was the prime minister and favorite under the former reign. a sort of licensed court jester, and to this day he hardly knows how to do anything but sing and dance, and so brother, who is for allowing the largest liberty to everybody, imposes on him only such general and light tasks as suit his roving nature. "But there," said Anne, throwing a letter on Nina's lap, and at the same time breaking the seal of one directed to herself. "Ah, I thought so. You see, Puss, Edward has some law business that takes him to this part of the state forthwith. Was ever such convenient law business? We may look for him to-night. Now there will be rejoicings. How now, Dulcimer, I thought you had gone," she said, looking up, and observed that personage still lingering in the shade of a tulip tree near the veranda. "Please, Miss Anne, is Master Clayton coming home to-night?" "Yes, Dulcimer. Now go and spread the news, for that's what you want, I know." And Dulcimer, needing no second suggestion, was out of sight in the shrubbery in a few moments. "Now I'll wager," said Anne, "that creature will get up something or other extraordinary for this evening." "Such as what?" "Well, he is something of a troubadour, and I shouldn't wonder if he should be cudgelling his brain at this moment for a song. We shall have some kind of operatic performance, you may be sure." End of Chapter 28, Magnolia Grove. Chapter 29 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dred, Chapter 29, The Troubadour. About 5 o'clock in the evening, Nina and Anne amused themselves with setting a fancy tea-table on the veranda. Nina had gathered a quantity of the leaves of the live oak, which she possessed a particular faculty of plaiting in long, flat wreaths, and with these she garlanded the social round table, after it had been draped in its snowy damask, while Anne was busy arranging fruit in dishes with vine leaves. "Lettice will be in despair to-night," said Anne, looking up and smiling at a neatly dressed brown mulatto girl, who stood looking on with large, lustrous eyes. "Her occupation's gone." "Oh, Lettice must allow me to show my accomplishments," said Nina. "There are some household arts that I have quite a talent for. If I had lived in what's-its-name there, that they used to tell about in the old times, Arcadia, I should have made a good housekeeper, for nothing suits me better than making wreaths and arranging bouquets. My nature is dressy. I want to dress everything. I want to dress tables and dress vases and adorn dishes and dress handsome women, Anne. So look out for yourself, for when I have done crowning the table, I shall crown you." As Nina talked, she was flitting hither and thither, taking up and laying down flowers and leaves, shaking out long sprays, and fluttering from place to place like a bird. "It's a pity," said Anne, "that life can't be all Arcadia." "Oh, yes," said Nina. "When I was a child, I remember there was an old torn translation of a book called Gessner's Idylls that used to lie about the house, and I used to read in it the most charming little stories about handsome shepherds dressed in white, playing on silver and ivory flutes, and shepherdesses with azure mantles and floating hair, and people living on such delightful things as cool curds and milk, and grapes, and strawberries, and peaches, and there was no labor, and no trouble, and no dirt, and no care. Everybody lived like the flowers and the birds, growing and singing and being beautiful. Ah, dear, I have never got over wanting it since. Why couldn't it be so?" "It's 1,000 pities," said Anne, "but what constant fight we have to maintain for order and beauty." "Yes," said Nina, "and what seems worse, beauty itself becomes dirt in a day. Now these roses that we are arranging, tomorrow or next day we shall call them litter, and wish somebody would sweep them out of the way. But I never want to be the one to do that. I want someone to carry away the withered flowers and wash the soiled vases, but I want to be the one to cut the fresh roses every day. If I were in an association, I should take that for my part. I'd arrange all the flowers through the establishment, but I should stipulate expressly that I should do no clearing up." "Well," said Anne, "it's really a mystery to me what a constant downward tendency there is to everything, how everything is gravitating back, as you may say, into disorder. Now, I think a cleanly, sweet, tasteful house, and above all, table, are among the highest works of art. And yet how everything attacks you when you set out to attain it. Flies, cockroaches, ants, mosquitoes, and then it seems to be the fate of all human beings that they are constantly wearing out and disarranging and destroying all that is about them." "Yes," said Nina, "I couldn't help thinking of that when we were at the camp meeting. The first day I was perfectly charmed. Everything was so fresh, so cool, so dewy and sweet. But by the end of the second day they had thrown eggshells and pea pods and melon rinds and all sorts of abominations around among the tents, and it was really shocking to contemplate." "How disgusting," said Anne. "Now, I'm one of that sort," said Nina, "that love order dearly, but don't want the trouble of it myself. My prime minister, Aunt Katy, thanks to Mamma, is an excellent hand to keep it, and I encourage her in it with all my heart, so that any part of the house where I don't go much is in beautiful order. But bless me, I should have to be made over again before I could do like Aunt Nesbit. Did you ever see her take a pair of gloves or a collar out of a drawer? She gets up and walks so moderately across the room, takes the key from under the napkin on the right side of the bureau, unlocks the drawer as gravely as though she was going to offer a sacrifice. Then, if her gloves are at the back side, underneath something else, she takes out one thing after another, so moderately. And then, when the gloves or collar are found, lays everything back exactly where it was before, locks the drawer, and puts the key back under the towel. And all this she'd do if anybody was dying, and she had to go for the doctor. The consequence is that her room, her drawers, and everything are a standing sermon to me. But I think I've got to be a much calmer person than I am before this will come to pass in my case. I'm always in such a breeze and flutter. I fly to my drawer and scatter things into little whirlwinds, ribbons, scarves, flowers, everything flies out in a perfect rainbow. It seems as if I should die if I didn't get the thing I wanted that minute. And after 2 or 3 such attacks on a drawer, then comes repentance, and a long time of rolling up and arranging and talking to little naughty Nina, who always promises herself to keep better order in future. But, my dear, she doesn't do it, I'm sorry to say, though perhaps there are hopes of her in future. Tell me, Anne, you are not stiff and poky, and yet you seem to be endowed with the gift of order. How did it come about?" "It was not natural to me, I assure you," said Anne. "It was a second nature, drilled into me by Mamma." "Mamma! Ah, indeed," said Nina, giving a sigh. "Then you are very happy. But come now, Lettice, I've done with all these. Take them away. My tea-table has risen out of them like the world out of chaos," she said, as she swept together a heap of rejected vines, leaves, and flowers. "Ah, I always have a repenting turn when I've done arranging vases. To think I've picked so many more than were necessary. The poor flowers droop their leaves and look at me reproachfully as if they said, 'You didn't want us. Why couldn't you have left us alone?'" "Oh," said Anne, "Lettice will relieve you of that. She has great talents in the floral line, and out of these she will arrange quantities of bouquets," she said, as Lettice, blushing perceptibly through her brown skin, stooped and swept up the rejected flowers into her apron. "What have we here?" said Anne, as Dulcimer, attired with most unusual care, came bowing up the steps, presenting a note on a waiter. "Dear me, how stylish! Gilt-edged paper, smelling of myrrh and ambergris," she continued, as she broke the seal. "What's this?" "The Magnolia Grove Troubadours request the presence of Mr. and Miss Clayton and Miss Gordon at an operatic performance, which will be given this evening at 8 o'clock in the Grove." "Very well done. I fancy some of my scholars have been busy with the writing. Dulcimer, we shall be happy to come." "Where upon earth did he pick up those phrases?" said Nina when he had departed. "Oh," said Anne, "I told you that he was prime favorite of the former proprietor, who used to take him with him wherever he traveled, as some people sometimes will a pet monkey, and I dare say he has lounged around the lobbies of many an opera house. I told you that he was going to get up something." "What a delightful creature he must be," said Nina. "Perhaps so, to you," said Anne, "but he is a troublesome person to manage. He is as wholly destitute of any moral organs as a jackdaw. One sometimes questions whether these creatures have any more than a reflected mimicry of a human soul, such as the German stories imagine in kobolds and water sprites. All I can see in Dulcimer is a kind of fun-loving animal. He don't seem to have any moral nature." "Perhaps," said Nina, "his moral nature is something like the cypress vine seeds which I planted 3 months ago, and which have just come up." "Well, I believe Edward expects to see it along one of these days," said Anne. "His faith in human nature is unbounded. I think it is one of his foibles, for my part, but yet I try to have hopes of Dulcimer, that some day or other he will have some glimmering perceptions of the difference between a lie and the truth, and between his own things and other people's. At present he is the most lawless marauder on the place. He has been so used to having his wit to cover a multitude of sins that it's difficult for a scolding to make any impression on him. But hark! Isn't that a horse? Somebody's coming up the avenue." Both listened. "There are two," said Nina. Just at this instant Clayton emerged to view, accompanied by another rider, who on nearer view turned out to be Frank Russell. At the same instant the sound of violins and banjos was heard, and to Anne's surprise a gaily dressed procession of servants and children began to file out from the grove, headed by Dulcimer and several of his associates, playing and singing. "There," said Anne, "didn't I tell you so? There's the beginning of Dulcimer's operations." The air was one of those inexpressibly odd ones whose sharp metallic accuracy of rhythm seems to mark the delight which the Negro race feel in that particular element of music. The words, as usual, amounted to very little. Nina and Anne could hear, "Oh, I see de massa's a-comin' up de track, his horse heels do clatter with the clack, clack, clack," the idea conveyed in these lines being still further carried out by the regular clapping of hands at every accented note, while every voice joined in the chorus. "Sing, boys, sing, de massa is come, give 3 cheers for de good man at home, ho-he-ho, hurrah, hurrah." Clayton acknowledged the compliment as he came up by bowing from his horse, and the procession arranged itself in a kind of lane through which he and his companion rode up to the veranda. "'Pon my word," said Frank Russell, "I wasn't prepared for such a demonstration. Quite a presidential reception." When Clayton came to the steps and dismounted, a dozen sprang eagerly forward to take his horse, and in the crowding round for a word of recognition, the order of the procession was entirely broken. After many kind words and inquiries in every direction for a few moments, the people quietly retired, leaving their master to his own enjoyments. "You really have made quite a triumphal entry," said Nina. "Dulcimer always exhausts himself on all such occasions," said Anne, "so that he isn't capable of any further virtue for 2 or 3 weeks. "Well, take him while he is in flower, then," said Russell. "But how perfectly cool and inviting you look. Really, quite idyllic. We must certainly have got into a fairy queen's castle." "But you must show us somewhere to shake the dust off our feet," said Clayton. "Yes," said Anne, "there's Aunt Pearl waiting to show you your room. Go and make yourselves as fascinating as you can." In a little while the gentlemen returned in fresh white linen suits, and the business of the tea-table proceeded with alacrity. "Well now," said Anne after tea, looking at her watch, "I must inform the company that we are all engaged to the opera this evening." "Yes," said Nina, "the Magnolia Grove Opera House is to be opened, and the Magnolia Troubadour troupe to appear for the first time." At this moment they were surprised by the appearance below the veranda of Dulcimer with 3 of his colored associates, all wearing white ribbons in their buttonholes, and carrying white wands tied with satin ribbons, and gravely arranged themselves 2 and 2 on each side of the steps. "Why, Dulcimer, what's this?" said Clayton. Dulcimer bowed with the gravity of a raven and announced that the committee had come to wait on the gentlemen and ladies to their seats. "Oh," said Anne, "we were not prepared for our part of the play." "What a pity I didn't bring my opera hat," said Nina. "Never mind," she said, snatching a spray of multiflora rose. "This will do." And she gave it one twist round her head, and her toilette was complete. "'Pon my word, that's soon done," said Frank Russell, as he watched the coronet of half-opened buds and roses. "Yes," said Nina. "Sit down, Anne. I forgot your crown. There, wait a moment. Let me turn this leaf a little, and weave these buds in here. So, now you are the Baltimore Belle, to be sure. Now for the procession." The opera house for the evening was an open space in the grove behind the house. Lamps had been hung up in the trees, twinkling on the glossy foliage. A sort of booth or arbor was built of flowers and leaves at one end, to which the party were marshaled in great state. Between two magnolia trees a white curtain was hung up, and the moment the family party made their appearance, a chorus of voices from behind the scenes began an animated song of welcome. As soon as the party was seated, a curtain rose, and the chorus, consisting of about 30 of the best singers, males and females, came forward dressed in their best holiday costume, singing and keeping step as they sung, and bearing in their hands bouquets, which as they marched round the circle they threw at the feet of the company. A wreath of orange blossoms was significantly directed at Nina, and fell right into her lap. "These people seem to have had their eyes open. Coming events cast their shadows before," said Russell. After walking around, the chorus seated themselves at the side of the area, and the space behind was filled up with a dense sea of heads, all the servants and plantation hands. "I declare," said Russell, looking round on the crowd of dark faces, "this sable cloud is turning a silver lining, with a witness. How neat and pretty that row of children look." And as they spoke, a procession of the children from Anne's school came filing round in the same manner that the others had done, singing their school songs and casting flowers before the company. After this, they seated themselves on low seats in front of all the others. Dulcimer and 4 of his companions now came into the center. "There," said Anne, "Dulcimer is going to be the centerpiece. He is the troubadour." Dulcimer, in fact, commenced a kind of recitative to the tune "Masters in the Cold, Cold Ground." After singing a few lines, the quartet took up the chorus, and their voices were really magnificent. "Why," said Nina, "it seems to me they are beginning in a very doleful way." "Oh," said Anne, "wait a minute. This is the old master, I fancy. We shall soon hear the tune changed." And accordingly, Dulcimer, striking into a new tune, began to rehearse the coming in of a new master. "There," said Anne, "now for a catalogue of Edward's virtues. They must all be got down, rhyme or no rhyme." Dulcimer kept on rehearsing. Every 4 lines the quartet struck in with the chorus, which was then repeated by the whole company, clapping their hands and stamping their feet to the time with great vivacity. "Now, Anne, it's coming your turn," said Nina, as Dulcimer launched out, in most high-flown strains, on the beauty of Miss Anne. "Yes," said Clayton, "the catalogue of your virtues will be something extensive." "I shall escape at any rate," said Nina. "Don't you be too sure," said Anne. "Dulcimer has had his eye on you ever since you've been here." And true enough, after the next stanza, Dulcimer assumed a peculiarly meaning expression. "There," said Anne, "do see the wretch flirting himself out like a saucy crow. It's coming. Now look out, Nina." With a waggish expression from the corner of his downcast eyes, he sung, "Oh, massa is often absent. Do you know where he goes? He goes to North Carolina for the North Carolina rose." "There you are," said Frank Russell. "Do you see the grin going round? What a lot of ivory! They are coming in this chorus strong." And the whole assembly, with great animation, poured out on the chorus, "Oh, de North Carolina rose, oh, de North Carolina rose. We wish good luck to massa with the North Carolina rose." This chorus was repeated with enthusiasm, clapping of hands, and laughing. "I think the North Carolina Rose ought to rise," said Russell. "Oh, hush," said Anne. "Dulcimer hasn't done yet." Assuming an attitude, Dulcimer turned and sang to one of his associates in the quartet, "Oh, I see two stars a-rising up in the shady skies," to which the other responded with animation, "No, boy, you are mistaken, 'tis the light of her fair eyes." "That's thorough, at any rate," said Russell, while Dulcimer went on, "Oh, I see two roses blooming together on one bed," and the other responded, "No, boy, you are mistaken, them are her cheeks so red." "And they are getting redder," said Anne, tapping Nina with her fan. "Dulcimer is evidently laying out his strength upon you, Nina." Dulcimer went on singing, "Oh, I see a grapevine running with its curly rings up there," and the response, "No, boy, you are mistaken, 'tis her rings of curly hair." And the quartet here struck up, "Oh, she walks on the veranda, and she laughs out of the dough, and she dances like the sunshine across the parlor floor. Her little feet they patter like the rain upon the flowers, and her laugh is like sweet waters through all the summer hours." "Dulcimer has had some help from some of the muses along there," said Clayton, looking at Anne. "Hush," said Anne. "Hear the chorus. Oh, de North Carolina rose, oh, de North Carolina rose, oh, plant by our veranda, de North Carolina rose." This chorus was repeated with 3 times 3, and the whole assembly broke into a general laugh when the performers bowed and retired, and the white sheet, which was fastened by a pulley to the limb of the tree, was let down again. "Now come, Anne, confess that wasn't all Dulcimer's work," said Clayton. "Well, to tell you the truth," said Anne, "'twas got up between him and Lettice, who has a natural turn for versifying, quite extraordinary. If I chose to encourage and push her on, she might turn out to be a second Phyllis Wheatley." Dulcimer and his coadjutors now came around, bearing trays with lemonade, cake, sliced pineapples, and some other fruits. "Well, on my word," said Russell, "this is quite prettily got up." "Oh, I think," said Clayton, "the African race evidently are made to excel in that department which lies between the sensuous and the intellectual, what we call the elegant arts. These require rich and abundant animal nature, such as they possess, and if ever they become highly civilized, they will excel in music, dancing, and elocution." "I have often noticed in my scholars," said Anne, "how readily they seize upon anything which pertains to the department of music and language. The Negroes are sometimes laughed at for mispronouncing words, which they will do in a very droll manner, but it's only because they are so taken with the sounds of words that they will try to pronounce beyond the sphere of their understanding, like bright children." "Some of these voices are perfectly splendid," said Russell. "Yes," said Anne, "we have 1 or 2 girls on the place who have that rich contralto voice which, I think, is oftener to be found among them than among whites." "The Ethiopian race is a slow-growing plant, like the aloe," said Clayton, "but I hope some of these days they'll come into flower, and I think if they ever do, the blossoming will be gorgeous." "That will do for a poet's expectation," said Russell. The performance now gave place to a regular dancing party, which went on with great animation, yet decorum. "Religious people," said Clayton, "who have instructed the Negroes, I think have wasted a great deal of their energy in persuading them to give up dancing and singing songs. I tried to regulate the propensity. There is no use in trying to make the Negroes into Anglo-Saxons, any more than making a grapevine into a pear tree. I train the grapevine." "Behold," said Russell, "the successful champion of Negro rights." "Not so very successful," said Clayton. "I suppose you've heard my case has been appealed, so that my victory isn't so certain after all." "Oh," said Nina, "yes, it must be. I'm sure no person of common sense would decide any other way, and your own father is one of the judges, too." "That will only make him the more careful not to be influenced in my favor," said Clayton. The dancing now broke up, and the servants dispersed in an orderly manner, and the company returned to the veranda, which lay pleasantly checkered with the light of the moon falling through trailing vines. The air was full of those occasional pulsations of fragrance which rise in the evening from flowers. "Oh, how delightful!" said Nina. "This fragrance of the honeysuckles. I have a perfect passion for perfumes. They seem to me like spirits in the air." "Yes," said Clayton, "Lord Bacon says that the breath of flowers comes and goes in the air, like the warbling of music." "Did Lord Bacon say that?" said Nina in a tone of surprise. "Yes, why not?" "Oh, I thought he was one of those musty old philosophers who never thought of anything pretty." "Well," said Clayton, "then tomorrow let me read you his essay on gardens, and you'll find musty old philosophers often do think of pretty things." "It was Lord Bacon," said Anne, "who always wanted musicians playing in the next room while he was composing." "He did?" said Nina. "Why, how delightful of him! I think I should like to hear some of his essays." "There are some minds," said Clayton, "large enough to take in everything. Such men can talk as prettily of a ring on a lady's finger as they can wisely on the course of the planets. Nothing escapes them." "That's the kind of man you ought to have for a lover, Anne," said Nina, laughing. "You have weight enough to risk it. I'm such a little whisk of thistledown that it would annihilate me. Such a ponderous weight of wisdom attached to me would drag me under water and drown me. I should let go my line, I think, if I felt such a fish bite." "You are tolerably safe in our times," said Clayton. "Nature only sends such men once in a century or two. They are the road makers for the rest of the world. They are quarry masters that quarry out marble enough for a generation to work upon." "Well," said Nina, "I shouldn't want to be a quarry master's wife. I should be afraid that some of his blocks would fall on me." "Why, wouldn't you like it if he were wholly your slave?" said Frank Russell. "It would be like having the genius of the lamp at your feet." "Ah, if I could keep him my slave! But I'm afraid he'd outwit me at last. Such a man would soon put me on the shelf for a book to read, though. I've seen some great men, great for our times, and they didn't seem to care half as much for their wives as they did for a newspaper." "Oh," said Anne, "that's past praying for with any husband. The newspaper is the standard rival of the American lady. It must be a warm lover that can be attracted from that, even before he is secure of his prize." "You are severe, Miss Anne," said Russell. "She only speaks the truth," said Nina. "You men are a bad set. You're a kind of necessary evil, half civilized at best. But if ever I set up an establishment, I shall insist upon taking precedence of the newspaper." This ends Chapter 29, The Troubadour.